Chapter 826. Let's return to the courtyard first, Lin Xian said. Although the Lone Star Sword was already in his hands, he didn't know who bought the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. He had to find out. Now that the auction had just ended, it was a good time to find out. Moreover, those people hadn't gone far. Once they decided to find out, they would make a move. Otherwise, when those people left, it would be very difficult to find out. Originally, Lin Xian had the Lone Star Sword, so he would be in more danger if he stayed in Wind-Seeking City for one more day. However, for the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, he had no choice but to take such a risk. How about this, Dongfeng? You take your people and leave first. I'll stay here for a while and return to the academy when I have news. Brother Xian, we won't leave, Wang Li and the others said with a firm gaze. No, let's leave quickly. The Lone Star Sword's involvement is too great. Who knows what kind of terrifying person will appear in the future? It's too dangerous for you guys to stay here. Moreover, it's convenient for me to move alone. Even if I can't beat them, they can forget about keeping me here. Lin Xian had unlimited confidence. He had the Earth Tier movement technique and the mysterious Jade platform. Even if the other party was strong, he could still leave calmly. After knowing Lin Xian's life-saving methods, they agreed to return to the academy first. Yufei went out to gather information while Lin Xian hid in Wind-Seeking City. As for Dongfeng Xiong and Wang Li, they brought 50 Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples back to the academy overnight. 50 venerables were indeed a powerful force. Even Lin Xian was very tempted. However, this matter was too dangerous. The appearance of a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword would probably attract some terrifying warriors. If the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples were injured in the battle, it would be a great loss to him. These people were all geniuses with extraordinary talent. At this moment, they hadn't fully matured, so he didn't want them to take the risk. Moreover, it was indeed much more convenient for him to move alone. Firstly, he had the Earth Tier movement technique. Even a third-layer venerable wouldn't be his match in terms of speed. Furthermore, he had the heaven-changing art, a unique concealment method. If he wanted to leave, very few people could stop him. As for the blood mark in his body, it had already been destroyed by the Dragon Sword Spirit. At night, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, silently cultivating. There had been many battles in the past few days, and it could be said that it was very dangerous. The number of venerables he had killed in the past few days was more than the total number of venerables he had killed in the past. Although it was dangerous, the benefits were also huge. His blood sword slaughter inheritance had successfully broken through to the second level and had reached the peak of the second level. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the third level. This kind of breakthrough speed could be said to be shocking. One had to know that the blood sword slaughter inheritance was a king's inheritance, and its degree of rarity and difficulty was comparable to an Earth rank martial art. However, Lin Xian had almost reached the third level in such a short period of time. That cultivation speed was truly shocking. Of course, this was related to his battles. So many venerables' blood essence had been absorbed by the blood sword, which was why the blood sword's slaughter inheritance could break through so quickly. At this time, everyone had already left, and only Lin Xian was left in the courtyard. The night breeze was gentle, causing the leaves to rustle. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down, covering a layer of gauze. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a figure swiftly appeared like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. He looked at the courtyard in front of him, his eyes shining. At the same time, Lin Xian, who was in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light lit up in his eyes. Since you're here, why don't you come in? Lin Xian said indifferently. Outside the courtyard, the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard looked surprised. He then laughed loudly and said, "Young Master Lin is indeed a young genius. I admire you." Before he finished laughing, the middle-aged man had already turned into a ray of light and arrived in the courtyard. "Although I don't know who you are, I guess you're not here just to say a few words of praise, right?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "What's your purpose? Just say it." Young Master Lin is indeed straightforward. Luo Qingqiu smiled and said, "If that's the case, I'll say it directly. I wonder if young Master Lin is interested in joining our Wanxiang auction?" Although today's matter was a misunderstanding, our Wanxiang auction sincerely invites you to join us this time. As long as you're willing, you can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and a limitless future on the path of martial arts. Wanxiang auction? Lin Xian's eyes darkened, but his heart was filled with surprise. Although the courtyard he rented was not extremely secretive, it was not easy for an ordinary person to find it. At least, the Huang and Long families had not found this place before. But now, in just half a day, the Wanxiang auction had already found out where he lived. This power was too shocking. The Wanxiang auction was indeed a dominating force in wind-seeking city. If such an opportunity was placed in front of an ordinary person, they would definitely be overjoyed. But Lin Xian would not. He would not join any force. But he would not reject immediately. At least, he had to find out more about the Wanxiang auction. The things you mentioned, I can have them myself. Why should I join the Wanxiang auction? Hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man laughed. His laughter was filled with confidence. Young Master Lin, you may not know, but the Wanxiang auction is more than what you see on the surface. I can't tell you the details, but I can reveal a little to you. If you join us, you won't lose out. What you have now will be 10 times more than what you have now. This is a precious opportunity. I hope you won't miss it. Let me think about it, Lin Xian said calmly. If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian's voice was very calm, but the rejection in his voice was very obvious. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of disbelief. However, as an important person in the auction, he still had the ability to maintain his composure. Soon, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He said in a deep voice, "Young hero, you now have a half-Earth rank artifact. I'm sure you're in trouble. If you join us, I can guarantee that your troubles will disappear instantly." It had to be said that this was a very tempting condition. After all, Lin Xian's current situation was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. But now, the middle-aged man was offering to protect him. It was a direct hit to Lin Xian's weakness. If it was anyone else, they would have agreed immediately. But Lin Xian was still unmoved. He had his own plans and already had his own force. He would not join another force. Therefore, when he heard the tempting offer, he was expressionless. My answer is the same as before. Let me think about it. If I have an idea, I will look for you. Chapter 8:27. Oh, young hero Lin, you have to think about it. After all, it's very dangerous to have a half-Earth rank artifact. Our Wanxiang auction doesn't want to see a genius like young hero Lin fall. Seeing that Lin Xian had rejected him twice, the middle-aged man's eyes turned gloomy and his voice carried a hint of coldness. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the courtyard. The moonlight was still there, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Only the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Lin Xian closed his eyes and entered into a state of cultivation again. Compared to the quiet courtyard, Windy City was not as quiet. The atmosphere in the city was tense and undercurrents were surging. Countless experts and families were secretly investigating, trying to find out more about Lin Xian. At the same time, many families joined forces and temporarily sealed off Windy City, intending to search by force. They had no choice. A half-Earth rank artifact was too tempting. That kind of artifact was extremely rare. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely skyrocket. The Huang family, Long family, and other local families had the greatest advantage. They mobilized a large number of people to search the entire Windy City. Other experts also mobilized people from all over the Bloodfield and rushed into Windy City. They all knew that Lin Xian had not left and was still in Windy City. At the same time, after the Yin family received the news that their disciple had been killed in Windy City, they were extremely exposed. They quickly sent a team and swore to capture the murderer. Of course, the Lone Star Sword was also their target. Countless undercurrents surged, and the entire Windy City became a terrifying and dangerous place. At the same time, something shocking happened in Windy City again. A tall man with golden light shining all over his body stood in the air like a golden giant. His gaze was cold, and his cold voice spread out like thunder. "Who is Lin Xian? Come out and die. How can we let a nameless brat take a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword? Don't think that killing a disciple of the Yin family is a big deal. In my opinion, you are still not qualified to take the Lone Star Sword. The voice was extremely arrogant and resounded through the sky like thunder. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes. Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. In the sky, a golden figure roared. His terrifying voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look at the sky. Who is this person? How arrogant. Did he not know how powerful Lin Xian was? That's the powerful existence that killed the genius of the Yin clan. It's actually him, Golden Sword Huang Jinsheng. Someone cried out in alarm. What? Gold Sword? Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to challenge Lin Xian. It was Huang Jinsheng. Who is Huang Jinsheng? Is it very powerful? Someone asked in confusion. Of course he's powerful. He's a second-level venerated realm cultivator, and he's said to be unrivaled among second-level venerated realm cultivators. He's extremely powerful. It's said that even ordinary third-level honorables might not be his match. What? So powerful. When those people heard this, their hearts trembled. An invincible second-level honorable who could contend against a third-level honorable. Every piece of news was enough to show how powerful the figure in the sky was. He was definitely a very powerful opponent. Not only that, it's said that he comprehended a metal-type sword soul. His attack power is extremely powerful and his battle strength is heaven-defying. Someone said another shocking piece of news. It seems like Lin Xian is in danger this time. Someone sighed. Yeah, Huang Jinsheng is really too powerful. He's much stronger than the 3 martial artists from the Yin clan. They're not even on the same level. I guess Lin Xian will definitely not come out. After all, he might have already left after getting the Lone Star Sword. Who would be stupid enough to appear at this juncture? Although Huang Jinsheng is powerful, he can't do anything if Lin Xian doesn't appear. In the sky, Huang Jinsheng also knew this. He snorted and said disdainfully, I didn't expect the Lone Star Sword, a half-Earth class treasure, to fall into the hands of a coward. How sad. The voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The surrounding people sighed. Although the other party's words were harsh and he wanted to provoke Lin Xian to come out, at this juncture, as long as he could protect the Lone Star Sword, it didn't matter if he was insulted a little. This was what most people thought, but it wasn't Lin Xian's idea. He looked at the sky and his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. In Lin Xian's life, regardless of whether his opponent was strong or not, he had never been weak. There was nothing to say about such an insult. Only by fighting and killing the other party could he prove himself. Moreover, as a martial artist, he wasn't afraid of a fight. In the next moment, Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword on his back and rushed into the sky in a flash. Buzz. The void rippled, and he appeared in the sky. Lin Xian's appearance caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked at the sky and were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really come out. Could it be that he was confident in defeating Huang Jinsheng? You're Lin Xian? At this moment, Huang Jinsheng also looked at the figure in the sky. You haven't even seen me, and you're already clamoring to kill me. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold. Lone Star Sword. It's really you. You're Lin Xian. Huang Jinsheng didn't care about Lin Xian's cold gaze. Instead, he stared at the quaint long sword on his back. He laughed loudly and said, Kid, you really can't keep your composure. A mere provocation has led you out. Very well. Let me kill you with my own hands. You're not worthy of the Lone Star Sword. Hearing Huang Jinsheng's arrogant words, Lin Xian also laughed. In other words, there's no grudge between us. You want to kill me because you want to take the Lone Star Sword for yourself? That's right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Huang Jinsheng was extremely domineering. Killing someone like you is no different than stepping on an ant. If you want to live, I can give you a chance. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Lone Star Sword with both hands. From then on, you'll be my servant. I might spare your life. Servant? Kneel down? Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a demon. In the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. A cold sword light shone from his eyes. Do you have any last words? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Huang Jinsheng was extremely arrogant and domineering. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He didn't even need a reason to kill him. Lin Xian exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he offer himself, his arrogant attitude was even more domineering than Huang Jinsheng's. Last words? Chapter 828. You're the first person in Wind-Seeking City who dares to talk to me like that. I've decided not to kill you immediately. I'll torture you for 49 days and let you bleed to the last drop of blood in your body. I'll let you die in endless fear. Huang Jinsheng revealed a sinister smile and stared at his opponent like a demon. In the next moment, his body shone with golden light, and countless rays of light turned into golden poisonous snakes that quickly rushed forward. The golden light emitted a strong killing intent, as if it could pierce through everything. What a terrifying attack! That Lin Xian is probably in danger. He actually dared to anger Huang Jinsheng. Someone sighed. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his hand and used the vermilion bird seal. In the next moment, monstrous flames soared and swept through the 9 heavens. A flaming divine bird quickly rushed out and pounced forward. The void trembled as countless divine flames jumped and wrapped around the golden light, melting it and burning it quickly. You can actually break my attack? You really have some skills. Huang Jinsheng revealed a surprised expression. Interesting, but he still couldn't escape death. He snorted coldly. Suddenly, a shocking golden sword ray rushed out from his body and quickly grew in the air, slashing toward Lin Xian. It was like golden thunder, carrying a violent and terrifying power. Lin Xian, on the other hand, focused his gaze and casually waved his palm in the air. Boom! The void fluctuated and quickly formed a huge blood-red palm that slapped toward the shocking golden sword Qi. A terrifying sound rang out as the two attacks collided in the void, bursting out a terrifying wave of energy. Huang Jinsheng snorted coldly. His expression was gloomy as he couldn't take down his opponent in 2 moves. Therefore, he decided to take the 3rd move seriously and kill his opponent. Brat, I've played enough. Go to hell. Huang Jinsheng sneered. The light outside his body shone even brighter like a sun, shining in all directions. Outside his body, a huge golden giant shadow appeared. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the golden giant was enraged and punched downward. That power was too violent, and the air was instantly blasted apart. The golden fist was like a divine stone from outer space, shining with light. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, incomparably vast. It's over. Huang Jinsheng is getting serious. This power is too terrifying. It can even injure a 3rd-level venerable. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to take it. Not necessarily. If the other party uses the Lone Star Sword, he might still be able to stand his ground. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Lin Xian stood in the air without any intention of using the Lone Star Sword. What is this guy doing? Does he really want to resist this move with his bare hands? Who knows? Perhaps he won't even have the chance to draw his sword under this heaven-shocking aura. Someone sneered. Huang Jinsheng naturally saw this scene as well. He laughed disdainfully and said, I really don't know if you're an idiot or just overconfident. You actually didn't use the Lone Star Sword. If that's the case, then go to hell. At the end of his speech, the golden fist shone even brighter. It was like a sun that crashed into the ground from the void. Huang Jinsheng looked down at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. If the other party had used the Lone Star Sword, there might have been a chance for him to resist. However, it seemed that the other party was stupid and did not even use the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in such an opponent at all. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I don't need the Lone Star Sword to kill you. He let out a long roar, and the blood in his body surged. The spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly, and a terrifying power shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist and punched out. It was also a golden light that condensed into a golden fist that met the attack head-on. However, the difference between his fist and his opponent's was that his fist was made up of golden lightning. It was extremely masculine and filled with violent energy. What? Is he really going to fight with his bare hands? And he's going to fight with his fist. Is this guy crazy? Does he think that his physical body can resist the giant's shadow? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing this, Huang Jinsheng sneered disdainfully. What an idiot. How dare he fight with his fist? I really don't understand how the Lone Star Sword ended up in the hands of an idiot like you. Lin Xian did not answer because the two fists had already collided. The scene was very strange. The golden giant's fist was as heavy as a mountain, and it crushed the void. On the other hand, it was a fist the size of an ordinary person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them were not on the same level. To be honest, no one thought that Lin Xian would win. They all thought that he would be turned into a pile of flesh and blood under this punch. However, in the next moment, the two fists collided with a terrifying sound. A blazing light flashed and swept in all directions. The entire space collapsed horribly. Rumble. A thunderous sound was heard in the void, and the sky was filled with violent light. Everyone looked up at the sky, and they were all dumbstruck, rooted to the spot. That was because in this shocking collision, the huge golden giant's shadow began to collapse. First, the mountain-like fist shattered with a boom, turning into countless rays of light that scattered in the void. Then, the entire arm began to disintegrate. In the end, the golden giant's shadow roared at the sky in pain. It struggled and resisted with all its might, but it was powerless. In the end, it could not escape the fate of collapse. With just one punch, the golden giant's shadow collapsed and disappeared. In the void, Huang Jinsheng kept retreating like a bolt of lightning. A stream of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood in the void like a king. Kill Lin Xian? Steal the Lone Star Sword? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown that was not worth mentioning. The crowd below was even more shocked. Countless people's hearts were beating wildly in disbelief. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually injure Huang Jinsheng with one punch. No wonder he dared to come out. It turned out that he had the strength to fight against Huang Jinsheng. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They realized that the reason Lin Xian came out was not because he was provoked or because he wanted to die, but because he had the strength to fight against the other party. He could even suppress the other party. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Huang Jinsheng's face was terrifyingly dark. Next, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Cut the crap. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been sealed. Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Brat, you're very arrogant. I admit that you have some strength, but you have no chance of winning against my martial soul. My martial soul is a metal elemental martial soul. Its attack is extremely powerful and can even kill a third-rank honorable realm cultivator. What do you have to compete with me? Huang Jinsheng's face was hideous. He roared furiously and quickly summoned his martial soul. In the next instant, a long sword appeared in front of him. It was 10 feet long and was entirely platinum in color. It emitted a terrifying aura. Chapter 829. Platinum Longsword. Huang Jinsheng's martial soul is terrifying. The sword is the king of weapons, and the metal element is the strongest offensive element. The combination of the two is extremely sharp. No wonder Huang Jinsheng was rumored to be able to kill a rank 3 honorable martial artist. It seems like the rumors are true. Lin Xian is in danger. Lin Xian was strong, but he was still inferior to Huang Jinsheng's platinum longsword martial soul. Looking at the terrifying platinum longsword in the sky, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Competing in offense? He sneered in his heart. What martial soul could compare to the Great Dragon Sword Soul? In terms of offense, if the Great Dragon Sword Soul claimed to be number 1, no one would dare to claim to be number 2. Looking at Huang Jinsheng's arrogant face, Lin Xian said indifferently, I'm curious. What will your expression be when the platinum longsword that you are so proud of breaks? Humph, stop bragging. You can't possibly withstand my martial soul. Huang Jinsheng was absolutely confident. His martial soul had contributed a lot to him and was extremely powerful. He did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand his martial soul's attack. Below, the crowd was shocked when they heard Lin Xian's words. How is it possible that the platinum longsword broke? Even with the Lone Star Sword, he can't do it. Bragging. He must be bragging. How can he defeat his opponent's metal element martial soul? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. A blood-red longsword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It emitted a terrifying spiritual energy, and a destructive aura spread out in all directions. The terrifying aura was even more terrifying than Huang Jinsheng's platinum longsword martial soul. This sword contained the blood-killing sword inheritance and the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The two of them were too terrifying. The crowd below trembled. The strength of the two of them had surpassed that of an ordinary rank 2 honorable martial artist. Die, brat. Huang Jinsheng's face changed when he felt the terrifying aura from his opponent's blood sword. He was shocked and no longer hesitated. He quickly attacked. In the sky, the platinum longsword martial spirit waved, causing the clouds in the sky to collapse. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also swung his blood-red sword and slashed out. The earth trembled and the blood sea surged. The entire wind-seeking city seemed to be shaking nonstop. The earth-shattering collision almost sent the entire city flying. The violent sword chi connected the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. After a long time, the world finally regained its tranquility. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. In the sky, Huang Jinsheng's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. In front of him, the platinum longsword martial spirit was dim, and there were even cracks on it. What? Huang Jinsheng was defeated? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xian was so strong that even the powerful Huang Jinsheng was no match for him? Impossible. This is impossible. How could you possibly break my platinum longsword martial spirit? Huang Jinsheng yelled madly, his face filled with disbelief. In the past, as long as he used his martial spirit, no matter how strong the enemy was, he could kill them. However, this time, the martial spirit attack that he was so proud of had failed and was almost shattered by his opponent. He could not accept it at that moment. Huang Jinsheng's body was covered in wounds, and his face was filled with disbelief. On the opposite side, Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and walked toward him step by step. Previously, I was curious about your expression after being defeated, but now it seems that it is indeed ugly. You? Huang Jinsheng trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice. He had already used his strongest martial spirit, but it did not hurt his opponent at all. This meant that his opponent's strength was completely above his. It seemed that he had miscalculated this time. I admit that you were strong. I was wrong before. I don't want the Lone Star Sword anymore. Hearing this, everyone below was shocked. The incomparably arrogant Huang Jinsheng had actually lowered his head and spoke in such a humble manner. Was this still the same Huang Jinsheng who killed everyone because of a disagreement? It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed powerful to be able to subdue such a demon king. Don't want it anymore? Lin Xian laughed. What do you think this is? Playing house? Do you think you can just give it up like that? He sneered and shook his head. You fight and kill whenever you want, and you don't want it anymore. Have you considered my feelings? I have no enmity with you. We don't even know each other. However, as soon as you entered Windy City, you insulted me in front of everyone. Have you considered my dignity? When I appeared, you wanted to kill me without saying anything. You wanted to take the Lone Star Sword for yourself. Have you considered my feelings? If I wasn't stronger than you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Now that you can't defeat me, do you think you can escape unscathed by saying that you don't want it anymore? Is there anything so simple in this world? Lin Xian sneered and looked at Huang Jinsheng as if he was looking at an idiot. Then what do you want? Huang Jinsheng held his chest and said while clenching his teeth. I've said it before. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been decided. There's only one outcome for you, and that's death. Hearing this, Huang Jinsheng was stunned. A mocking look appeared in his eyes. I'm from the Golden Palace. How dare you touch me? The reason why he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone was that he was not only powerful, but he was also from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace was a terrifying force. It was also very famous in the Bloodfield. It was said that the Golden Palace controlled 18 huge cities. Each city owner was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. With such terrifying strength, no one dared to offend them. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. The Golden Palace? I've never heard of it. Even if I know, so what? Since you've said your last words, prepare to die. He slowly raised his arm. At this moment, Huang Jinsheng finally revealed a fearful expression. Lin Xian did not care about his identity and insisted on killing him. You're dead. If you kill me, the Golden Palace will not let you go. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood sword soared into the sky. Huang Jinsheng's head flew up and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Dead? He's dead? The people below were shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. He killed without any hesitation. What an arrogant young man. After knowing Huang Jinsheng's identity, he still attacked without mercy. He's very decisive. Many people exclaimed. If it were anyone else, they would have retreated long ago. However, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and killed him directly. No one could compare to his decisiveness. However, not everyone appreciated it. Many people sneered. Since he dared to kill Huang Jinsheng, he was definitely going to die. That's right. The Golden Palace's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Huang Jinsheng did not come alone. I think it won't be long before the Golden Palace's experts know about it. By then, Lin Xian will have nowhere to go. Chapter 830. Moreover, so what if the Golden Palace was powerful? Lin Xian was not someone who was afraid of death. What was the purpose of practicing martial arts? Other than pursuing a longer lifespan and enjoying wealth and power, it was to be free and unfettered in the martial world. Being free and unrestrained was what Lin Xian yearned for. If he was timid and overcautious in everything he did, what was the point of practicing martial arts? In his opinion, martial arts strength was used to break free from all restraints and shackles. It was the most fundamental guarantee of being free and unfettered in the world. And he, too, was advancing step by step towards the goal of his dream. Lin Xian did not leave after killing Huang Jinsheng. He heard the crowd's conversation and found out that there were some martial artists behind Huang Jinsheng. He thought that they would come to seek revenge soon. Therefore, in order to not have any worries, he planned to get rid of them all at once. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian put away the other party's storage ring. Then, the headless corpse exploded, forming a bloody mist that filled the sky. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's finger, countless spiritual qi and fresh blood quickly rolled in the bloody mist, forming a pavilion in the air. The entire pavilion was red like blood jade. It was crystal clear and floated in the air. It was no different from a real palace. Transformation. The crowd below was shocked when they saw this scene. Martial artists of the three spirit realms would be able to use this kind of technique to transform. Generally, they could only use it in martial arts. Only venerable ones could maintain the transformation technique for a long time. This was because only at this level could one freely control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. However, ordinary venerable ones would not use this method casually because to maintain the transformation required a huge amount of spiritual qi and pure spiritual power. Although venerable ones could mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth without limit, there was also a problem of conversion rate. That was the degree of utilization of spiritual qi. This problem was determined by the cultivation method. Almost no martial artists below the third heaven of venerable ones dared to use this transformation method, let alone when they were about to face a fierce battle soon. When Lin Xian heard the shock from below, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had long since mastered this technique. It was just that he was using it now. Moreover, when he used this method, he did not have to worry about the conversion of spiritual energy like other martial artists. That was because the longevity incantation in his body could solve all of this very well. His cultivation and transformation speed was definitely far superior to those of the same level. Even Lin Xian had yet to figure out what level of cultivation method the art of longevity was. In a flash, he walked toward the blood-colored palace and quickly entered it. The interior was no different from a real palace. Lin Xian slowly sat down, took out a cup of spirit wine from his storage ring, and slowly tasted it. Then, he rummaged through Huang Jinxing's ring of holding to organize his spoils of war. What is this Lin Xian doing? After killing Huang Jinxing, he's still not leaving. Could it be that he's not afraid of death? From the looks of it, could it be that he's waiting for the others from the Golden Palace to come? Someone was bewildered. Below, no one left. They were all watching silently. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to deal with the wrath of the Golden Palace. Not long after, the void trembled, and a long howl rolled over like the waves of the sea. Accompanying it was a monstrous and terrifying aura. The void fluctuated, and spiritual energy surged over like the waves of the sea. What's that? Countless people were shocked and looked up at the sky. At this moment, in the sky, countless black shadows were moving quickly like ghosts. They joined together and floated over like dark clouds. Demonic beasts! Someone exclaimed, because they realized that the black shadows were huge iron-clawed eagles. Above the iron-clawed eagles, there were countless figures, each of them carrying a strong, murderous aura. In an instant, the iron-clawed eagles filled the sky and arrived near the blood-colored palace. At the forefront was a goshawk that was dozens of feet long. Its feathers were like steel, shining with a metallic luster. On the back of the beast was a bald martial artist. His eyes were fierce, and his aura was powerful. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and then his face turned ugly. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Come out and die. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a ferocious beast. It spread clearly in all directions. The Golden Palace. The people from the Golden Palace are here. Countless people were shocked. They did not expect the other party to arrive so quickly. The void was silent, and no one answered the bald man's question. Emph, how dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape death. The bald man sneered and stretched out his arm. Golden light flickered and formed a dragon that rushed down quickly. Dragon hand. In the next moment, a martial artist was surrounded by the golden dragon and carried into the sky. Speak. Who killed the disciples of the Golden Palace? The bald man's face was ferocious as he stared at the innocent martial artist. The martial artist was just an ordinary spectator. His cultivation had not reached the honorable realm, and he could not speak in front of the powerful aura of an honorable realm martial artist. However, in the bald man's eyes, he was looking down on the Golden Palace and harboring a criminal. If you don't speak, you can only die. The bald man sneered and exerted force in his palm. Suddenly, the golden dragon roared and tore the innocent martial artist to pieces. Blood mist drifted, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Seeing this, the martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled into the distance. Demon. The people from the Golden Palace were demons. They did not need any reason to kill. As long as they were in a bad mood, they could kill at will. No one dared to stay any longer because they might die if they were not careful. However, the bald man was determined to find out who the murderer was. How could he let these people go? The golden dragon in his hand roared again and swooped down. In an instant, it brought up two martial artists. I'll give you a chance. Tell me who the murderer is. If you don't speak, you can only die. One of them was shocked by the murderous aura and could not speak. The other shouted crazily, I'll speak. I'll speak. The murderer is Lin Xian. He's in the Blood Palace. I'm done. Can you let me go now? The martial artist gasped for breath. Lin Xian? The bald man looked around and saw the Blood Palace not far away. Suddenly, his face turned ferocious. Let you go? How is that possible? How dare you watch the disciples of the Golden Palace being killed? You deserve to die. The bald man did not listen to reason. He exerted force in his palm and instantly crushed the two martial artists. Bloody and arrogant. These people did not listen to reason at all. There was only killing in their eyes. Lin Xian, right? How dare you kill the people of the Golden Palace? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The bald man looked at the blood palace and let out a sharp roar. Lin Xian, come out and die. Chapter 831. The void trembled like boiling water. The terrifying sound waves were like roaring thunder as they rushed towards the blood-colored palace. Boom! There was a deep sound, and the entire palace shook as if it was about to split open. However, in the next moment, the Crimson Palace quickly stabilized and released a crimson light. A crimson sword chi quickly condensed and slashed forward. In an instant, the crimson sword chi slashed the sound waves in half. You dare to resist? The bald man's face turned gloomy. He was now sure that the person in the Crimson Palace was the murderer. Rush in and bring the murderer out. I want to kill him, slice by slice. The bald man waved his hand. Suddenly, countless goshawks behind him spread their wings and turned into streaks of black shadows that rushed forward. On the backs of the goshawks, there were martial artists with ferocious faces. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. The long swords in their hands were bright, and they quickly slashed forward. In an instant, countless black shadows surrounded the Crimson Palace. However, in the next moment, a golden figure came from the palace like a golden lightning bolt. Then, a sharp cry resounded and pierced through the sky. Soon, the goshawks were all trembling in fear as if they had encountered something terrifying. Some of the goshawks did not even dare to stay in the air and hurriedly landed on the ground. What's going on? Damn beast, stop right there. In an instant, all kinds of curses were heard and the sky was in chaos. Just as these people were panicking, two golden wings appeared in the void and spread out. The golden wings were hundreds of feet long, and each feather was crystal clear. They were like golden divine swords that flew out quickly. 108,000 swords. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dazzling golden sword radiance. It moved in all directions and quickly enveloped the martial artists of the Golden Palace. Suddenly, countless screams were heard. The goshawks and the martial artists on them were all attacked. Countless sword radiance flew and pierced through the sky. The demonic beasts and the martial artists of the Golden Palace were staring at the ground and trembling. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. Then, it was summoned by a strange power and entered the Crimson Palace. The entire Crimson Palace was crystal clear and looked extremely demonic. Golden-feathered godly eagle. What a terrifying means. In the distance, the martial artists were shocked. They thought that the Golden Hall would kill Lin Xian mercilessly, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would deal such a heavy blow to his opponent. In the void, the huge golden wings disappeared and turned into the figure of the golden-feathered divine eagle. The sky became clear again. However, the warriors of the Golden Palace were still trembling. None of them dared to charge forward. The bald man's pupils constricted as well. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. In just an instant, half of the people he had brought with him had been lost. This was something he could not accept. How dare you kill a member of the Golden Palace in front of us? I will let you know the consequences of offending the Golden Palace. The bald man's face was ferocious, like a devil. His body was full of killing intent that shot up into the sky. So domineering, so arrogant. A steady voice resounded from the void of space. Aren't you going to ask why I want to kill Huang Jinsheng? I don't need to know. I only know that anyone who dares to kill the people of the Golden Palace will end up in a miserable state. The bald man's face was ferocious. As expected of jackals of the same tribe, you are all equally shameless and unreasonable. Lin Xian sneered, if that's the case, let's just call it the Shameless Palace. Brat, how dare you insult the Golden Palace? You are dead meat. The bald man's face darkened. He swore that he would capture the person inside and pull out his bones and bones. He would then refine his soul so that he would never be reincarnated. You are the ones who are courting death. Lin Xian snorted. The younger generation is unreasonable. You want to kill and rob. Now, the older generation is even more shameless. I don't care about the Golden Palace. As long as you dare to take a step into the palace, you will never be able to return. Lin Xian's voice was cold. It carried a monstrous killing intent that spread out in all directions. He was really angry. The other party was so arrogant and had surrounded him without any scruples. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? He would let these people know how miserable the consequences of bullying him were. In the void, the bald man roared and merged with the demonic beast under his feet. He quickly rushed toward the Crimson Palace. This time, he was going to kill the person inside personally. The bald man turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the Crimson Palace like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, he disappeared into the Crimson Palace. Soon, he saw a young man in a blue shirt who was casually sitting there with a long sword on his back. It's actually a brat? The bald man was shocked. He did not expect that the person who killed so many martial artists from the Golden Palace was only a young man. In the next moment, he suppressed the shock in his heart. So what if he was young? There was only one outcome for those who dared to kill the people from the Golden Palace, and that was death. Die, brat. The bald man stretched out his hand. A golden dragon attached to his arm and roared out. Dragon Claw. It was a top spiritual level cultivation skill that was said to be able to kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. In the void, the three flood dragons circled each other, roaring and roaring as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand as well. Just a dragon. In front of a real dragon, it is nothing. Let me show you the real dragon claw. The crimson spiritual chi surged and quickly formed a huge dragon claw that slammed forward. In an instant, the void was torn apart. The terrifying crimson dragon claw was like a ferocious beast that suppressed the surroundings. The bald man's pupils shrank. He felt a strong sense of danger from Lin Xian. It was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Impossible. He's just a brat. How can he be a threat to me? Illusion. It must be an illusion. The bald man removed the distracting thoughts from his mind and urged the three golden dragons in the air to move. In the next moment, the golden dragons collided with the huge crimson dragon claw. Rumble. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the three golden dragons cried out and their bodies were torn into several pieces. What? Impossible. The bald man was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He could not believe that Lin Xian could break his dragon claw in one move. Damn it, who is this brat? The bald man was uneasy. He realized that Lin Xian was not as simple as he had imagined. Brat, who are you? Don't you think it's too late to ask now? Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian wanted to kill him arrogantly and ruthlessly. Now that he was afraid, he remembered to ask about his identity. How shameless. Don't be so arrogant, the bald man said coldly. I don't care who you are. I will kill you today. He let out a long roar and his body shone brightly. A golden giant shadow quickly condensed. This situation was exactly the same as when Huang Jinsheng used his cultivation technique. However, with the bald man using it, the power was even stronger. In the void, golden light shone. It was majestic and exuded a terrifying aura. Chapter 832. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just seen this cultivation technique in Huang Jinsheng's storage ring. This cultivation technique was called Golden Giant Avatar. It used one's own spiritual energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a huge golden giant avatar to increase one's combat strength. When it was practiced to a high level, one could merge with the golden giant avatar to form a real golden giant. It could also be used to form multiple golden giant avatars to besiege the enemy. It could be said to be infinitely useful. Now it seemed that the bald man had used the first method to merge with the golden giant avatar. Kid, go to hell. With a roar, the bald man was like a real giant. His body was tall and sturdy, shining with golden light. On his arms, There were two dragons that were quickly coiling around, looking extremely ferocious. He threw out a punch. With a flash of golden light, a golden dragon flew out. It was like a real dragon. It let out a dragon's roar and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Golden giant avatar? Lin Xian sneered and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. He used the great dragon sword soul to quickly simulate this martial art. Boom! The void fluctuated and Lin Xian's body shone with crimson light. In an instant, a huge crimson giant was formed. It roared to the sky and the sound shook the 9 heavens. It's just a form. You don't know how powerful the golden giant avatar is. When the bald man saw that Lin Xian was using a similar move to him, he sneered. The core of martial arts was not the appearance, but the real inner cultivation method. Only by mastering the origin of martial arts could one bring out the full potential of martial arts. Lin Xian was just a nameless kid. How could he master the Golden Palace's unique skill? Therefore, the bald man was disdainful of Lin Xian's actions. The crimson giant roared ferociously and 2 crimson dragon heads condensed on its huge fists. It quickly blasted forward. The 2 giants fought, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The bald man had a look of disdain before, but after coming into contact with Lin Xian, he was terrified. Not only was Lin Xian's appearance similar to his, even his terrifying strength was the same. Compared to his golden giant, Lin Xian's crimson giant was even more terrifying. Impossible. How could he have such powerful combat strength? The bald man was shocked, disbelief written all over his face. He had cultivated for dozens of years before he could fuse with the golden giant. However, the other party was actually not inferior to him in terms of strength. This was unacceptable to him. Ka. The blood-colored giant roared, suddenly erupting with a powerful battle prowess, tearing the golden giant in half from the middle. The bald man didn't even have time to shout before he was torn apart along with the huge golden giant. His entire body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Even if he died, he didn't believe that the other party could kill him so easily. Little did he know that the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had mastered was the most powerful Saint art in the world. The martial arts that were simulated with it were several times more powerful than the original martial arts. They were not on the same level at all. Without any surprise, the bald man was killed. Outside the palace, everyone held their breaths and waited anxiously. They only felt 2 terrifying auras erupting from the palace, as if they were going to tear the world apart. However, they did not know the specifics. Moreover, no one dared to enter. Everyone could only wait outside for the final result. However, before long, the terrifying aura within the palace disappeared. The blood-red palace became extremely calm, as if it was dead silent. What's the result? Could it be that Lin Xian was killed? Looking at the silent blood-red palace, the crowd couldn't help but wonder. Do you even need to think about it? Of course that little thief was killed. Who can defeat our Golden Palace? The remaining Golden Palace martial artists sneered, full of confidence. Their leader, the bald man, was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could merge with the golden giant. His battle prowess was heaven-defying, and killing a 3rd-level honorable martial artist was a piece of cake, let alone a nameless little thief. Just as everyone was discussing, a black shadow flew out from the entrance of the blood-red palace. "It's out!" Everyone exclaimed and looked carefully. However, in the next moment, countless exclamations were heard. The Golden Palace martial artists trembled and froze on the spot. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! The Golden Palace martial artists were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They shouted loudly in disbelief. As for the surrounding martial artists, their eyelids were wide open, and their hearts trembled. This was because the black shadow that came out was none other than a head. It was the bald man's head. The overbearing and arrogant Golden Palace martial artist had actually died. Moreover, the other party had only entered the blood-red palace for a short period of time. He had been killed in just a moment. This unforeseen event shocked everyone. The eyes of the head were filled with shock, fear, and unwillingness. It was a stark contrast to the overbearing and bloodthirsty bald man from before. In just an instant, the overbearing bald man had died, and this shocked everyone, especially the Golden Palace martial artists. All of them were terrified as they looked at the blood-red palace in front of them fearfully. They had originally come to kill the culprit, but now that their leader had died prematurely, they didn't know what to do at that moment. In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and a huge blood-red giant appeared in the void. He roared into the sky and punched out with both fists. Two blood-red dragons roared out and instantly enveloped the remaining Golden Palace martial artists. Those martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they turned into pools of blood and merged with the blood-red palace. Lin Xian wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but these people had come to kill him. Against his enemies, he would never show mercy. In the next moment, the huge blood-red giant disappeared and the void returned to normal. Only the blood-red palace was left floating. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had never come out of the palace. His powerful and fierce means had shocked everyone. However, there were also people who were worried because the Golden Palace was undoubtedly powerful. This time, they should have come from one of the 18 cities, the huge Axe City. This city was the closest to the heaven-seeking city, so they were also the first to arrive. These people were probably only a portion of the huge Axe City's strength. The real terrifying main force was still behind. When that force arrived, it could definitely destroy everything. When that time came, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yes, not only the Golden Palace martial artists, but other martial artists will also come. After all, the temptation of the Lone Star Sword is incomparably strong. In the Blood-Red Palace, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He was studying the storage ring of the bald man. Other than the Golden Giant avatar, there was also a martial art called the Flood Dragon Hand, which was also a type of capturing martial art. Lin Xian quickly browsed through it and tried to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Soon, he mastered this martial art. After all, he didn't want to completely master it, but to comprehend it and use it as a reference. He used his own Great Dragon Sword Soul to form the Dragon Capturing Hand that was different from the Flood Dragon Hand. Chapter 833. If it were other martial artists, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to learn so much. Moreover, there were conflicts between martial artists. But Lin Xian could. He possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul and could use it as a foundation to simulate and evolve other martial arts. To him, this was not a difficult task. Apart from these two martial arts, the Blood Sword Inheritance broke through again and reached the 3rd level. And after reaching the 3rd level, apart from the power being much greater than before, he also obtained a martial art, Blood Shadow Clone Kill. Using Blood Chi to condense a blood clone and use it for a sneak attack in battle, it could be said to be incomparably strange. He silently cultivated and digested this new martial art, entering a cultivation state. Outside, everyone was shocked because they discovered that the Blood Palace did not show any signs of disappearing. Instead, it became even more resplendent and demonic, like a demon king's palace, shining with a scarlet light. They did not know that this was the reason why Lin Xian's blood sword inheritance broke through to the 3rd level. What they knew was that Lin Xian was too arrogant, too egotistical. After killing so many people from the Golden Palace, he did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Perhaps other than him, no one dared to do so. Time slowly flowed. Suddenly, the sky boiled again. The void trembled as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. This time, the fluctuations were even more violent and intense than before. A huge spirit boat quickly traversed the void. Its speed was very fast, and it instantly rushed in the direction of the Blood Palace. The spirit boat was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. It emitted a dazzling light. On the body of the boat, there were two huge axes that crossed each other, forming a strange pattern. On the spirit boat, there were many martial artists. All of them were surging with killing intent. It was frightening. Golden Palace. It's the Golden Palace's people from Giant Axe City. Below, when the crowd saw the huge golden spirit boat, they immediately exclaimed. It seemed that the Golden Palace was really angry. They actually sent a battle spirit boat. Indeed, The death of Huang Jinsheng and the bald man had finally angered the Golden Palace. Hence, they sent a battle spirit boat and swore to capture the murderer. Countless people looked at the sky and swallowed their saliva. Their eyes were filled with horror. They knew that this time, Lin Xian was truly finished. Hundreds of martial artists stood on the gold spirit ship. Among them, the person at the front was a burly man with bronze-colored skin. He was as mighty as a metal tower. On his back, he carried a huge golden battle axe, which was shining brightly. This burly man was the Vice City Lord of Great Axe City, Berserker. He was also the strongest leader on the spirit boat this time. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the second-level honorable realm, and he could easily kill an ordinary third-level honorable realm. Apart from the City Lord of Great Axe City, almost no one was his opponent. As for the powerful City Lord, it was said that he had already reached the third heavenly layer. However, it seemed that he did not come this time. Huang Zhan stood at the very front, looking at the blood-colored palace in the distance. His eyes, which were like bronze tombs, were filled with anger. As the Deputy City Lord of Great Axe City, he had never been as angry as he was today. His talented warriors and capable subordinates, as well as a group of warriors, had all been killed. This was a blatant provocation. No matter who it was, anyone who killed the people of Golden Palace and Great Axe City would have to pay the price in blood. Like a huge golden mountain, the gold spirit ship carried a huge wave of air and quickly arrived in front of the blood-colored palace. The person inside, "Come out and accept your death." A terrifying voice rang out, carrying with it a monstrous anger. It was as if the god of thunder was punishing them, and it resounded in all directions. However, the other party did not respond. No one walked out of the blood-colored palace, and it only quietly emitted a dazzling light. Not coming out? Huang Zhan was enraged. He sneered, "Don't think that you can escape from everything by hiding inside. I will make you come out on your knees obediently and willingly send yourself to death." Then, he quickly ordered, "Prepare the gold shockwave and destroy the palace in front." Immediately, the subordinates behind him moved quickly. The surrounding people held their breaths and watched in silence. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the sky above, the huge gold spirit ship suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. A huge cannon quickly formed and aimed at the blood-colored palace in front of them. In the next moment, the port of the cannon shone brightly. It quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and condensed into a round ball of light with a diameter of dozens of feet. On the ball of light, golden light shone and pulsated continuously, emitting a powerful destructive force. This force was too powerful. Just a trace of it was enough to make everyone tremble. In the next moment, the huge golden ball of light surged and formed a golden shockwave that shot forward. Boom! The void was instantly shattered, and endless spiritual energy was sucked dry. The golden light was like a pillar of heaven, and it quickly blasted towards the blood-colored palace. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the terrifying energy exploded. The void fell into chaos. Strong winds blew, and the dazzling light covered the entire sky. At this moment, it was as if the sun had exploded. The blazing light flashed, and everyone could not open their eyes because of it. There were even screams because some warriors wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes were pierced by the light. After a long time, the violent energy gradually disappeared. The dazzling light in the sky also dimmed and finally disappeared. Only then did everyone dare to open their eyes and look at the sky. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that the blood-colored palace in the sky had been pierced, and a huge hole had appeared. The entire palace had been completely pierced, and it was almost split in half. Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The golden light pillar was too terrifying. It had destroyed the blood-colored palace with just one blow. Before this, no one had been able to hurt the blood-colored palace at all. I wonder if Lin Xian is injured? Yeah, I haven't seen him until now. Could he have been killed? Countless people were puzzled and kept guessing. They did not know that Lin Xian was not injured, but was comprehending a new martial art, so he did not attack for a while. In the sky, On the huge golden spirit ship, the people of the Golden Palace looked at the destroyed, blood-colored palace and sneered. Those who dared to offend the people of the Golden Palace would definitely be ruthlessly smashed into meat paste. However, the leading Golden Man, Berserk Warrior, frowned slightly, because with his perception, he naturally knew that the other party's aura was still there. He snorted coldly and was about to give another order. This time, he would definitely smash the other party into meat paste. However, at this moment, a huge shadow was cast in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the surroundings. A terrifying and violent energy surged quickly, as if the Demon King had awakened, and it carried a cold and gloomy aura. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Yin family? Come out and die. Chapter 834. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. The Yin family is here. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Needless to say, the Yin family was here to kill Lin Xian. Two terrifying forces had arrived one after another. Even if Lin Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to fight them. Hee, Lin Xian is dead this time. Chaos is coming. I wonder who will get the Lone Star Sword? Someone sighed. No one thought that Lin Xian would be able to leave alive, because no one could escape unscathed under the attacks of the two forces. The huge black shadow was a demon, general-rank demonic beast. It was 100 feet long and looked ferocious. Countless figures stood on the back of the demon general, all of them looking down with cold expressions. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, the people on the golden boat were furious. Who is it? How dare you stop above us? Get lost. The voice was terrifying. It was like the roar of the thunder god. It tore the clouds apart, and the terrifying sound wave attacked the huge, flying demonic beast. Boom! The huge, flying demonic beast flapped its wings and formed 2 terrifying tornadoes. They collided with the sound wave attack and created a shocking explosion. The void was destroyed and turbulence flowed everywhere, destroying everything. Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the people from the Golden Palace to attack. No wonder they were from the Golden Palace. They were too arrogant. They did not even put the Yin family in their eyes. They had no choice. The giant Axe City was famous for being arrogant. Especially Crazy Warrior. He was unruly. How could he tolerate others stopping above him? They were already giving them face by not attacking immediately. Who dares to attack the Yin family? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? A cold voice came from above. It was obvious that the people from the Yin family were furious. Yin family? Is that so? How dare you stop above the Golden Palace? I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Golden Palace. Hearing that, the martial artists from the Yin family fell silent. They did not expect the group of people to be the famous Golden Palace martial artists. However, so what if they were from the Golden Palace? The Yin family wasn't a coward. On the back of the demon general, the middle-aged man standing in front asked in a deep voice, "So it's fellow Taoist from the Golden Palace. Which city are you from?" Giant Axe City, Mad Warrior. An unruly voice sounded, as if it was looking down on everyone. Berserker. Huge Axe has become the deputy city lord. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He had never thought that the great Axe City's city lord would come here in person. He knew how powerful the other party was, but as a member of the Yin family, he would not lose face for the family. Mad Battle City Lord. We're all here to capture the same person. It can be said that we share a common enemy. Why should we fight each other and harm our harmony? Hurt the harmony? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Berserker was very arrogant and did not put the middle-aged man in his eyes at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. His eyes burned with anger, but he did not dare to attack. If he's not qualified, then what about me? An old voice sounded. Then, a huge pressure gushed out and shrouded the area below. This pressure was so terrifying that it made everyone's heart tremble. Even the warriors of Huge Axe City on the gold spirit ship changed their faces. They all looked up at the sky as if they were facing a great enemy. Open for me. Berserker roared and waved his arm. A huge golden axe shadow appeared, as if it could split heaven and earth. Boom! A low sound rang out, and a strong turbulence filled the entire space. The surrounding warriors were frightened and kept retreating. They could not withstand the impact of this power at all. In the next moment, the terrifying energy exploded, sending out a strong impact. Berserker took a step back and suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the sky. Although he did not use his full strength in that attack, the person who could make him retreat was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Above, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared on the back of the huge beast. Although his hair was white, his skin was as smooth as a baby's, giving people a very strange feeling. "Greetings, Guardian Elder." Seeing this old man, the warriors of the Yin family all bowed respectfully. Guardian Elder. In the distance, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the Yin family to send a Guardian Elder. It seemed that this time, they were determined to kill the other party. On the gold spirit ship, Berserker looked at the old figure and his pupils shrank. He felt an aura that was not inferior to his own from the other party. "Ha ha, Berserker City Lord. Why are you so angry? Our enemy is the murderer in the Scarlet Palace. Now, even the murderer has not shown himself. If we fight first, won't we be a joke to others? I can catch the murderer, but your beast cannot stay on top of me." Berserker's voice was cold. Facing the Guardian Elder, he was still fearless. "This is the negligence of the Yin family. Don't worry, we will leave now." The Guardian Elder smiled faintly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he flew to the other side with the huge beast. Even though the Yin clan had moved the beasts away, their words didn't sound friendly at all. The protector laughed again. "Huge Axe City has been here for so long, but you have not caught the murderer. Why don't the Yin family do it? You are courting death." On the gold spirit ship, the warriors of Huge Axe City were furious. They looked forward with a ferocious expression. The group of people opposite them dared to say that they were useless. They could not tolerate it. Berserker's expression was also cold. There was a strange light in his bell-like eyes. Compared to those ordinary warriors, he was thinking more. It should be known that this time, they were not just here to kill the murderer. Their real goal was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. Whoever could kill the murderer first would be able to obtain the Lone Star Sword, and naturally have the advantage. This was something that no force wanted to let go of. Now, the Guardian Elder's words clearly indicated that the Yin family wanted to fight with Huge Axe City for the Lone Star Sword. Other things could be discussed, but this matter could not be compromised. There is no need for the Yin family to do it. Huge Axe City can easily take down a small thief. Berserker refused immediately. Then, he said to the people behind him, "Prepare the spirit cannons and continue to attack." "What are you talking about? That thief killed a genius of the Yin family. Of course, the Yin family will do it." The Guardian Elder of the Yin family did not back down either. He waved his hand and quickly ordered the family disciples to prepare to attack. In the face of a half-Earth-rank treasure, no one could remain calm. Therefore, the two major forces were ready to attack together. How arrogant! How overbearing! However, you seem to have forgotten to ask for my opinion. A faint voice sounded and spread clearly in all directions. Chapter 835. Humph! Huangzhan and the Yin family Guardian Elder looked gloomy as they looked at the Crimson Palace in front of them. They realized that the voice had come from the Crimson Palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the Crimson Palace. "Lin Xian, it's him. He's not dead." Everyone exclaimed in shock. They did not expect that their attack had not hurt Lin Xian at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to show himself in such a dangerous situation. What is he trying to do? Is he not afraid of death? No one knew. At this moment, everyone was looking at that young figure. Lin Xian stood at the entrance of the Crimson Palace and looked around. Then, his face turned gloomy. He had been comprehending the newly acquired martial arts in the Crimson Palace, so he did not attack. However, that did not mean that he was not angry. The golden pillar of light from before had almost threatened his safety. Now, the two forces were discussing who he should belong to as if he was a commodity. They did not take him seriously at all. It was as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really a lamb? The martial artist from the giant axe city and the Yin family laughed when they saw Lin Xian walk out. Boy, you know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance to surrender now. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man from the Yin family laughed coldly. On the other side, the martial artist from the giant axe city also shouted coldly, Thief! How dare you kill someone from the Golden Palace? Come here and die. The two forces laughed and surrounded Lin Xian in the middle. What a nice way to put it. Revenge? Isn't that what you're here for? With that, Lin Xian held the Lone Star Sword in his hand. Lone Star Sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the sword in Lin Xian's hand. Greed filled their eyes. The eyes of Guangzhan and the guardian elder from the Yin family shone brightly. As long as they killed the thief in front of them, the Lone Star Sword would be theirs. Brat, you are quite self-aware. The Yin clan elder sneered. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Lone Star Sword, and I might let you live. You better hand the Lone Star Sword over to us. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. On the golden boat, Berserker also said coldly, You want the Lone Star Sword? It's simple, but there's one problem. There's only one Lone Star Sword. Who should I give it to? Lin Xian said indifferently as he fiddled with the sword in his hand. Humph, don't try to sow discord between us. Elder Zhang sneered, Brother Mad Warrior. Why don't the two of us work together and kill this little bastard first? Then we can talk about the Lone Star Sword. All right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Berserker took a step forward, his eyes cold as he stared at the figure in front of him. On the other side, the elder of the Yin family floated in the air like a ghost. His body was surrounded by a purple aura, which was very frightening. The crowd below exclaimed. No one would be able to block the attacks of two peak second-level honorable martial artists. Even an ordinary third-level honorable martial artist would be killed. The elder of the Yin family sneered, Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How stupid. Why are you still talking to him? Just kill him. Berserker roared as well. He was like a giant, his steps causing the air to tremble. The two of them were too strong. Even Lin Xian's expression turned serious. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them. However, not long ago, his blood sword inheritance had broken through to the third level, and his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had also mastered a new martial art, the Blood Shadow Doppelganger attack. If he took them by surprise, he might be able to kill the two of them. With that thought, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star Sword in his hand. This time, he had to treat it seriously. You still dare to resist? You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the elder of the Yin family sneered. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant. If such a person dared to fight with him, he had no chance of winning. With a cold snort, the elder of the Yin family waved his palm lightly. Suddenly, a purple ball of light appeared in the air. It carried a sinister and terrifying energy as it surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star Sword and gently slashed at the air. In the next moment, the terrifying purple ball of light in the air cracked in half. It was as easy as cutting tofu. Seeing this, the elder of the Yin family's eyes shone with a terrifying light. As expected of a half-Earth-class treasure, it was so sharp. He was too excited. The sharpness of the Lone Star Sword was beyond his imagination. A casual slash could break his normal attack. If he could get it, his combat strength would definitely increase by several times. Thinking of this, the elder of the Yin family's eyes were filled with greed. He roared and charged towards Lin Xian like a ghost. On the other side, Crazy Warrior also shouted coldly. His violent fist was mixed with unparalleled power as he charged forward. Boom! With a punch, the space in front of him quickly cracked open. The spiritual chi was sucked dry in an instant. The surging and vast power instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The power was too terrifying. An ordinary second-level supremacy would not be able to withstand such a casual punch. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The red lotus armor quickly appeared on his body. At the same time, He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and quickly slashed out countless sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The air trembled slightly. The entire sky seemed to be about to explode as a terrifying and vast energy swept out in all directions. At the same time, the elder of the Yin family arrived in front of Lin Xian. He waved his purple ghost claw as if he wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He activated the Red Lotus armor to the maximum. A huge shadow of the Red Lotus armor formed on his body and blocked all the attacks. Bang! Bang! When the attacks collided with the Red Lotus armor, the shockwaves shook the sky and forced Lin Xian to retreat. However, he did not suffer any substantial damage. He can withstand the attacks. The elder of the Yin family was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a protective defense. What an unexpected surprise. I will capture you later and take your soul. I must get my hands on this defensive skill. The elder of the Yin family sneered. He realized that Lin Xian was full of treasures. He could not let go of such a person. If you want the Lone Star sword, exchange it with your lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly swung the Lone Star sword and slashed at the two of them. The sword chi, which was almost 100 feet long, was extremely sharp. It split the entire sky open. How terrifying! The surrounding people looked at the sky in shock. They were so far away, but they could not withstand the sword chi. It was as if they were about to be split open. One could imagine how terrifying a half-Earth rank treasure was. However, the two of them were not to be outdone. Although the sword chi was terrifying, they retaliated with all their might. Clang! Chapter 836. The battle axe shone with a golden light like a mountain, causing the entire void to tremble. In the next moment, it struck the sword chi, creating a series of sparks. Terrifying divine power spread out in all directions. The golden battle axe was smooth and shone with a golden light. Inscriptions quickly swam on it, blocking the Lone Star sword chi. At the same time, the Yin family guardian elder's purple ghost claw slapped over, instantly tearing the air around Lin Xian. It was like a piece of cloth, torn beyond recognition. Boom! Lin Xian swung his fists to counter the attack. Red flames danced, forming a terrifying flame fist to resist the purple ghost claw. Even so, he was still sent flying. The force was too strong, as expected of a peak level 2 martial artist. However, the moment he retreated, he quickly slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword chi merged into the void, forming a killing move that slashed forward. This sword chi merged with the concept of wind. It was extremely strange. It instantly merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Yin family guardian elder, slashing down quickly. The Yin family guardian elder's pupils shrank. He was shocked. He did not expect this sword to be so strange. In a panic, he moved horizontally, leaving behind a purple afterimage. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, forming a purple shield in front of him. Boom! The two collided, creating a shocking sound. The purple shield was extremely mysterious. It actually blocked most of the sword chi. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too sharp. Furthermore, it was activated by a half-Earth grade treasure. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, the remaining sword chi rushed out and left a terrifying wound on the Yin family guardian elder's body. The elder of the Yin family let out a blood-curdling scream as he quickly retreated 100 feet. He stared at Lin Xian with an extremely venomous gaze. He was not a body-tempering martial artist. Therefore, even though his cultivation was at the peak of level 2, he could not block such a terrifying sword chi. In addition, the sword chi just now was too strange. Therefore, it injured him directly. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The Yin family's guardian elder had a ferocious look on his face. Like a demon king, he glared at Lin Xian. The surrounding martial artists trembled in disbelief. They never thought that Lin Xian would be able to injure the Yin family's guardian elder so quickly. The Yin family elder's face was ferocious as purple energy surrounded his body. In the next moment, his head full of white hair quickly turned purple, making him look incomparably demonic. Lin Xian let out a long whistle and quickly unleashed the great dragon sword soul. Facing two powerful opponents, he had no choice but to go all out. Especially the other person, whose strength was incomparably strong, causing him to be extremely wary. Boom! The skies trembled as the void tore apart. A gigantic golden axe light that was 100 feet long slashed down rapidly. This axe light was too terrifying, causing the ground below to crack. Countless buildings were turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Golden light flashed, invincible, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. "Die, brat!" A terrifying and ferocious voice rang out. The golden axe light tore apart the sky, and the terrifying power was like a vast ocean, extremely turbulent. However, this shocking axe light was blocked by Lin Xian's Lone Star Sword. There was a violent collision in the void, and a dazzling screen of light flew in all directions like fireworks. Seeing that his attack did not hit, Berserker roared. Golden light flashed on his body, forming a huge golden giant. He held the sky-splitting axe and slashed forward. He slashed out 18 times in a row, and divine light flashed in the sky. Every attack was like a shocking lightning bolt, forming a terrifying scene that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the Yin family elder rushed over again. His head of purple hair was extremely ferocious, and his arms had become thick like two huge ghost claws that slapped down quickly. The terrifying power was vast. It was like two purple mountains that rampaged through the void, incomparably heavy. Their attacks were extremely terrifying, and even a third-rank honorable realm expert could not resist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had a battle plan in his mind, so he did not resist too much. Instead, he allowed the two huge attacks to hit him. Rumble. Blazing light flashed, and the two attacks enveloped him. A shocking explosion occurred, and a terrifying light covered the entire sky. Lin Xian used an Earth-class movement technique and dodged quickly. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body shone brightly and blocked most of the attacks. In the next moment, he used a spell to condense a blood-colored clone and handed the Lone Star Sword to it. He condensed a blood-colored slaughter sword and held it in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the blood-colored clone disappeared into the void. Ha 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 ha! Thief! Let's see how you escape. The Yin family elder's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. This attack was launched by him and Berserker together. That thief would definitely not be able to resist it. The surrounding people were shocked and kept shaking their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the back of the huge beast, the Yin family disciples sneered. Provoking the Yin family would definitely not be able to escape death. Berserker held the giant axe with a serious expression. He did not let his guard down because even if Lin Xian died, the following battle would be even more terrifying. That was because it concerned the ownership of the Lone Star Sword. Kid, of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have offended the Yin family. The guardian elder sneered and walked forward step by step. However, in the next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared beside him. With a flash of sword radiance, it quickly slashed down. What? The guardian elder's expression changed drastically and his pupils constricted. He did not expect that someone else would attack. With a roar, he activated his spiritual energy and dodged quickly. That sword radiance made him shudder, and he did not dare to take it head-on. Even so, he was still one step too late. With a scream, the Yin family elder's entire right arm turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the sky. Half of his body was torn apart and almost split in half. After the successful attack, the blood-colored figure turned into a ray of light and quickly retreated. Kid, I'll kill you. The Yin family elder roared ferociously like an injured beast. He swore that he would torture Lin Xian to death. A terrifying claw covered the sky and quickly grabbed forward. He could see that the blood-colored radiance was the Lone Star Sword. He had to get the Lone Star Sword and torture that despicable bastard to death. In the next moment, in the violent energy wave in front of him, a shocking blood-colored sword radiance lit up and quickly split everything in half. Lin Xian was like a sword. He used the illusory demon steps and grabbed the Lone Star Sword. Flying Star Sword. Kill him while he's down. Since he had severely injured the guardian elder of the Yin family, Lin Xian did not plan to let him leave alive. Therefore, he used a powerful killing move right from the start. A cold light condensed in the sky. Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword and disappeared like a meteor. In the next moment, the Yin family elder screamed again. Half of his chest had a bloody hole. It was terrifying. If it were not for his powerful strength, he would have died by now. Chapter 837. The elder of the Yin family roared. He did not expect that he would be severely injured in an instant. Moreover, the person who injured him was someone that he had always regarded as an aunt. At this moment, countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. They could not believe what had just happened. The disciples of the Yin family cried out in fear. They did not expect that the guardian elder that they were so proud of would be severely injured and almost die. They could not accept it. "Thief, I will kill you." Countless disciples of the Yin family roared. "Let's see who will kill who today." Lin Xian sneered. He waved his sleeve and released the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle roared as it appeared. It spread its wings and formed a pair of golden wings that were hundreds of feet long. Every feather was shining with a golden light. It was like a sword light that was extremely sharp. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot into the sky and turned into divine swords that fell down. 108,000 swords. In an instant, countless rays of sword light whistled and enveloped the hundreds of disciples of the Yin family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword light tore through the void. Countless martial artists of the Yin family screamed as they were pierced by the golden divine swords. Their blood dyed the sky red. Their screams were like the cries of ghosts. Massacre. This was a naked massacre. The golden-feathered divine eagle was extremely powerful. Even a second-rank honorable was no match for it. Among the disciples of the Yin family, other than a few powerful honorables, the other ordinary martial artists were no match for it. Seeing those martial artists die, the guardian elder of the Yin family roared ferociously. His body emitted a terrifying aura like a demon as he let out a sharp cry. "Kid, I will kill you." His eyes were filled with killing intent and unwillingness. "If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." Lin Xian's voice was cold. If he did not kill these people, he would be killed by them. Therefore, this battle had to end with blood. The elder of the Yin family roared ferociously. However, he was powerless. He was already severely injured and was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, he looked at Quang Zhan. "Quang Zhan, city lord, kill him." The guardian elder of the Yin family shouted. "This bastard is too despicable." Not only did he kill the disciples of the Yin family, he also killed the geniuses of the Golden Palace. Such a person must be eliminated. Seeing Mad Warrior's silence, Yin clan's first elder clenched his teeth and said, "As long as Brother Mad Warrior makes a move, I'll give up the Lone Star Sword." "Himph, a piece of trash like you wants the Lone Star Sword?" Mad Warrior snorted and stared coldly at the Yin family protector elder. "What did you say?" Hearing the other party call him trash, the Yin clan's law protector elder flew into a rage. He had never been humiliated like this before, even if the other party was the deputy city lord of the Great Axe City. "Am I wrong? A second-type venerable one was severely injured by a little thief. How dare someone like you covet the Lone Star Sword? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "You." The Yin clan elder was so angry that he was trembling. The wound that had been sealed opened again, and blood spurted out. Good. My Yin clan will remember this enmity and will definitely return it in the future." The Yin clan's law protector elder's eyes were gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, he knew that he could not stay any longer today. He had to leave quickly and ask the clan to send another master. "Are you threatening me?" Mad Warrior was furious. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. The golden axe in his hand quickly slashed out like a mountain, smashing towards the Yin clan's elder. The Yin clan's elder was shocked. He did not expect Mad Warrior to attack him. In an instant, His face was filled with fear and anger. He channeled all his remaining spiritual power, wanting to escape. However, the axe was too violent and sudden. It completely covered all directions, and he could not escape at all. Bang! A low sound was heard. The Yin clan's elder was hit by the heavenly axe. He immediately screamed, and his body was split in half. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Mad Warrior killed the Yin clan's law protector elder? This was too shocking. Was he not afraid of causing a war between the two clans? At this moment, the surviving warriors of the Yin clan were stunned when they saw this scene. They were so stunned that they even forgot to escape. This change was too sudden. Their law protector elder was killed by someone, and the one who did it was Mad Warrior. Why? Why? The middle-aged man from the Yin clan roared at the sky, filled with sorrow and confusion. Aren't you afraid that the Yin clan will start a war with the huge Axe City? Let's start a war then. Do you think the huge Axe City is afraid of the Yin clan? Mad Warrior sneered. You are too naive. Do you think that if I don't kill him, he won't kill me? In front of the Lone Star Sword, everyone is an enemy. Anyway, this old man is already crippled. It's good to get rid of him and have one less potential enemy. Isn't it better? As for the Yin clan, when I get the Lone Star Sword, do you think I will be afraid of you? Mad Warrior had thought of everything. This was not a reckless attack, but a meticulous plan. You. The middle-aged man was furious. The Yin clan will not let you go. Let's go. He waved his hand and wanted to leave with the remaining dozen people. You want to leave? Stay here. Mad Warrior roared and stepped out. Golden light bloomed from his body and quickly condensed into a golden giant that was 100 feet tall. Then, the golden giant slapped down. The huge golden palm covered the sky and quickly enveloped the dozen Yin clan martial artists. No, I can't accept this. The middle-aged man roared at the sky, full of unwillingness. He did not expect the huge Axe City to backstab him this time. Even the Yin clan's team was wiped out. The merciless palm fell and crushed the dozen Yin clan martial artists into a bloody mist. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. They did not expect this scene at all. On the Golden Boat, the huge Axe City martial artists looked cold. No matter what Mad Warrior did, they would obey him unconditionally. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, "What's there to be shocked about? It's just a dog biting another dog. How dare you? How dare you insult our deputy city master? You are courting death." When the huge Axe City martial artists heard Lin Xian's voice, they were furious and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Courting death? Lin Xian sneered. If I don't say it, will you let me go? Whether you say it or not, I won't let you go. Mad Warrior's voice was cold. However, you should know that there are many ways to die. One of them is to make you wish you were dead. So watch your mouth. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Miserable state? Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think you are an idiot? Both of you couldn't take me down. Now that one is dead. Do you think you can take me down? I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength. Mad Warrior said coldly. When I use my full strength, you can't escape death. Is that so? I look forward to it. Chapter 838. At the same time, the Huang clan, Long clan, and others rushed over. This time, they were determined to kill Lin Xian. Soon, the entire sky was bustling with activity. Countless forces rushed over, crowding the sky so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. The Lone Star Sword is not something you can take. Hand it over quickly and I'll spare your life. Countless cold shouts rang out. These people's target was the Lone Star Sword. In an instant, Lin Xian became the target of everyone's attention. At this moment, the sky trembled and another group of people rushed over. However, when the crowd saw these people, they were stunned for a moment. This group of people was very small, only about 20 people. However, they were extremely powerful and no one dared to stop them. Wherever they passed, the crowd would make way for them. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the newcomer. The Wanxiang auction. What are they doing here? Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not think that the Wanxiang auction would stand up for him at this moment. One had to know that until now, these people had been blinded by the flames of desire and would not stop at all. No matter how powerful the Wanxiang auction was, they could not suppress so many forces at the same time. Furthermore, Lin Xian did not believe that the Wanxiang auction would be so stupid as to offend so many forces for him. Therefore, the Wanxiang auction's appearance was very strange. More than 20 martial artists from the Wanxiang auction entered. The one in front was the beautiful lady in palace attire. Beside her was a middle-aged man in purple with a pale face and no beard. This middle-aged man was the martial artist who had visited Lin Xian's courtyard previously. Young hero Lin, how have you been? I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. The middle-aged man in purple chuckled. According to the current situation, young hero Lin's situation does not seem to be very good. Have you thought about what I said? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and their expressions changed. The various forces looked at each other with serious expressions. Little did they know that Lin Xian was secretly in contact with the Wanxiang auction. The purple-clothed middle-aged man smiled again and said, "My conditions are still valid. As long as young hero Lin Xian joins us, the Vientiane auction house will guarantee your safety." What? The Wanxiang auction actually wanted to protect Lin Xian? What's going on? Countless people were shocked, not daring to believe this. One had to know that Lin Xian was currently the target of public criticism. He had offended more than one faction. It was unwise for the Wanxiang auction to make a move now. Even if Lin Xian was exceptionally talented, powerful, and a good martial arts seedling, it was not worth taking such a big risk. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. There must be a reason for this abnormal situation. Since the Wanxiang auction house had put in so much effort, it would not be so easy for them to take him in. What exactly were they plotting? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Although his talent was unparalleled and his combat strength was extremely strong, the world was vast and there were countless geniuses. The Wanxiang auction house would not offend so many people for him. Therefore, if the other party simply wanted him to join them, Lin Xian didn't believe it at all. What was left was the most important item in his possession, the Lone Star Sword. However, this item was originally auctioned off at the Wanxiang auction house. If the other party wanted it, they could have just not auctioned it off and kept it for themselves. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't figure out what the other party was plotting. Young man, although these people look calm, their eyes hide a deep greed. They are definitely plotting something from you. The dark red dragon also transmitted his voice at this moment. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he saw more things than Lin Xian. Although the other party appeared calm, the greed that came from the depths of their bodies couldn't escape the dark red dragon's eyes. Lin Xian nodded slightly and became cautious. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "If you are sincere, then let these people leave now. We can talk in private." Although the Wanxiang auction house was selfish, Lin Xian could totally use them to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Lin Xian wanted to use the Wanxiang auction house to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's face froze and he frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such an offer. This was clearly to sow discord between the Wanxiang auction house and the other forces. If they didn't get what they wanted, they would have already started a war with countless other forces. How could they do such a thing? At least, the purple-robed man couldn't make the decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful woman in palace attire in front of him. The beautiful woman in palace attire was called Shangguan Xian. She held a very high position in the Wanxiang auction house and was also the commander of this operation. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she smiled faintly and said, "Why do we need to let these people leave? As long as young hero Lin comes to our side and leaves with us, I guarantee that none of these people will dare to do anything. This is the wilderness. It's not the place to talk. Young hero Lin, why don't you come back with us to the Wanxiang auction house and we can discuss this in detail?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was shocked. This woman's words were even more targeted. It seemed like she really wanted Lin Xian to follow them back to the Wanxiang auction house. If this was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this critical moment, this was too abnormal. After all, Lin Xian was the target of countless people. Now, the Wanxiang auction house wanted to invite Lin Xian to join them. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they wanted to surround Lin Xian without shedding a single drop of blood. After all, the Wanxiang auction house was the headquarters of these people. Their forces were definitely strong. If Lin Xian went in, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. It would be impossible for him to come out. Not only was Lin Xian shocked, but the people from the other forces were also shocked. They came here to capture Lin Xian, not to watch the Wanxiang auction house take him away. The Huang and Lung families didn't dare to say anything, but the giant Axe City wasn't afraid of the Wanxiang auction house at all. Among them, Huang Zhan snorted and said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Do you want to fight with us for the Lone Star Sword?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They were all shocked. Yes, at this critical moment, the Wanxiang auction house took action. Was it really for the Lone Star Sword? But that shouldn't be the case. They were the ones who released the Lone Star Sword. Why would they take it back now? Seeing the doubts of the crowd, Shangguan Xian snorted coldly. "My Wanxiang auction house's actions are not for you to tell us what to do." She was very strong. Even when faced with the doubts of so many forces, she wasn't afraid. Young hero Lin, quickly make a decision. "We can't stay here for long," Shangguan Xian said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that he had to make a decision now. He could either temporarily ally with the Wanxiang auction house and leave this place, or immediately start a war. Chapter 839. However, Lin Xian had already received a hint from the dark red godly dragon. He would not be so stupid as to directly approach the other party. He used the blood shadow doppelganger technique and used the heaven-changing spell to quickly form an identical doppelganger. Subsequently, he pulled out the Star Scar sword and quickly wrapped it up, turning it into the appearance of the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian took the Lone Star Sword and used the heaven-changing spell to carefully hide on the side. This move was extremely fast. Lin Xian had used almost all of his strength to complete it. With the help of the dark red godly dragon, he had successfully concealed himself from everyone. His real body was hidden in the air, without any aura, as if it did not exist. Even a third-layer venerable would not be able to discover it. The blood shadow doppelganger that he had formed slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction. Lin Xian had hidden himself very well. No one had discovered anything strange. Instead, when the other parties saw that Lin Xian was approaching the auction, they all became anxious. The angriest party was the huge Axe City, especially Mad Warrior. He had finally killed a powerful opponent, the Yin family's law protector elder, and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword for himself. However, he did not expect so many people to come. Moreover, what was even more despicable was that the Wanxiang auction wanted to take away his target. How could he tolerate this? At the same time, on the gold boat, a 30-something-year-old youth shouted coldly, "Leave the Lone Star Sword behind?" In the next moment, his body shot out like a ghost, quickly grabbing towards the front. A huge palm appeared, like a golden skeleton hand, quickly grabbing towards Lin Xian. Humph! On the Wanxiang auction side, the purple-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly and also punched out. A bright light flashed and collided with the golden skeleton hand, creating a rumbling sound. Then, the two energies dissipated in the sky. "Sir, what do you mean by attacking our Wanxiang auction's guest?" The purple-robed middle-aged man said coldly. "What do I mean? Get lost." Mad Warrior was enraged. He took a step forward, and his aura surged like an ancient beast. Just his aura alone was enough to push the purple-robed middle-aged man back. The purple-robed middle-aged man retreated, cracking the void. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Huang Zhan was extremely furious. He held the golden battle axe in his hand and swung it down. The terrifying axe light enveloped all the martial artists in the Wanxiang auction house. In an instant, the 20 or so people from the Wanxiang auction held their breaths as their scalps went numb. The other party's attacks were too terrifying, making them unable to resist at all. Fortunately, they still had the woman in the palace dress. Shangguan Xian coldly snorted. She raised her jade-like hands and quickly slapped out. This palm carried a very mysterious charm and a mysterious power as it blocked the golden battle axe. In the void, Lin Xian's real body was hidden. When he saw this scene, he immediately narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the woman in the palace dress was also a peerless expert. It seemed like the Wanxiang auction's strength was not to be underestimated. After blocking the golden battle axe with a single strike, Shangguan Xian's cold voice rang out. Although the Great Axe Prefecture is powerful, the Vientiane auction house is not afraid of you. If you continue to cause trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite. You can take him away, but you must leave the Lone Star Sword behind. Huang Zhan made a concession. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to start a war with the Wanxiang auction house. As for this, we can't make the decision. Of course, we have to ask young hero Lin. Shangguan Xian smiled sweetly. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Xian again. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone had also arrived in front of the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing the figure close by, the purple-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with greed, but he quickly hid it. Shangguan Xian smiled and said, "Young hero Lin, don't worry. Your decision will definitely not be wrong." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out with lightning speed. Her jade-like hands were like white lightning, extremely fast. She grabbed the drum core sword on Lin Xian's back. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she snatched the Lone Star Sword. Ahahaha! Shangguan Xian laughed complacently as she let out a silver chime. The purple-clothed middle-aged man behind her and the other Wanxiang auction house martial artists also laughed heartily. They could easily get the Lone Star Sword, which others could not get even after trying so hard. There was nothing happier than this. This scene shocked everyone. Countless people were dumbfounded and their minds went blank. What kind of show is the Wanxiang auction house playing? Is their goal really the Lone Star Sword? You guys? Lin Xian's clone also pretended to be shocked and asked in shock, "What are you doing?" "What are we doing?" Shangguan Xian smiled. "Young hero, don't worry. I think the Lone Star Sword is very dangerous. Why don't you keep it with me for the time being?" She played with the Lone Star Sword and said casually. She did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian, who was far away in the sky, laughed coldly in his heart. As expected, they are up to no good. They are eyeing the Lone Star Sword. Although he did not know why they would go back on their words and snatch the Lone Star Sword at this moment, Lin Xian had no doubt that the Wanxiang auction house had been blacklisted. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to take action. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was curious to see the expressions of the people at the Wanxiang auction house when they found out that the Lone Star Sword was fake. The expressions of the other factions changed greatly as well. They stared at Shangguan Xian, or more accurately, the Lone Star Sword in her hand. The Wanxiang auction house's actions were too abnormal. If they wanted the Lone Star Sword, they would not have auctioned it. Why would they snatch it now? Are they just trying to earn 1 billion middle spiritual stones? The crowd could not understand. Although 1 billion middle spiritual stones was a huge sum, it was not enough for the Wanxiang auction house to snatch it without caring about their reputation. The most important thing for an auction house was its reputation. Without a good reputation, it would not be able to do anything, let alone go back on their words and snatch something that had already been sold. This was definitely a taboo for an auction house. Yet, the Wanxiang auction house was doing something like this. Are they crazy? I thought you guys were really after the talent. It turns out that you guys are also after the Lone Star Sword. Crazy Warrior laughed coldly. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. He was furious. He was so close to getting the Lone Star Sword. However, it was now in the hands of the people at the Wanxiang auction house. It would be much harder to snatch it from them than to snatch it from Lin Xian. Shangguan Xian laughed coldly when she saw the surrounding people staring at her. I know that this young hero Lin has a grudge against most of you. How about this? We'll take the Lone Star Sword. As for this young hero Lin, I'll leave him to you guys. If you have grievances, take revenge. If you have grievances, take revenge. Vent the anger in your hearts, okay? She was smiling, but her words were vicious. She did not care about Lin Xian's life at all. Chapter 840. Huang Zhan snorted coldly and took a step forward. Golden light shone from his body and quickly formed 100 feet tall golden giant. A terrifying aura covered the area, making it hard for the crowd to breathe. Shangguan Xian's face turned cold. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Huang Zhan, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you think that the Lone Star Sword is something that only the Wanxiang auction wants? I advise you to stop now and stop interfering in this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. At that time, even the entire Golden Palace won't be able to bear it, let alone the giant Axe City." Shangguan Xian's cold voice resounded in the area. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Shangguan Xian's words sounded like a warning, but there was a lot of information in it. At least, it revealed that the Lone Star Sword wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction wanted. It seemed like they were ordered to take it by force. As for who could order the powerful Wanxiang auction, a name suddenly appeared in the crowd's mind. Could it be him? Thinking of that person, countless people gasped and their bodies trembled. Even the surrounding forces were fearless. Huang Zhan frowned. He naturally guessed the force behind the Wanxiang auction. However, he couldn't care less now. He had to get the Lone Star Sword. He snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and an aura that looked down on the world. The giant golden giant on his body held the golden battle axe and slashed down. "Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Shangguan Xian snorted and quickly waved the Lone Star Sword in her hand, striking out a dazzling sword shadow. The sword chi swept out, making people's hearts beat faster. It quickly collided with the golden battle axe. In an instant, countless sword chi shattered and was split into two by the golden battle axe. "What? This is impossible." Shangguan Xian's face changed drastically. She couldn't understand how the other party could break her sword chi. One should know that the sword in her hand was a half-Earth-rank treasure. She gritted her teeth and a trace of anger appeared on her face. She quickly waved her hand, and the Lone Star Sword in her hand instantly became 100-feet-long giant sword. She waved the giant sword and slashed at the golden battle axe in the air. "Die," she sneered. With the power of a half-Earth-rank treasure and her strength, this sword could definitely split the golden battle axe in half. Ka-ka, the sound of metal tearing could be heard. However, what was broken was not the heavenly axe. Instead, it was the enormous solitary star sword. "What? How is this possible?" Shangguan Xian was stunned. Her face was filled with shock. She did not believe that the dignified solitary star sword, a half-Earth-rank treasure, would actually shatter like this. The others were also stupefied. They stared blankly at the sky, not daring to believe it. The legendary half-Earth step treasure was broken just like that? Could it be the next moment? An idea suddenly arose in his mind. No, this is not true. Shangguan Xian shook his head. However, before she could finish her thought, a terrifying murderous aura came from the left side of her body, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Humph! With a cold snort, Shangguan Xian's body moved horizontally. Like a ghost, he quickly disappeared from his original spot. "Lin Xian, you're courting death." When Shangguan Xian saw that the one who launched the sneak attack was actually Lin Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. An ant-like existence actually dared to sneak attack her? He was really courting death. In the next moment, she threw out her palm and launched a terrifying attack. She wanted to kill Lin Xian with her palm. However, Lin Xian's doppelganger revealed a sinister smile. His body glowed with blood-red light, and a shocking blood-red murderous aura was released from his body, shrouding all the martial artists who were looking at the auction. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. Countless rays of blood-red light burst, and a terrifying explosion occurred. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, smashing a terrifying black hole in the void. The crowd was terrified and quickly retreated. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. The change in the scene was too strange. They could not understand it at all. The blood-red light dissipated, and the sky became clear again. However, More than 10 people from the Vientiane auction had completely disappeared from the void, leaving not even ashes behind. The remaining few martial artists were also injured all over, and all of them were screaming in pain. Even the middle-aged man in the purple robe had one of his arms blown off. Blood flowed from his body, and he looked extremely miserable. The only one who was not injured was Shang Wanxian. However, her face was extremely gloomy at the moment. Lin Xian, I will definitely kill you. If she still could not understand what was going on, then she could just go and die. This was a trap set up by Lin Xian. That Lin Xian was not the real Lin Xian, and the Lone Star Sword was fake. All of this was an illusion created by Lin Xian. She was a peak second heaven martial highness expert and the person in charge of the Vientiane auction. How could she be fooled by a young brat? Thinking of this, her heart went crazy and was filled with hatred. The funny thing was that she did not think that if they had not set up Lin Xian and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword, how could they have fallen into his trap? If they had not been so vicious to snatch the Lone Star Sword and leave Lin Xian behind without caring about his death, why would Lin Xian attack them? Therefore, the Vientiane auction had brought all of this upon themselves. The others were shocked too. They did not expect the powerful Vientiane auction to be set up by someone else. Quang Zhan burst out laughing, his eyes filled with disdain. The Vientiane auction really deserved it. If you had not set up such a trap, how could you have ended up like this? What you did is called reaping what you sowed. You only have yourself to blame. Quang Zhan burst out laughing. This was too satisfying. Although his target was also the Lone Star Sword, he still admired Lin Xian's actions. Humph! Shang Wanxian harumphed coldly. Her eyes were like lightning as she quickly scanned her surroundings. Following this, she clenched her teeth and said, Lin Xian, you better come out and hand over the Lone Star Sword. If not, there will be no way for you to live. Is that so? Are you threatening me? A calm voice was heard. You can think of it that way. I advise you to be smart, or else you will end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian burst out laughing as his faint voice was heard once again. Many people are threatening me. Who do you think you are? His voice was filled with disdain and disdain. He did not take the Vientiane auction seriously at all. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, then relieved. Indeed, the current Lin Xian was the arrogant and unruly young man they knew. It seemed like the alliance with the auction was only a temporary measure. Don't be so arrogant. You killed so many people from the Vientiane auction. I will tear you to pieces. Shang Wanxian's voice was cold. She waved her jade-like hands and shot out rays of light that spread out in all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed as a terrifying palm shadow covered the entire sky. In order to kill Lin Xian, the first step was to find Lin Xian. The terrifying energy was vast, and it swept across the entire sky like a wave. Don't waste your energy. Aren't you just trying to find me? Lin Xian sneered. The air rippled as Lin Xian stepped out and revealed himself. I'm right here. Do it if you can. Although he was laughing, his voice was unusually cold. Indeed, he was filled with killing intent towards the Vientiane auction. They had such evil intentions. They wanted to steal his Lone Star Sword and kill him. Chapter 841. You still dare to come out? You're courting death. When Shang Wanxian saw Lin Xian, she immediately laughed sinisterly. As long as he appeared, she had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Shang Wanxian quickly attacked. A huge hand covered the sky. It was as white as jade and surrounded by multicolored light, emitting a terrifying aura. The palm slammed down and enveloped the opponent. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped and turned into chaos. Everyone exclaimed. The palm was too terrifying. It was as vast as the sky. Lin Xian sneered. He held the Lone Star Sword in his hand and raised his combat strength to the extreme. He quickly swung his sword. A blood-red divine bird quickly flew out from the sword. On it, blood light flickered and blazing divine flames danced. Half of the sky was reflected red, as if it was a blood-red world. It carried a monstrous killing aura and a vast and terrifying flame aura. Boom! A terrifying sound resounded in all directions. The jade-like palm released a tsunami-like energy. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying everything. The divine bird formed by the sword chi was also incomparably fierce. It waved its beast claws and tore the space apart. This was a terrifying collision. Pure white light filled the vast world. The two resonated and emitted a destructive aura, shocking the surrounding martial artists. Bam, bam, bam. Both of them retreated as fast as lightning. Every step they took caused the void to explode. They retreated a few hundred feet before they stabilized their bodies. However, Shangguan Xian's heart was filled with shock. The other party was a first heaven honorable realm brat, but he was on par with her. Although the other party had a half-earth rank artifact, she still couldn't accept it. One had to know that she was in existence that could kill a third heaven honorable realm. With a cold snort, Shangguan Xian quickly summoned her martial soul. This time, she was going to attack with all her might and kill the other party. The void behind her fluctuated, revealing a piece of chaos. A jade-like palm stretched out from the chaos, emitting a pure white light. This is... Everyone below was shocked because the aura emitted by the palm was too terrifying. It made them tremble and even had the urge to kneel down. Even Quang Zhan's face was solemn. Mysterious jade hand. He didn't expect her to have such a martial soul. Quang Zhan's words were filled with fear. Brat, you should be proud that you made me use my martial spirit. Don't worry, after I get the Lone Star Sword, I'll torture you to death. Like a demoness, she laughed sinisterly before disappearing into thin air. With a flash of light, Shangguan Xian had already arrived before Lin Xian. His palm mercilessly slammed down, instantly shattering the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the illusory demon steps and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he also activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. A deep dragon's roar sounded from within his body. Then, a shocking sword will erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was like a reborn sword, swift and fierce to the extreme. With the Lone Star Sword in his hand, he was like a god of death. Tens of thousands of sword rays burst forth from his body, and they were extremely dazzling. Kill. With a furious roar, Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi was as black as ink, like an abyss. It carried with it the power of death. It was incomparably turbulent and swept towards Shangguan Xian. Sword of Nirvana. Shangguan Xian frowned. Her pure white palm was like a jade mountain. It quickly descended, wanting to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Behind her, the mysterious white palm was covered with strange patterns that flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! The two collided. The terrifying energy was like a flood that surged into the sky, vast and mighty. The Sword of Nirvana was incomparably black. It crazily devoured all the vitality and energy, wanting to completely destroy the mysterious jade hand. The mysterious jade hand was incomparably white, like white jade, emitting a terrifying energy. Shangguan Xian was very confident. Her martial spirit was indestructible and invincible. With a furious roar, she injected all her spirit energy into the mysterious jade hand. Then, the entire mysterious jade hand erupted with a dazzling light, like a bright moon. It quickly attacked and shattered the Sword of Nirvana. Haha! My mysterious jade hand is incomparably profound. It's not something you can resist. Now, die. Shangguan Xian laughed sinisterly. However, she had still underestimated the power of the Sword of Nirvana. Although the sword chi was shattered, the power of Nirvana did not disappear. Instead, it formed a black mist that enveloped Shangguan Xian's body. Waves of power that seemed to come from hell crazily absorbed her vitality. What? What is this? Shangguan Xian was alarmed. Her expression changed drastically, and she was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. She could clearly feel that the vitality and spirit energy in her body were rapidly draining away, like a withered flower that would soon wither. Her expression changed drastically. Like a frightened rabbit, she instantly retreated 100 feet. Then, she pushed her spirit energy with all her might and poured it into the mysterious jade hand. She struck out with a dazzling palm shadow, causing the entire sky to fall into chaos. Only then was she able to resist the power of death. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had only swung his sword once. However, Shang Wanxian had used countless methods and even used her martial spirit to break through it. The difference in strength was immediately distinguished. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even suppress Shang Wanxian. Shang Wanxian was even more furious. Her expression was unsettled. She knew that she had underestimated her opponent's strength this time. It seemed that her plan had to be changed. Being suppressed by Lin Xian, Shang Wanxian was furious. However, she did not immediately make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered as she pondered. Since she could not deal with the other party by force, she could only think of other ways. After all, her main goal was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. No matter what method she used, she had to obtain it. Taking a deep breath, Shang Wanxian tried her best to control her emotions and said in a deep voice, "Lin Xian, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. It was indeed my fault for attacking you before. I apologize to you here." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shang Wanxian actually apologized. Everyone could not believe it and suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Xian also frowned slightly and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Shang Wanxian continued, "My goal is very simple. I want to take back the Lone Star Sword. No matter what the price is, as long as you say it, I will definitely be able to do it." Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, she hurriedly said, "How about this? I will return the 1 billion spiritual stones that you used to buy the Lone Star Sword. How about that?" "Impossible." Lin Xian shook his head and rejected her decisively. "Then what if I pay double the price?" Shang Wanxian said, "This time, it was indeed our Wanxiang auction's recklessness. I will pay 2 billion spiritual stones as an apology and redeem the Lone Star Sword. What do you think?" 2 billion. Everyone was shocked. This price had exceeded the price of the Lone Star Sword. Was the Wanxiang auction crazy? The surrounding martial artists were also suspicious. What was the other party trying to do? Chapter 842. At the thought of this, his heart trembled. No matter what, he had obtained the Lone Star Sword from the auction. Regardless of whether there was a secret behind it, he would not hand it over. "I have never heard of anyone redeeming an item that was auctioned off." Lin Xian shook his head and rejected. "If you want to fight, I will accompany you anytime. If you don't want to fight, then get lost." Seeing Lin Xian reject her twice, Shang Wanxian's face turned cold. She was so angry that she panted and her body trembled. "Lin Xian, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost or die." Lin Xian's reply was simple. "Just you wait. Soon, you will regret the decision you made today." Shang Wanxian said coldly. She then turned around and left with the rest of the martial artists. Leaving just like that? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the powerful Shang Wanxian to leave at this moment. The martial artists from the major forces looked at each other. However, they were not idiots. They had already guessed that there was something wrong with the Lone Star Sword. There might be some hidden secrets behind it. Otherwise, the Vientiane auction would not have made such a strange move. However, although the crowd was excited, no one dared to act rashly. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. He could even suppress Shang Wanxian. He was definitely terrifying. Other than a few experts, no one could capture him. "Do you want to fight?" Lin Xian looked around and said arrogantly. Many people felt their hearts tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. They felt as though they were being pierced. Especially the martial artists from the Huang and Long families, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian's strength had long exceeded their control. Of course, there were some who were not convinced. Although they could not defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, they could definitely kill him if they worked together. Therefore, some people secretly joined forces with 2 other forces and attacked together. In the end, dozens of martial artists were slashed into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword. No one survived. This scene made the others not dare to attack anymore. Madwar and the rest looked coldly at Lin Xian. At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. Ha 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 ha, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Kid, hand over the Lone Star sword and I'll let you live. This voice was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone was shocked as they gazed towards the sky. They wanted to know who it was that dared to boast like this. In the void, countless maple leaves drifted down, bringing with them a desolate mood. 6 women walked through the void with swords in their arms. In the middle of them was a red palanquin. That voice sounded from the palanquin. Hong Wuji. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed. They had long heard of Hong Wuji's name. Moreover, many of them had seen this domineering new year in Windy City. Who would have thought that even Hong Wuji was going to make a move? He was also a peerless genius. His combat strength was probably not inferior to Lin Xian's. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to it. With a flash of light, Hong Wuji stood in the void, looking down at Lin Xian. Brat, hand over the Lone Star sword and I'll spare your life. You want me to hand over my sword? Speak with your abilities. Lin Xian's gaze was firm as sword chi surrounded his body. Stubborn. Hong Wuji snorted coldly as he quickly drew out a sword. Stepping through the void, he slowly walked towards Lin Xian. With every step he took, the sword chi on his body became stronger. The sharp sword intent also became stronger. In the end, there were 6 streaks of sword chi beside him. They connected heaven and earth like heavenly pillars, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. They held their breaths as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes were filled with horror. This was definitely an incredible young man. Just with the 6 streaks of sword chi, he had already surpassed most second-level honorables. Such means were rare in the world. Another terrifying genius. I wonder who's stronger between him and Lin Xian? Everyone was discussing. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Lone Star sword and I'll spare your life. Hong Wuji's body was surrounded by sword chi as if he was a sword god. The Lone Star sword is in my hands. If you're capable, come and get it yourself. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand. His body also emitted a sharp sword light that swept through the 9 heavens like a cold wind. The 2 streaks of sword chi collided. The entire void crackled as if it could not withstand the force and would crack open at any time. In the next instant, both of them slashed out with their swords. Terrifying sword chi surged and finally collided with a dazzling light. Then, Hong Wuji's sword chi shattered. It could not resist at all. Damn it! Hong Wuji's eyes narrowed as his face darkened. He waved his arm and quickly slashed out several streaks of sword chi. They connected to form a sword net and barely blocked the other party's sword chi. You dare to be arrogant with such little ability? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Hmph, don't be so smug. You're just taking advantage of the Lone Star sword's light. Hong Wuji's voice was cold. Without the Lone Star sword, you're nothing. Behind him, the 6 maidservants were also mocking him. It's just a half Earth-class treasure. Anyone who gets it will have unparalleled combat strength. If my young master gets the Lone Star sword, he can kill you with one slash. Hong Wuji said in a low voice, Kid, do you dare to fight without the Lone Star sword? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave immediately. I'll never think about the Lone Star sword again. If you lose, you have to give the Lone Star sword to me. How about it? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It seemed that Hong Wuji could not defeat Lin Xian, who had the Lone Star sword. That was why he came up with this move. However, they were also looking forward to seeing who would be stronger without the half-Earth-class treasure. They knew that it was impossible. Lin Xian had the absolute advantage. How could he give up? Humph, coward. He definitely won't dare to give up the Lone Star sword to fight with my young master. Of course, without the Lone Star sword, he's just a piece of trash. How can he defeat our young master? The 6 maidservants mocked coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. No need to provoke me. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. Then, he put the Lone Star sword back into the scabbard on his back. He tapped his storage ring, and the Wind Shadow sword appeared in his hand. What? Lin Xian really gave up the Lone Star Sword? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to really agree to Hong Wuji's request. Isn't this guy a little too confident? Not necessarily. Even without the Lone Star Sword, Lin Xian is still very powerful. Don't forget that he has killed many second-level venerables before. Everyone had different opinions and quickly discussed. Upon seeing this, Hong Wuji burst out laughing. Well done, kid. You are indeed courageous. However, without the Lone Star Sword, you'll definitely lose. He let out a long roar, and the sword light on his body shone brightly. Sword chi flickered and surged out like a torrential flood. Chapter 843. Lin Xian looked calm as he waved his long sword. Streaks of fiery red sword chi surged out and turned into 3 golden crows that flew quickly. Flames surrounded the golden crows, and the terrifying heat distorted the void. The 3 golden crows streaked across the sky and rushed toward each other. Before the sword chi arrived, the terrifying heat had already evaporated the river. Rumble. The 2 swords clashed, and the entire sky trembled. Countless streaks of sword chi swept across the sky and wreaked havoc. Hong Wuji's sword chi was of the water attribute, while Lin Xian's sword chi was of the fire attribute. As the 2 opposing forces clashed, an intense confrontation took place. It was a competition of strength. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other. The flood surged into the sky, and the flames surged. The 2 forces shone brightly and devoured each other. The crowd was terrified. Such a battle was too terrifying. Even a second-layer honorable realm cultivator would be killed and turned into a bloody mist, as expected of a battle between geniuses. Although the 2 of them were young, their combat strength had already surpassed countless seniors. Boom! The 3 golden crows shone brightly like 3 suns and evaporated the river. Then, they flapped their wings and shattered the terrifying sword chi. Hong Wuji frowned and took a step back. How is this possible? His face turned ugly. His opponent's sword technique had surpassed his. Now that Lin Xian had put away his Lone Star Sword and was using a sword of the same grade as his, which meant that there was no external enhancement. However, he still could not withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. What did this mean? This meant that he could not defeat Lin Xian. At the thought of this, his face turned ugly. He let out a long roar, and the 6 swords behind him rushed out and floated around him. Behind him, the void floated, and a huge maple tree appeared. Its branches swayed like arms and grabbed the 6 swords. Kid, let's decide this in one move. Hong Wuji was furious. He summoned his martial soul and was ready to attack with all his might. If he could not defeat Lin Xian, he would lose face. The martial soul of the maple tree was like a tree man. It held the 6 swords and waved them quickly. Streaks of dazzling sword chi swept in all directions, forming a sword curtain that shrouded Lin Xian. Brat, release your martial spirit or die. I don't need to summon my martial spirit to deal with you. Lin Xian coldly snorted as he pushed the great dragon sword spirit with all his might. A terrifying sword chi surrounded his body. You're courting death. Hong Wuji sneered. He had already unleashed his full power. His power could even threaten a 3rd heaven venerated realm cultivator, but his opponent still hadn't summoned his martial soul. This was obviously an act of overconfidence and courting death. Since that was the case, he would make use of this opportunity to kill the other party and obtain the Lone Star Sword. As he thought of this, Hong Wuji tried even harder to activate his martial soul. Boundless sword chi joined together as a terrifying sword radiance lingered in the void, covering the heavens and the earth. He dares to be arrogant in front of my young master? That brat is dead meat. That's right. At this juncture, he still hasn't summoned his martial spirit. What an idiot. It's better for him to die. Humph. He doesn't deserve the Lone Star Sword. The 6 maids of Red Leaves Valley sneered. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. They couldn't understand where Lin Xian's confidence came from. How dare he not summon his martial spirit? Lin Xian's gaze was resolute as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Sword radiance flickered in his eyes as he roared and slashed out with his sword. Although he didn't summon the great dragon sword spirit, The sword contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit and was extremely sharp. Blood-colored sword chi surrounded the sword and formed a blood dragon. It roared ferociously as it charged forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the heavens and the earth lost its color. In the next instant, the sword screen formed by the six sword chi collided with the blood dragon. Boom! In an instant, the sword screen shattered and the blood dragon roared as it charged out. How is this possible? This is impossible. Hong Wuji retreated with a face full of shock as he spat out blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to break through his attack. What was worse was that his opponent didn't summon his martial spirit. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was extremely large. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Damn it! I don't believe it. Hong Wuji roared into the sky, his eyes filled with indignation. He was powerful and arrogant. He had never taken anyone of the same age as him seriously. When he fought with Lin Xian previously, he thought that Lin Xian was only able to contend with him because of the Lone Star Sword. But now, Lin Xian had put away the Lone Star Sword and was able to suppress him with his own strength. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above his, but he couldn't accept it. When he thought of what he had said previously, Hong Wuji felt his face burning. A slap in the face. This was a slap in the face. The six maidservants were also stunned. Their faces turned pale as they stood rooted to the ground. Their young master had actually been defeated, and he had been utterly defeated. The six maidservants couldn't believe it. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely one of the top geniuses of the younger generation. The crowd exclaimed. It was as if they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius. Impossible. Go to hell. Hong Wuji's hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes as he waved his sleeves and shot out 3 rays of scarlet light. They were 3 maple leaves that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were scarlet and contained terrifying power. Oh no, that was a forbidden weapon. If it exploded, it could kill a 3rd heaven honorable. Someone exclaimed and quickly fled. When the news spread, the entire sky was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled into the distance like locusts. The 3 maple leaves were like the hidden weapons of the Grim Reaper as they shot towards Lin Xian. Go to hell. Hong Wuji's face was hideous. He couldn't accept that someone was stronger than him. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His opponent was so vicious that he wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used his Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps. His speed was so fast that even a 3rd heaven honorable couldn't catch up with him. His body flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly dodged the attack range of the 3 forbidden weapons. Then, he slashed out one of them. The blood-red sword light turned into a dragon and rushed towards Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji's face changed drastically as he screamed in horror. Fear appeared in his eyes. Death. This was the feeling of death. He had never experienced such a feeling before. But now, he finally knew what fear was, and what fear was. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He was like his nemesis. Not only did he dodge the attack of the 3 forbidden weapons, but he also had the ability to kill him. No, I don't want to die. Hong Wuji tried his best to resist, but he couldn't withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. He could only let out a sorrowful cry and turn around to escape. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light had already enveloped him. Young master! The 6 maidservants screamed. They couldn't imagine how furious Red Leaf Valley would be if Hong Wuji died. Clang! Chapter 844. What? He was saved? Everyone was shocked. They thought that Hong Wuji was dead for sure, but they didn't expect a mysterious person to save him at the last moment. Lin Xian was also surprised. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. However, he didn't care. So what if Hong Wuji survived? He wasn't his match anyway. However, the mysterious person who saved him at the last moment did make him wary. He seemed to be at least a 3rd level venerable. Hong Wuji went from being arrogant to being defeated in a short period of time. The whole process happened very quickly. The proud son of heaven who had been the focus of everyone's attention had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, he had been defeated by Lin Xian. Suddenly, the scene became silent. Countless warriors looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. At this moment, Lin Xian also received a message from Yufei. Brother Xian, we found the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. It was auctioned off by the Huang family's great elder. Moreover, I heard that the Huang family's great elder wants to use this Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold to create a special inner armor. He hasn't found a blacksmith yet, so he won't make a move for the time being. Huang family. Lin Xian frowned and stared at the side of the sky. That was where the Huang family's forces were located. However, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move now. It seemed that he could only think of a way. However, he was relieved that the other party wouldn't use this precious metal for the time being. Since the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold were known, Lin Xian had no reason to stay. He had to return to the academy to prepare and come back to snatch the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. Anyway, he had a grudge with the Huang family, so he didn't need to explain anything. Lin Xian turned into a shooting star and moved quickly. He wanted to leave the Windy City. Seeing Lin Xian move, the surrounding people panicked. Although they were shocked by Lin Xian's strength, it didn't mean that they wanted to let Lin Xian leave. This was especially true for the people from the giant axe formation. Each and every one of them was glaring angrily. Crazy Warrior also roared and quickly condensed a 100-meter-tall golden giant. He waved his hand and grabbed forward. However, they had all underestimated Lin Xian's movement technique. His speed was even faster than that of a third heaven venerable realm cultivator, so all of their attacks missed their target. As for Lin Xian, he turned into a sword light and quickly left the Seeking Wind City. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the defensive array set up by the various forces in Wenfeng City was broken. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared into the horizon. After leaving Wenfeng City, Lin Xian summoned the golden feather divine eagle and let it fly while he sat cross-legged on its back and quickly recovered his strength. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes and adjusted his body to its peak state. At this moment, the dark red dragon swam out and said to Lin Xian, "Kid, let me take a look at the Lone Star Sword. Let me see if I can find out the secrets within." Lin Xian nodded and pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back and handed it to the dark red dragon. Before this, he had never doubted the Lone Star Sword. However, the Vientiane auction's actions were too strange. Everything showed that the Lone Star Sword was not as simple as it seemed. Therefore, the dark red dragon wanted to investigate it. With his eyesight, he should be able to find something strange. The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw and knocked on the Lone Star Sword to study it carefully. Suddenly, he raised his dragon claw and his body trembled. He exclaimed in a low voice, "No way." "What did you find?" Lin Xian asked. Looking at the dark red dragon's expression, he could not help but feel nervous. "This doesn't seem to be a half-Earth rank artifact." The dark red dragon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Not a half-Earth rank artifact? Then what is it?" Lin Xian's face fell. "Don't tell me it's just an ordinary spiritual artifact. Then my 1 billion spiritual stones would be wasted. What do you know?" The dark red dragon rolled his eyes angrily and snorted. "To be exact, this is not just a half-Earth rank artifact. Its value is 10 times higher than an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact." "Higher than a half-Earth rank artifact? What is that?" Lin Xian was shocked. He could not think of anything in this world that was so precious. Could it be an Earth rank artifact? If there was anything more precious than a half-Earth rank artifact, it would be an Earth rank artifact. However, an Earth rank artifact was extremely rare and powerful. Every Earth rank artifact had a mysterious power. This Lone Star Sword did not seem like one. "What you said is close, but not completely correct. This Lone Star Sword is indeed a fragment of an Earth rank artifact." "Fragment?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Yes, a fragment. Most of the Earth rank artifacts in this world have disappeared. Only fragments are scattered in the world. This Lone Star Sword is made from the fragments of an Earth rank treasure. Its power definitely surpasses that of an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact. It can even be said to be priceless." The dark red dragon continued to explain, Don't underestimate this fragment. It contains a mysterious power that countless martial artists want to obtain. I'm afraid that even King's laws would be tempted. After all, although it is a fragment, it still contains the law inscriptions of an Earth rank artifact. That is the most precious item. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He did not expect an Earth rank artifact fragment to be so precious. Moreover, he had such an item. No wonder the Wanxiang auction house went back on their word and mercilessly attacked. They wanted more Lone Star swords. They must have discovered the secret of the Lone Star sword. In the absence of an Earth rank artifact, this item was the best item in the world. Kid, you have two choices now. The first is to quickly throw away the Lone Star sword and leave this place. Otherwise, you might be hunted down by all the martial artists in the world. The second is to leave the Lone Star sword behind and fully comprehend the Earth rank artifact fragment inside. However, you will become the enemy of all the martial artists in the world. You better think carefully, the dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He knew that the Lone Star sword was a hot potato. Although the public did not know about it yet, he could not guarantee that the Wanxiang auction house would not spread the news. If the news that the Lone Star sword was an Earth rank artifact fragment got out, then he would become the enemy of the entire world. However, he was also very excited. An Earth rank artifact fragment was a legendary item. He did not expect that he would be so close to it for the first time. There is no need to think about it. I will not hand over the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's voice was firm. So what if I become the enemy of the entire world? His eyes shone with confidence and an unyielding gaze. The Lone Star sword was very important. Not only was it powerful, but it also contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. This was what he needed the most. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He had to grasp these items in his hands. Even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world, he would not hesitate. Moreover, as a martial artist, why would he be afraid of a battle? Although he felt an infinite amount of pressure, Lin Xian realized that the blood in his body was gradually boiling. Good kid, I was right about you. The dark red divine dragon was very satisfied with Lin Xian's answer. Let's go. Chapter 845. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since Lin Xian left the Windy City. In these 3 days, various forces were frantically searching for Lin Xian, but to no avail. Many people were in despair. Were they destined to miss out on a treasure like a half-Earth rank artifact? Moreover, what made them even more regretful was that they still didn't know which force Lin Xian belonged to. The Wanxiang auction house was infuriated when they heard that Lin Xian had left. Although they were the overlords of the Windy City, they were powerless outside the city. After all, the Blood Realm was huge, and there were countless forces. It wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction house could control. However, even if they couldn't do it, the forces behind them could. Shangguanxian didn't hesitate and quickly reported to her superiors for help. She reported to her superiors and tried their best to track down Lin Xian. Soon, they received the report. Shangguanxian carefully read the jade slip in her hand. Then, her pupils constricted and she was shocked. Immortal Martial Academy. She took a deep breath and her expression was solemn. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy was very famous in the Blood Realm. If Lin Xian hid in the academy and didn't come out, it would be difficult for them to make a move. There were many disciples of the Yin clan in the Immortal Martial Academy. Why not let them scout the area first? Shangguanxian made a decision and quickly gave the order. At the same time, she waited for the experts sent by her superiors to capture Lin Xian. The Immortal Martial Academy was filled with spiritual energy. It was like a paradise. After a few days of rushing, Lin Xian finally returned. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted excitedly when they saw Lin Xian return safely. Lin Xian met with these people for half a day before returning to his courtyard to cultivate in seclusion. The main reason for his seclusion was to study the Lone Star Sword in detail. However, after studying it for a day, he realized that he couldn't sense the Earth rank weapon fragment in the Lone Star Sword. Boy, although you're very powerful right now, your cultivation is too low. If you want to sense the fragment, you must at least possess the strength of the third heavenly layer of Exalted. However, if you insist on wearing it, you might be able to sense it in advance. Wear it on my body. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was a half-Earth rank treasured artifact. Moreover, it contained the secret of an Earth rank fragment. Now that he was asked to wear it, it was undoubtedly an action that deserved a beating. However, in order to be able to sense the Earth-grade weapon fragment as soon as possible, Lin Xian endured. Fine, I'll wear it. Lin Xian sheathed the Lone Star sword on his back. He decided that he would not take it off no matter what. He put down the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He sorted out the things he had obtained recently. Other than the Lone Star sword, his greatest gain was the Lone Star sword. It was the blood sword inheritance that had reached the 3rd level, and he had comprehended a clone technique. Other than that, he had also obtained a few storage rings. It was not a small gain. As for his cultivation, it had reached the peak of the 1st level of the Honorable Realm. It would not be long before he broke through to the 2nd level of the Honorable Realm. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. After doing all this, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. You're back. I heard that your gains this time were not small. A delicate voice sounded. Murong Qingcheng was standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. I heard that you obtained a half-Earth rank treasured artifact? Murong Qingcheng tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. Soon, she noticed the blue ancient sword on Lin Xian's back. You're so ostentatious. You're carrying a half-Earth rank treasured artifact on your back just like that? Murong Qingcheng was speechless. This action seemed to be asking for a beating. Although I don't know what you've experienced outside, there are countless monsters in this academy. If one of them sees it and snatches it away, I'm afraid you won't even have a place to cry. Lin Xian was speechless, and he scratched his head. He did not want to be so ostentatious, but in order to sense the Earth rank fragment earlier, he had no choice but to do so. Why don't I cover it with a cloth? Forget it. That's even more annoying. Murong Qingcheng covered her mouth and laughed. Then forget it. That's it. Lin Xian shrugged. Anyway, it's mine. If anyone wants to take it, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Moreover, it's not the first time I've become a public enemy. Back then, when I was with you, didn't I also become a public enemy? Aren't I still living well? Bah, who's with you? Murong Qingcheng blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. No, I must have remembered wrongly. Lin Xian chuckled dryly and walked forward. You're really asking for a beating. Murong Qingcheng followed behind him and said softly, You have to be careful. I heard that Yin Qingfeng is back. Yin Qingfeng. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this name, he should be Yin Qingyang's brother. He naturally would not forget about the grudge between him and Dowling Association. It would not take long for them to come knocking on his door. Sigh, how troublesome. Lin Xian was helpless. He realized that the Yin clan was like an annoying fly that kept circling around him. However, if they dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know the power of the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian touched the ancient sword on his back as a cold smile appeared on his face. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian's return to the college spread. Along with it was the news of the half-Earth rank artifact. After all, Lin Xian had caused such a huge commotion in Windy City. It was impossible to hide it. What did you say? Lin Xian obtained a half-Earth rank artifact. Heavens, how did he get such a rare treasure? What? He spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy it, and he fought the entire Windy City. For a time, Lin Xian and the half-Earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword, became the topic of discussion. Countless people were envious and wished that they could capture Lin Xian and ask him. There were even many people who had designs on the Lone Star Sword. Such a treasure was something that any martial artist would be moved by. Immortal Martial Academy, Dowling Association. Yin Qingyang's injuries had already healed. When he heard the news reported by his subordinate, his face was incomparably gloomy. Lin Xian, this guy, actually hit the jackpot and obtained a half-Earth rank artifact. Damn it. Yin Qingyang's eyes were filled with rage. That originally handsome face of his was now distorted beyond recognition. Jealousy. He was going crazy from jealousy. What capabilities did Lin Xian have to actually have so many good things? First, it was Murong Qingqing who was favored by the heavens. Then, he obtained a half-Earth rank artifact. Every matter caused countless people to be incomparably jealous. Yin Qingyang gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. He felt that all these good things should be his. Not long after, when he heard some other news, he was so angry that he started to tremble. This was the news that came from his clan during the break. It was about the Yin clan's disciples being killed in Windy City. Among them was a group of Yin clan's elites who were annihilated in Windy City for killing Lin Xian. Chapter 846. Brother, kill him. You must kill this brat. Avenge our Yin clan. Yin Qingyang's eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. It was also a young man with a tall and sturdy figure and a handsome face. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was cold and his body emitted a biting cold killing intent. He nodded slightly and coldly said, Lin Xian, Lone Star Sword. I will let you know that there are some people you can't touch, and some things you can't take. This person was Yin Qingyang's brother, Yin Qingfeng. He had received orders from his clan to kill Lin Xian and seize the Lone Star Sword. Let me see what capabilities you have to be able to cause such a huge commotion. He coldly snorted and walked outside. Immortal Martial Academy, Mid-Grade Spirit Gathering Tower. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side near the mid-grade Spirit Gathering Tower and instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Their interest wasn't Lin Xian, but the ancient blue sword on his back. Is that the Lone Star Sword? I can feel the cold aura from it even from so far away. This guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to carry a half-Earth tier treasure on his back. Someone coldly snorted. His eyes were red with jealousy. With a beauty by his side and a treasured sword by his side, Lin Xian had undoubtedly become the public enemy of the Immortal Martial Academy. Pairs of rabbit-like eyes stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. However, no one dared to make a move. They had heard of the incident in Wind-Seeking City. Although they didn't see it, they felt that it was terrifying just by hearing about it. To be able to bring back the Lone Star Sword safely from so many powers in Wind-Seeking City, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. Lin Xian naturally saw the surrounding people as well. However, he didn't care. These people were just talking and didn't dare to make a move. However, at the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar as if they had discovered something shocking. They dispersed like the tide. Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned his head to look. He saw the crowd disperse and a group of people walk out from the gap. The person in the lead was a handsome young man with a stalwart figure. His gaze was steady, and his footwork was steady. Although he did not deliberately release his aura, it carried a powerful aura, causing the surrounding people to quietly shut their mouths. Seeing those people, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Although he didn't recognize the burly youth at the front, he did recognize the disciple beside him. Yin Qingyang. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the other party's ferocious expression. Needless to say, these people were all from the Tao Spirit Association, and the tall and sturdy young man at the front should be the legendary president of the Tao Spirit Association, Yin Qingfeng. The surrounding martial artists also took a deep breath, their expressions becoming extremely rich. Yin Qingfeng, I didn't expect him to come back. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes burned with passion. These people naturally wouldn't forget the battle between Lin Xian and Daoling Association. Back then, when Yin Qingyang provoked him, he was severely injured. When Yin Qingfeng returns this time, he definitely won't let Lin Xian off. Lin Xian is dead for sure this time. Although he was powerful, Yin Qingfeng was a third-level honorable. The difference in level and realm could crush him to death. Yeah, maybe he won't be able to keep the Lone Star Sword then. If that's the case, it'll be interesting. I really want to see what kind of expression Lin Xian will have when he's defeated. Yeah, this guy is too arrogant. He's running around with the Lone Star Sword. Does he really think that no one can stop him? These people were jealous of Lin Xian, so their words were filled with sarcasm and jealousy. Yin Qingyang smiled maliciously and looked at Lin Xian with a strong provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he looked at Yin Qingfeng, who was at the front. This scene stunned Yin Qingyang. Then, his face turned ugly. How dare Lin Xian ignore him? That's too despicable. I'll let you be smug for a little longer. When my brother makes his move, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yin Qingyang snorted in his heart. He knew that as long as his brother made his move, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. By then, he would humiliate Lin Xian properly and return all the anger he had suffered previously. You're Lin Xian? At this moment, Yin Qingfeng's eyes flickered and he asked coldly, Who are you? Are you that trash's brother? Lin Xian said casually. During this process, he casually glanced at Yin Qingyang. The disdain in his eyes was self-evident. You. Yin Qingyang was so angry that he vomited blood again. He gritted his teeth and growled, Fuck, I'll bear with this. I'll pay you back 100-fold later. Looks like you know who I am. In that case, I don't have to introduce myself. Yin Qingfeng's voice was cold. He looked at the lone star sword on Lin Xian's back with a burning gaze. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Hand over the lone star sword obediently, and I'll give you a chance to live. The Yin family is really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, you're not the first to say that. In Wind-Seeking City, 3 disciples of the Yin family once said the same thing to me. In the end, they all died. Later on, there was an elite team of the Yin family led by a guardian elder. They also said the same thing to me, but they all died. I advise you to take back your words. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have already fought with the Yin family. By the sound of it, he had killed many Yin family martial artists. If that was true, Lin Xian was too scary. On the opposite side, Yin Qingfeng's face darkened. His eyes flickered and his killing intent quickly gathered. Since you know the crime you've committed, that's great. Since you've done something, you must pay the price. And the price you have to pay is your life. His voice was cold and the sound waves turned into sharp swords. It was as if the swords were going to pierce through Lin Xian. So arrogant, so domineering. Lin Xian sneered, but let me tell you, the people I killed all deserve to die. I killed the Yin family because they deserved to die. Those people were all greedy. They wanted to kill me and steal my lone star sword. If they weren't greedy and didn't provoke me, they wouldn't have been killed. Therefore, their deaths were entirely their own fault. As for you, if you're stubborn and want to steal the lone star sword, you'll end up like them. What a sharp tongue. No matter what you say, you can't escape death. Yin Qingfeng's expression was cold. You're wrong. I'm just stating the truth. Since you want to fight, come at me. Lin Xian's eyes focused. The aura on his body kept rising. He was like a peerless divine sword that was recovering quickly. Of course, I'll fight. Yin Qingfeng said coldly, but not today. Chapter 847. Life and Death Ring. Everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. It seemed like Yin Qingfeng was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Lin Xian to the Life and Death Ring. The Celestial Martial Arts Academy forbade students from killing each other. For example, in the battle between Lin Xian and Yin Qingyang, Lin Xian merely injured his opponent and did not kill him. Therefore, if they were to fight now, Yin Qingyang could only defeat Lin Xian but not kill him. However, the Life and Death Ring was different. It was a place the academy set aside for students to settle their disputes. Fights and conflicts were common between martial artists. Especially these geniuses, they were arrogant and did not want to admit defeat. If a martial artist in the academy reached the stage where they would fight to the death, they could apply for the Life and Death Ring to fight to the death. Now, Yin Qingfeng had invited Lin Xian to the Life and Death Ring. Life and Death Ring. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He had heard of the Life and Death Ring and knew the rules of the Life and Death Ring. Once they entered the Life and Death Ring, only one of them could survive. It seemed like Yin Qingfeng was determined to kill him. However, this was good too. The grudge between him and the Yin clan was irreconcilable. Instead of leaving a scourge in the future, he might as well get rid of this genius now. Moreover, Yin Qingfeng was ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. If he could defeat Yin Qingfeng, Lin Xian's ranking would jump from 70th to 30th. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Xian would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had no reason to reject Yin Qingfeng. 10 days later, the life and death ring will be as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his gaze was resolute. The crowd was shocked and many of them exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to accept the life and death ring. Did he not know Yin Qingfeng's strength? One should know that Yin Qingfeng was a third-level honorable. Moreover, he was not an ordinary third-level honorable. He was a genius and a senior in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. He definitely had many trump cards in his hands. Such a person far surpassed those of the same level. Although Lin Xian was strong and could battle across realms, he could at most kill a second heaven venerable realm cultivator. Against a prodigy like Yin Qingfeng, he was not enough. In fact, it was very likely that he would be killed instantly. Yin Qingfeng smiled cruelly when he heard Lin Xian's reply. I advise you to enjoy your last moments, because in 10 days, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. He sneered, turned around, and left with the people of Daoling Association. Yin Qingyang looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Lin Xian actually dared to engage in a death match with his brother. He was really courting death. He couldn't wait to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian being killed 10 days later. Thinking of this, Yin Qingyang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. Are you confident? Murong Qingqing asked from the side. I'm not very confident, only about 30 to 40%. Lin Xian said he knows that Yin Qingfeng is definitely a very difficult opponent, so he wasn't arrogant. Only 30 to 40%? Murong Qingqing opened her eyes wide and complained. You actually dared to accept a death match with such a low success rate. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, aren't there still 10 days? Lin Xian comforted with a smile. If I can break through to the second heaven venerable realm within 10 days, then my chances of winning will greatly increase. By then, there might be a miracle. Breakthrough? Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. Seems like you've already thought about it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Oh, were you worried about me just now? Lin Xian suddenly smiled. To be able to get your concern, I have no regrets even if I die. He laughed and turned to walk toward the middle-level spirit gathering array. You. Who cares about you? Murong Qingqing blushed and stomped her feet in anger. It could be said that it was very urgent to break through to the second heaven venerable realm in 10 days, but Lin Xian had such confidence. The battle in Wind-Seeking City a few days ago had benefited him greatly. His spiritual energy value had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerable realm. As long as he was guided, he would be able to smoothly break through to the second heaven venerable realm. This was the benefit of fighting, and this was also why countless warriors wanted to fight with their lives on the line. In battle, they could improve their skills and strengthen their martial skills. If they were lucky, they could even break through directly. And Lin Xian was fighting with the top experts. Every battle was very exciting and intense, so the speed of his breakthrough was far beyond his peers. 5 days later, Lin Xian successfully broke through, and the spiritual energy in his body almost doubled. Not only that, he felt that his relationship with the great dragon sword soul had become even closer. The kind of easy control made him unable to stop. It had to be said that the increase of his cultivation was extremely beneficial to him. Lin Xian estimated that his current strength had doubled compared to before. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could easily defeat Shang Wanxian, Huang Zhan, and the others. With his current strength, there was no pressure to fight against an ordinary third heaven venerable realm. Even if he was to fight against a genius like Yin Qingfeng, he was confident that he could win. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the battle 5 days later. In the following days, Lin Xian began to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend other martial arts. Soon, 10 days had passed, and the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in a frenzy of excitement. That was because today was the battle between Yin Qingfeng and Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary battle. First of all, both of them were experts on the mystic venerable list. Between them, Yin Qingfeng was more eye-catching. As a third heaven venerable and a genius martial artist ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable Society, he was very dazzling. Moreover, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. This kind of battle was extremely intense, and it would only end when one side died. There were very few such battles in the Immortal Martial Academy in recent years, which was why everyone was so excited. Moreover, Lin Xian had a half-Earth tier treasure in his hands, which was also one of the reasons why everyone was looking forward to the battle. One had to know that although everyone did not think highly of Lin Xian, if he used the Lone Star Sword, he might be able to fight against Yin Qingfeng. However, it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables around. At most, it would allow Lin Xian to hold on for a little longer. This analysis was made by the experts of the Academy. In their opinion, this was already very impressive. According to their estimation, if Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star Sword, he probably would not even be able to block a single attack. On this day, the weather was clear and there was a gentle breeze. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples were running in the same direction. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. At this moment, in a corner of the Immortal Martial Academy, there was a huge arena. This arena was very old, and it was filled with an ancient aura. It was an ancient arena. Chapter 848. At this moment, the surroundings of the life and death ring were filled with people. These people were all students of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. There were even a few elders and deacons who came to watch the battle. Of course, they weren't just here to watch the battle. They had another purpose, which was to activate the life and death ring. Not long after, a group of people walked over from afar. They were from the Tao Spirit Association. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a burly figure. He was like a young god of war with a powerful aura, Yin Qingfeng. When the crowd saw the white-robed figure, they instantly exclaimed. The person who came was Yin Qingfeng. Behind him were Yin Qingyang and the rest from the Tao Spirit Association. Yin Qingfeng brought the crowd to the life and death ring. He bowed slightly to the elders. Then, he took a step forward and like a flash of lightning, he directly arrived at the ring. He stood with his hands behind his back like a javelin. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Other than the elders of the academy, Yin Qingfeng didn't care about anyone else. He only had one goal today, which was to kill Lin Xian. The crowd was shocked and whispered to each other. Yin Qingfeng was too confident. He didn't care about this battle at all. Actually, this was very normal. Yin Qingfeng's cultivation was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. Moreover, he was a top expert who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Other than those who were ranked above him, he didn't care about the others at all. Even those who were ranked higher than him wouldn't be willing to fight with him unless they had no other choice. After all, when one's cultivation reached such a level, one would definitely have some trump cards. Those things were very deadly. Not long after Yin Qingfeng's arrival, many other martial artists walked over. Among them, a few were very eye-catching. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. This young man's face was fair as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. What was even more strange was that his eyes were purple. As his eyes moved, there was a demonic aura. Behind him was a group of martial artists with powerful auras. Yi Yin. Seeing the purple figure, the crowd's heart trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was because the aura that this young man in a purple robe gave out wasn't any weaker than Yin Qingfeng's. In fact, he was even stronger. Yi Yin was also a third heaven of the honorable realm. He was ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Purple Robe Pavilion. Regardless of cultivation or power, he was above Yin Qingfeng. Who would have thought that Yin Qingfeng's battle to the death would actually draw him here? Everyone exclaimed. At the same time that Yi Yin arrived on the other side, a group of people were also rushing over. These people were dressed in blue and had the same pattern drawn on their bodies. It was an ice flower. The ice flower was blue and lifelike, emitting a cold aura. The leader of this group of people was a young girl wearing a blue dress. The young girl was beautiful and her eyes were clear, but her body carried a bone-piercing chill. Following their arrival, the temperature of the entire space continued to drop, as if it had fallen into winter. "Snow Lady!" Everyone exclaimed again as they circulated their spiritual energy to resist the chill. Snow Lady, an ice-based warrior. She was extremely powerful and ranked 17th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Her eyes were cold as she scanned the surroundings. Then, she found a place and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Other than that, another group of people had arrived. There were only 7 or 8 people in this group. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these people were too powerful. Each of them emitted a powerful aura that connected together. It was terrifying. The Gathering of Heroes was a very special organization. They had very few people, but every one of them was a powerhouse and could not be underestimated. The arrival of this group of people caused the entire space to fall into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It could not be helped. These people's auras were too powerful. Although they did not deliberately release their auras, it was not something that ordinary warriors could withstand. One of them had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually sharp, like a demonic beast. It made one's heart tremble. Lone Wolf, ranked 33rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. His fighting style was extremely cruel, and few people dared to provoke him. The arrival of Lone Wolf and the others caused Yin Qingfeng to open his eyes. He nodded slightly at Lone Wolf and the others as a form of greeting. Lone Wolf also grinned. Then, he looked around and scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, his face darkened. Humph! This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He actually made so many of us wait for him. Lone Wolf's voice was cold, and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The crowd was silent and did not dare to speak. It was obvious that Lone Wolf and Yin Qingfeng were in cahoots. At that moment, they were obviously targeting Lin Xian. "I came late because I wanted to give some people more time to live. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it." A faint voice was heard and lingered in the surroundings. It was clearly heard. "Humph! How arrogant!" Lone Wolf frowned and snorted coldly. On the fighting ring, Yin Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They knew that Lin Xian had arrived. The crowd turned around and saw a group of warriors walking over from behind. The person at the front was Lin Xian. Today, Lin Xian wore a black shirt that fit him perfectly. He carried the Lone Star Sword on his back. His expression was calm and his footwork was steady. He was like a sword immortal, calm and confident. That aura was very special, making people feel that it was very profound. Beside him was Morong Qingcheng, who was dressed in white. Her face was unparalleled, and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a fairy. Behind Lin Xian, there were hundreds of warriors. These people were naturally members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Today was the day of their boss's life and death battle. No one was left behind. More than 500 people gathered together, forming a terrifying aura. Their clothes were the same, and their footwork was the same. When they stepped on the ground, they emitted an indescribable rhythm, causing the entire ground to tremble. So strong. Was this Lin Xian's strength? The gods were shocked and could not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian had established the Dragon Sword Pavilion, but they had never thought that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would develop so quickly. Now that it had reached such a scale, it was truly shocking. When Lone Wolf saw the 500 people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, his expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Today is a life and death battle. No matter how many people you bring, it's useless. I brought these people not to help me fight, but to clean up the trash," Lin Xian said indifferently. "This fly is too annoying. Which one of you will chase him out?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled violently. Fly. Lin Xian actually called Lone Wolf a fly. Was he courting death? One had to know that Lone Wolf was a genius ranked 33rd. In addition to his violent fighting style, his combat strength was not weaker than Yin Qingfeng's. Lin Xian actually called such a person a fly. No one dared to imagine what kind of anger Lone Wolf would erupt. Sure enough, After hearing Lin Xian's words, Lone Wolf's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. Brat, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will die here without having to enter the life and death arena. Chapter 849. On the other hand, Yi Yin, Snow Lady, and the rest narrowed their eyes as if they were watching a show. Lin Xian ignored Lone Wolf's threat and shook his head slightly as he spoke to Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang, throw this guy out. I don't want to see him. I don't want to affect my mood for the competition. Don't worry, Brother Xian. Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly and took a step forward. His entire body exuded a dragon-elephant aura. Following his action, the 500 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him roared in unison. How dare he insult their boss? He deserved to die. They didn't care if he was an expert on the sublime venerable leaderboard. As long as he dared to insult their boss, he would be sent flying. 500 people gathered together. Their aura was terrifying. Moreover, these people weren't weak. More than half of them had entered the supremacy realm. With so many cultivators gathered together, not to mention the third-level venerated realm experts, even the elders' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't fight back. They couldn't fight back at all. Back then, Lin Xian had led 50 supremacies and barged into the Vientiane auction. Now, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were 10 times more than before. The power they produced was also 10 times more than before. Terrifying spiritual energy soared from the 500 people. It formed a huge hand in the air and slammed down. You're courting death. Die. Lone Wolf roared. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body as he fought against the huge hand in the sky. However, everything he did was in vain. Although he was a third-level supremacies and there was a suppression between supremacies, he wasn't facing one person. He was facing 500 experts. The 500 people were all geniuses. Although they weren't as strong as him, their talents weren't any weaker than his. At that moment, the 500 people gathered together. He couldn't fight back at all. Poof! A string of blood splattered down from the sky as Lone Wolf was sent flying. The void was torn apart. His body was like a shooting star as he disappeared into the horizon. Silence. Absolute silence. All the martial artists around the life and death ring were stunned. The powerful Lone Wolf, an expert ranked 33rd on the sublime venerable leaderboard, was sent flying just like that. Seeing the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, everyone gasped. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. In the life and death ring, Yin Qingfeng frowned. The other party's society was indeed a terrifying force that could even threaten him. But so what? Today's match was a battle of life and death. No one could help Lin Xian. In a one-on-one battle, Yin Qingfeng had absolute confidence. Although you can make Lone Wolf leave the stage, it's all in vain. On the life and death arena, no one can help you. Once you lose the support of a force, you are nothing. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He slowly walked forward with steady steps. A powerful sword will gushed out from his body. On the other side, Yin Qingfeng also exuded a terrifying aura that was filled with murderous intent. Moreover, it contained the powerful aura of a third sky venerable realm cultivator, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The two auras clashed in the void, creating a terrifying sound of collision. Yin Qingfeng looked disdainful. He was 2 levels higher than Lin Xian. He could crush Lin Xian to death with his aura alone. He knew that too. Therefore, before going on the stage, he wanted to use his cultivation to humiliate Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to know the consequences of offending the Yin family. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian was not pressed down. Instead, Lin Xian blocked his aura. How is that possible? The others were shocked too. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I can tell from your expression that your plan has failed again. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that I seem to be the nemesis of the Yin family. Therefore, you have to be careful. Don't die because of me. Humph. Yin Qingfeng snorted. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he looked surprised. You've broken through. No wonder you're so arrogant. Even if you're a second sky venerable, it's still not enough. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Cherish this moment. Today will be the last time you're arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and walked towards the combat ring quickly. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body grew stronger. In the end, the entire space was shrouded by the terrifying sword light as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. The surrounding crowd was shocked and retreated quickly. They could not withstand the pressure of the aura. Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring. Sword chi exploded like a peerless sword and slashed forward. Too powerful. Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was extremely sharp and pointed his sword at Yin Qingfeng as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Activate. As Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring, the surrounding elders of the academy shouted. Then, they waved their hands and injected spiritual energy into the combat ring. In the end, the entire combat ring shook rapidly and formed a sealed space. Only when one of them died would the combat ring open again and release the winner. Otherwise, both of them would be sealed in the combat ring. That was the combat ring. Once one stepped onto the combat ring, life and death would be decided immediately. Only those who were alive could leave the combat ring. Looking at Lin Xian opposite him, Yin Qingfeng became extremely cold. A violent and cold murderous aura was released from his body and quickly spread in all directions. In his eyes, a cold blade flashed. Today, he was going to kill his opponent and take the Lone Star Sword to clear his family name. Kid, although you've broken through to the second sky of the honorable realm, you're still nothing in front of me. Take out the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Hearing that, many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Lin Xian was powerful, the gap between the two was too big. If not for the Lone Star Sword, Yin Qingfeng would have been killed instantly. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he slowly took out the Lone Star Sword from his back. Hearing that, many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian had gone overboard. One should know that even with the Lone Star Sword, he could at most compete with Yin Qingfeng. It was impossible for him to defeat Yin Qingfeng. However, Lin Xian was extremely confident. After breaking through to the second sky of the honorable realm, his chances of winning had increased to 80%. This was still under the condition that he did not use the Lone Star Sword. If he used the Lone Star Sword now, he would definitely win. In fact, from his point of view, using the Lone Star Sword would make this battle meaningless. However, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. In a battle of this nature, he had to be fast and accurate. Therefore, even if Yin Qingfeng did not say so, he had decided to use the Lone Star Sword to end the battle quickly. Chapter 850. Yin Qingfeng was very confident. Regardless of whether Lin Xian used the Lone Star Sword or not, he would still be able to kill him. He was very confident in his own strength. He extended his palm, and a snow-white long saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance flashed and sliced through the void easily. Needless to say, it was a treasured saber. With the saber in hand, Yin Qingfeng's entire body became sharp. His aura was unbearable. Next, you will know how big the gap between us is. Even if you have the Lone Star Sword, you won't be able to make up for it. He snorted coldly and waved his arm. The snow-white long saber fell, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Along with it was a dazzling saber radiance that merged into one. The crowd was shocked and their hearts trembled. Yin Qingfeng was too powerful. Just a normal attack was unbearable. He was indeed a genius martial artist who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yin Qingfeng's attack was enough to threaten his safety. He used the illusory demon steps and dodged quickly. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand. He became one with the sword and charged toward Yin Qingfeng. You want to fight in close combat? You're courting death. Yin Qingfeng sneered. The saber in his hand shone even more brightly. With his earth-rank body movement, Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of Yin Qingfeng in an instant. The next moment, The great dragon sword soul exploded. Shocking murderous aura and blood-red sword radiance accompanied the lone star sword as it pierced forward. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red. It was as if hell had descended. Boom. Poof. With one strike, the two of them quickly moved to opposite ends of the arena. That's fast. What happened? The crowd was anxious and discussed quickly. They could not see the attack clearly. They could only feel the terrifying power spreading in all directions. The Lone Star Sword is only SOSO. Yin Qingfeng turned around and sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. His entire face was distorted. Poof! In the next moment, blood spurted out of his right arm like a river of blood. It was terrifying. His entire right arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah, my arm. What? What happened? The crowd was stunned. They could not believe it. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The extremely powerful Yin Qingfeng's arm was cut off? This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian. How is Lin Xian? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked to the other side. They knew that the moment they exchanged blows, the two of them must have had an intense collision. Otherwise, such a shocking thing would not have happened. God, he's fine. Someone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. Lin Xian stood proudly with his sword in his hand. His sleeves were torn, and the cut was even. It was cut by the long blade, but his body was unharmed. With one strike, Yin Qingfeng was defeated. The previously incomparably arrogant and domineering Yin Qingfeng was actually defeated in one move. Was Lin Xian too terrifying, or was the Lone Star Sword too powerful? The crowd did not know, but they knew that Yin Qingfeng had lost the match. Without his right arm, his battle prowess would definitely drop drastically. How could he possibly withstand the Lone Star Sword's attacks? And the consequence of failure was death. Impossible. This is impossible. Outside the arena, Yin Qingyang was trembling in disbelief. He knew his elder brother's strength. Even a third-level honorable realm of the older generation was no match for him. However, such a person had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated in a single move. Just how powerful was Lin Xian? The Tao Spirit Association side was dead silent, but the Dragon Sword Pavilion side was jubilant. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also turned, and her face was full of surprise. Yi Yin, Snow Lady, and the rest were also extremely shocked. They did not expect such a situation. What a fast sword! In the distance, a few elders from the academy exclaimed, looking at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. This kid is incredible. Even without the Lone Star Sword, he can still win. However, the Lone Star Sword has shortened the process infinitely. Yes, such a fast sword is very rare among the younger generation. Not bad, not bad. Perhaps he is qualified to enter that place. A few elders discussed, and they were very optimistic about Lin Xian. In the life and death ring, Yin Qingfeng's body trembled. He looked at the broken arm and fell into a daze. This should not be. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could his opponent have such a powerful attack? The Lone Star Sword. It must be the Lone Star Sword. His eyes were crazy as he stared ahead. Is this the power of a half-Earth-rank treasure? It's so powerful. I must get it. He roared to the sky, and the aura on his body erupted like a flood. Boom! The void exploded, and a black lightning bolt floated in the sky with terrifying power. Die, brat! Yin Qingfeng roared and attacked with his martial soul. Rumble! In an instant, lightning surged, shattering everything. The sea of lightning surged, and it was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was a sea of lightning, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Gulp! Countless people swallowed their saliva. Such an attack was terrifying. Even a third-rank honorable would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Xian also felt the danger. Without hesitation, he quickly held the Lone Star Sword with both hands and displayed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. Gale Lightning Sword. 3 moves frighten ghosts and gods. A sword chi that was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a sword god slashed down quickly. Boom! The void trembled, and the endless sea of lightning swayed before it was ruthlessly cut open. The scene was terrifying. It was as if the dark night had been forcefully torn apart by a pair of large hands. Countless rays of light surged in, and the sky regained its clarity. The entire life and death ring trembled. If not for the special material, it would have been destroyed long ago. Drip, drip. There was a pool of blood dripping in front, but Yin Qingfeng's figure had disappeared. Gulp. Countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty, unable to believe what had happened. Another sword. In just one sword, Yin Qingfeng was dead. In the entire process, Lin Xian had only attacked twice. However, these two attacks had taken Yin Qingfeng's life. The first attack had cut off Yin Qingfeng's right arm, directly destroying all of Yin Qingfeng's beliefs. The second attack had directly killed Yin Qingfeng. The entire process was very short, and it took less than half an hour. No, this can't be real. Demon. Below, Yin Qingyang screamed in horror, and his body trembled. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. Yin Qingfeng was dead, and he did not even have the courage to face Lin Xian. The martial artists from Daoling Association also retreated quickly, disappearing into the crowd. Everyone knew that from today onwards, Daoling Association no longer existed. Buzz. On the life and death ring, the special enchantment disappeared. The entire ring quickly faded and fell into a deep sleep again. Brother Xian. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted crazily. They were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had shocked their new god. This was their boss. The boss of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Chapter 851. The news of Lin Xian defeating Yin Qingfeng spread like wildfire across the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone knew that this new student was too amazing. He rose up in a domineering manner and would definitely be one of the top experts in the academy in the future. Lin Xian defeated Yin Qingfeng and obtained the 30th place on the Mystic Honorable ranking. This advancement speed was terrifying. It was probably rare in the Immortal Martial Academy for the past 100 years. His Mystic Supreme Mirror evolved once again. Along with it came the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi was too dense. With this Mystic Supreme Mirror, he didn't need to go to the intermediate spirit gathering tower anymore. Therefore, he went into seclusion after returning to experience the benefits brought by the Mystic Supreme Mirror. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. However, on this day, Lin Xian's courtyard welcomed a guest. It was a delicate and cute girl with big eyes and long black hair. She looked like a little elf. This young girl was wearing a blue and white dress, with an ice flower drawn on her sleeve. It was as if it was real, exuding traces of coldness. You are? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the girl. Although he didn't know her, he had seen the symbol on her clothes before. 2 days ago, when he was in the life and death battle, there was a group of people wearing the same clothes near the arena. I'm Xueman. I'm from the Ice Pavilion in the academy, the girl said softly. Ice Pavilion. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He remembered very clearly that the person who led the Ice Pavilion that day was a girl with long silver hair. Her strength was terrifying and even above Yin Qingfeng. Why are you looking for me? I'm not looking for you. My sister is looking for you. Come with me. Your sister? Lin Xian was puzzled. Aya, you're so stupid. My sister is naturally the owner of the Ice Pavilion, Ice Fairy. She's also the snow lady that you all call. Ice Fairy? Why is she looking for me? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. They didn't seem to know each other. You'll know when you get there. The girl pouted. You're a man. Don't tell me you don't dare to go. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian smiled. Lead the way. Very quickly, under Xueman's lead, the two left the freshman area and walked towards the east of the Immortal Martial Academy. After flying for the time it took an incense stick, Xueman stopped. In front of him was a valley covered in snow and ice. Everything was white as snow. There were even snowflakes falling from the sky. How strange. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a strange place in the academy. Actually, this was very normal. The Immortal Martial Academy was extremely vast, far larger than what he knew. Within this place, there were all sorts of landforms, mountains, rivers, lakes, everything that one could imagine. A snowy valley wasn't much. Walking into the valley, Lin Xian discovered that there were a few blue pavilions inside. He guessed that these were the residences of these people. Not far from the left side of the pavilion, there was a blue bamboo forest. Every bamboo was crystal clear, as if they were made of ice and snow. This was frost bamboo, and it contained a powerful frost power. For martial artists who cultivated the ice attribute, it was a very good supplementary cultivation item. At this moment, there was a white figure standing in front of the ice bamboos, expressionlessly looking at Lin Xian. So cold. Feeling that gaze, Lin Xian was startled. The coldness in the other party's eyes made him feel uneasy. Sister Bingling, I've brought him here. Shueman smiled faintly at the beautiful figure in white. Okay. Bingling nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also began to size up the other party. Putting aside the coldness, Bingling was definitely a stunning beauty. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were wrapped in a white dress. One could vaguely see her alluring curves. Although her exquisite face was expressionless, it was not hard to imagine that if that face smiled, it would definitely make everything in the world pale in comparison. What was even more peculiar was that she had a head of silver hair, which added a hint of mystery to her already stunning beauty. Greetings, senior sister Bingling, Lin Xian said. No matter what, the other party was a senior. He still had to be polite. Junior brother Lin is too polite. Bingling said indifferently. I invited you here because I have a mission for you. I wonder if you're interested. Mission? What mission? Lin Xian was surprised. A mission that the Snow Girl accepted was definitely not ordinary. A 4-star mission. A 4-star mission. Lin Xian was surprised. He squinted his eyes and said, only seniors can accept 4-star missions. As a new student, I don't seem to have the qualifications. Lin Xian had already familiarized himself with the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. In the Immortal Martial Academy, a large number of missions would be issued almost every day. According to the difficulty of these missions, they would be ranked from 1 to 5 stars. Normally, new students could only accept missions that were ranked in the top 3 stars. Although it seemed unreasonable, this was a rule that the Academy created after careful consideration in order to protect the safety of the new students. One had to know that 3-star missions were already extremely difficult. Basically, one would need to be at least at the Paragon realm to complete them. Among the new students, only a few geniuses had the qualifications to complete such missions. As for the other new students, they could only accept 1-star or 2-star missions at most. Only after they had stayed in the academy for a year and became a senior would they be able to accept missions of a higher level. Lin Xian had already accepted 3-star missions. However, he was unable to accept 4-star missions because he was a new student. And now, the other party actually invited him to participate in a 4-star mission. You don't have to worry about qualifications. Since I invited you here, I can naturally help you settle it. Bingling said indifferently. She had an indifferent expression from the start, as if nothing could cause her to be moved. But why invite me? Lin Xian asked again. In the Immortal Martial Academy, there should be many cultivators who can participate in 4-star missions. And there should be many who are stronger than me. Why choose me? Because of strength? Bingling said straightforwardly. I saw the match between you and Yin Qingfeng a few days ago. Your strength is very strong, beyond everyone's expectations, especially your decisive and swift strike. I admire it very much. That's why I invited you to participate. But there's one thing I have to explain. I didn't invite you alone. This 4-star mission is a team mission with a total of 5 people. Other than you, I also invited 3 other people. Moreover, the reward for this mission is very generous. If you can successfully complete it, you can get a reward of 1 million spiritual value points. 1 million. Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. One had to know that an Earth rank martial art was only 300,000 spiritual value points. 1 million could be exchanged for 3.5 Earth rank martial arts. If he completed this mission 4 or 5 times, he could exchange it for a complete Earth rank martial art. Chapter 852. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Bing Ling said indifferently, "You're thinking too much. Do you think that a 4-star mission is easy? Furthermore, without a certain status and qualifications, it's very difficult to receive a 4-star mission. As for the 1 million spiritual stones, it's actually not much. If you can receive a 5-star mission, the reward will be terrifying. I heard that a 5-star mission will give you at least 5 million spiritual value points." 5 million? Lin Xian was shocked. A mission like this could be exchanged for an Earth-rank martial art. However, he knew that a 5-star mission was even more difficult. Bing Ling said, "Although the reward of a 5-star mission is extremely tempting, only one person has been able to complete it in so many years." One person? Who is it? Lin Xian was very curious. Du Guao Yin. This time, there was finally a change in Bing Ling's expression. It was a very dignified look. Du Guao Yin. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had seen this name before because it was ranked first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. "All right, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this mission," Bing Ling said indifferently. "The mission I received is a little special. It's a treasure hunting mission, similar to an ancient treasure cave. Usually, there will be martial arts, treasures, and elixirs left inside. We only need to hand over 30% of the items we obtain to the Academy. The rest is ours." This kind of treasure hunting mission is very popular because other than obtaining a large amount of spiritual value points, you can also obtain some ancient treasures. It can be said that it's a mission that every Academy disciple wants to complete. There's such a good thing. Lin Xian was a little tempted. Moreover, he could not refuse the 1 million spiritual value points reward. After all, he had promised the dark red divine dragon that he would help him obtain the dragon's blood. The dragon's blood was very expensive, even more expensive than an Earth-rank martial art. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Lin Xian. "All right, I agree." Lin Xian nodded solemnly. "I wonder who else is there?" He had heard that this was a team mission, so he wanted to ask the other warriors. Bing Ling had already made her choice. Shuaman said from the side. "Other than you, there's also Yi Yin, ranked 25th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and Yang Lin, ranked 36th. The last one is a freshman like you. Her name is Dongfang Red Phoenix. You should know her." Eastern Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that other than him, there would be a new student joining the team. But why not Murong Qingcheng? In terms of strength, Murong Qingcheng was probably stronger. As if sensing Lin Xian's confusion, the ice spirit explained, "The Eastern Phoenix's martial soul is a little special, so I chose her." "I see." Lin Xian nodded. "If there's nothing else, we'll leave in 3 days. When the time comes, you can come to the Ice Spirit Valley and we'll set off together." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. A figure came to the Ice Spirit Valley at lightning speed. It was a wild-looking young man. He wore a beast robe and his hair was messy. His eyes were sharp like a demonic beast. The young man landed and looked around. When he saw Lin Xian, his face filled with shock. His pupils constricted, and a look of nervousness and fear appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw that person. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The wild-looking young man was none other than Lone Wolf, who had been sent flying a few days ago. Lin Xian didn't expect to meet him in the Ice Spirit Valley. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, Lone Wolf snorted coldly as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly restrained himself and turned to speak to the Ice Spirit. "Icicle Fairy, I wonder if you've considered the matter I mentioned before?" Lone Wolf's eyes shone with a strange light. He was looking forward to it. Ice Spirit said calmly, "The last person has been chosen. It's Lin Xian. As for you, we can work together in the future if there's a chance." "What?" Lin Xian. Lone Wolf's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. He clenched his fists and his whole body trembled. He didn't expect that the last person for the treasure hunting mission would be Lin Xian. He couldn't accept it. The treasure hunting mission was very popular. However, He could only give up because he couldn't defeat either Ice Spirit or Lin Xian. If that's the case, then forget it. We can work together in the future. Lone Wolf cupped his fists and left the Ice Spirit Valley in a flash. 5,000 meters away from the Ice Spirit Valley, there were a few figures who seemed to be waiting for something. He's out. So fast. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. How was it? Did you succeed? Looking at Lone Wolf, one of them asked. No, the last person was snatched. Gulu's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. Who dares to snatch Boss's name? Could it be one of the top 20? No, it's Lin Xian. Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were full of murderous intent and hatred. Hearing this, the others were shocked as well. Fear appeared on their faces. They clearly remembered the life and death battle from before. Lin Xian wielded the Lone Star Sword and killed Yin Qingfeng instantly. Most people believe that Lin Xian's victory was due to his half-earth step artifact. However, weapons were also a part of a martial artist's strength. As long as the Lone Star Sword was with Lin Xian, no one dared to touch him. Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Lone Wolf roared. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. Boss, I have an idea. We can definitely make Lin Xian die outside. What idea? Quick. Lone Wolf asked. Let's tell the Yin family that Lin Xian is outside. With the Yin family's anger, they won't let him go. No one can touch him in the college. However, once he's out of the college, with the Yin family's strength, it'll be easy for them to kill him. Even if he has the Lone Star Sword, he won't be able to resist. Good idea. Let's do that. Lone Wolf sneered. Lin Xian, how dare you provoke me? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The few of them moved and disappeared like lightning. 3 days later, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the Ice Spirit Valley. Soon, he arrived at the Ice Spirit Valley again. This time, other than Icicle, there were a few more figures in the valley. One of them was red all over, as if flames were dancing around. It was very eye-catching in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian knew this red figure. It was Dongfang Phoenix, who was a freshman like him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted Icicle Fairy and Dongfang Phoenix. Chapter 853. The other two were equally powerful. One of them wore a purple robe and had a pale face, as if he had not seen the sun for many days. What was even more peculiar was that his eyes were also purple and filled with a sense of mystery. The other person was a tall and burly young man. The purple-eyed young man was called Yi Yin, ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. The burly young man was called Yang Lin, ranked 36th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Bing Ling nodded slightly at Lin Xian and introduced the other two. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian and said, "This is the last member of our team, Lin Xian. I believe you guys are familiar with him." Haha, Brother Lin, how can I not be familiar with you? The battle of life and death that day was amazing. Yang Lin laughed. Indeed, almost everyone in the college knew who Lin Xian was. After all, the battle of life and death a few days ago was still fresh in everyone's minds. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to obtain a half-Earth rank weapon. Beside him, Dongfang Phoenix rolled her beautiful eyes and snorted softly. Yi Yin and the rest also looked behind Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. Junior Brother Lin, our mission this time is to search for treasures. It's better to keep a low profile. If you carry the Lone Star Sword like this, I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Bing Ling frowned. I'm really sorry. Due to cultivation, I can't put away the Lone Star Sword for the time being. Lin Xian apologized. How about this? I'll wrap the Lone Star Sword with a cloth to cover its appearance. That should help us avoid some trouble. How about this? I have a veil made of heavenly sand that can block soul detection. If you wrap the Lone Star Sword with it, it'll definitely be safe, Bing Ling said. Heavenly sand? Block soul detection. That's a good thing. Hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. Heavenly sand was something that could block soul detection. Naturally, it was a good thing. They did not expect Bing Ling to give it to Lin Xian. Bing Ling waved her hand, and a square blue scarf that was 1 meter long floated out and landed in Lin Xian's hand. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Xian took it and smiled. Senior sister, I have a small spatial teleportation platform. I'll give it to you now. Finished speaking, Lin Xian took out a profound jade platform. Since the other party was willing to give him a treasure that could isolate his divine sense, he naturally couldn't accept it empty-handed. Thus, he planned to use the profound jade pedestal to exchange for it. Spatial teleportation. Everyone was shocked once again, and their eyes burned with passion. They never thought that Lin Xian would actually have such a treasure on him. At a critical moment, this kind of thing could save his life. Bing Ling paused for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, junior brother Lin. I'll take it. Her smile was like a melting ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, causing the world to lose its color. Even Lin Xian was momentarily dazed. He had to admit that Bing Ling was definitely a peerless beauty. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Lin Xian used the heavenly quicksand to wrap the Lone Star sword. Then, he wrapped it with a layer of black cloth before carrying it on his back. This way, not only could he comprehend the Lone Star sword, but it could also isolate the senses of others to avoid trouble. Everyone is almost ready. Let's go. Bing Ling kept her smile and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded and moved quickly. The 5 of them formed a team and flew out of the Immortal Martial Academy. Our destination this time is the Blackwater River. It's relatively close to the center of the blood region. At this speed, we can reach it in about 10 days. Flying like this consumes too much spiritual energy. Why don't we use it? Lin Xian waved his sleeves and patted his demonic beast pouch. Instantly, a golden figure appeared. Then, it grew bigger with the wind and turned into a golden divine condor that was dozens of feet long. Demon General. What a sharp demon chi. Everyone was moved when they saw the golden divine condor. Let's all get on. After all, 10 days of traveling will consume a lot of energy. Bing Ling said. Then, her figure flashed and she appeared on the back of the golden divine condor. The others also jumped and got on the golden divine condor. The 5 of them sat cross-legged on the back of the golden divine condor. Next, Bing Ling started to explain the treasure hunting mission. First, their destination this time, the Blackwater River. This was a very mysterious area and it was very famous in the blood region. It was said that thousands of years ago, countless experts fought a great battle near the Blackwater River. As for the reason of the battle, no one remembered. However, that battle was very tragic and it was recorded in history. Countless experts fell and blood flowed like a river. The blood that flowed into the river turned into black water. It was only because of such strange occurrences that the Blackwater River became famous. Those experts fell far behind. Their treasures, storage rings, and other treasures all fell near the Blackwater River. In these hundreds of years, there were lucky people who obtained powerful inheritances or treasures near the Blackwater River, changing their fates. Therefore, the Blackwater River became the treasure hunting ground for everyone. Our mission this time is also at the Blackwater River. According to the information, this should be a treasure cave left behind by an 8th heaven venerable, Bing Ling said. The Blackwater River is not just a river. It's a vast area, Bing Ling said slowly. Bing Ling said slowly, let's go to Blackwater City first. That's the biggest city within 10,000 miles. The city lord of the Blackwater City was a 4th heaven venerable. He could be considered an overlord in this area. As Bing Ling explained, the golden divine condor spread its wings and flew quickly in the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. About 7 or 8 days later, the outline of a huge city appeared. It was like a wild beast entrenched on the ground. We'll land in the Blackwater City first. Everyone, take a rest and collect information, Bing Ling said. After all, we're not the only team in the Blackwater City. There might be other forces with the same goal as us. Therefore, we must be prepared. He was very comprehensive. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of treasure hunting mission. Lin Xian and the others had no objections. They all nodded in agreement. Then, the 5 of them left the golden divine condor and flew into the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and called the golden divine condor back. He followed the others and landed in front of the city. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It was an extremely majestic city. It was completely black and exuded a murderous aura. The city was huge and did not seem to be any weaker than Windy City. At the city gate, martial artists came and went in an endless stream. Most of them came to the Blackwater River to hunt for treasures. "Let's go in," Bingling said softly. Then, he took the lead. Lin Xian and the others followed behind him. They paid the spiritual stones and entered the Blackwater City. The city was even more prosperous. There were all kinds of materials. Yi Yin and the others were okay. After all, they were seniors and had been to many places. However, it was Dongfang Phoenix's first time in such a city. Her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 854. Great. Thank you, Senior Sister Bing Ling. Dongfang Fenghuang was excited. Although their attributes were completely different and even countered each other, there was not much friction between the two. Instead, there was a special closeness between them. This made Lin Xian and the others very surprised. One should know that water and fire were incompatible. Ice and fire were even more incompatible. However, the two beauties were talking and laughing at this moment, which obviously broke their understanding. Strange. This is really strange. The burly young man, Yang Lin, shook his head and said. Lin Xian also smiled faintly. He glanced around and then nodded slightly. It seemed that Bingling was right. Although these places were noisy and had many materials, most of them were not useful to them. Or rather, they were not interested in them at all. He wondered what good places there were in the depths of Blackwater City that even Bing Ling was interested in. Lin Xian was a little curious. Let's go. Let's find an inn first. The group of people shuttled through Blackwater City and caused quite a stir. Of course, it was not caused by Lin Xian's Lone Star Sword. The ancient sword was now completely wrapped up and no one could find it. It was the two beauties in the group who caused the stir, Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang. One of them was as cold as ice and the other was as beautiful as fire. The combination of two completely different styles created a spectacular visual impact. Many people stopped and looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang with eyes full of passion. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the numerous fiery gazes. It seemed that no matter where one was, regardless of one's cultivation level, beauty and power were the goals that everyone pursued. After finding an inn, Bing Ling led the group again and walked towards the inner part of Blackwater City. Looking at how familiar she was, it should not be her first time here. Blackwater City is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The things in the inner city are the real good. The inner city was obviously different from the outer city. There were many warriors with high cultivation guarding the entrance, and the entrance fee was several times more expensive than the outer city. Lin Xian and the others paid the spiritual stones and then walked in. Compared to the noisy streets outside, there were obviously a lot fewer martial artists here. However, every single one of those who were able to enter this place was no weakling, and Exalt Realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. If the outer city was said to be a gathering place for martial artists, then the inner city would be a gathering place for elites. There is a very special elixir pavilion in front. Let me show you, Bing Ling said. Xin Xian and the rest followed behind. Soon, they saw a majestic hall in front of them. There were several times more warriors gathered there than in the surroundings. Bing Ling and the others walked into the main hall. Then, she turned around and said to Lin Xian and the others, "Everyone, find a futon and sit on it." Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were no chairs in the hall, only prayer mats. Each prayer mat represented a position, and many of the prayer mats were already seated. Although Lin Xian took a quick glance, he discovered that none of these people were weak. The five of them found 5 futons side by side and sat down. Then, they began to look around carefully. The surrounding people all had different expressions on their faces. Some were talking in low voices while others were resting with their eyes closed as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, a presumptuous laughter rang out in the hall. It was filled with endless temptation as it spread out in all directions. Many people frowned when they heard this voice, but they did not say anything. Lin Xian was very curious. He turned his head and looked to the left. The voice had come from there. There was a girl with a hot figure there. She had a hot figure, a pretty face, and a pair of seductive eyes that could captivate one's soul. Not only that, but she was also wearing very revealing clothes. She only wore a thin purple dress that revealed her slender thighs and the snow-white soft flesh on her chest. On both sides of her were two young men. Their auras were ordinary, and they were only in the spirit-detecting realm. However, they were both very handsome. Such handsome young men should have been pursued by thousands of girls, but at this moment, they were like servants trying their best to please the seductive girl. The seductive girl had a look of enjoyment on her face as she teased the two handsome young men. From time to time, she would let out extremely seductive sounds. Behind the seductive girl sat an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her eyes were slightly closed as if she was asleep. However, Lin Xian keenly noticed that the old woman was emitting a faint aura that surrounded the seductive girl. It seemed that the old woman with a head full of white hair was the seductive girl's guardian. Humph! Seeing this indecent scene, Dongfang Fenghuang coldly snorted. She was obviously very angry. Yang Lin, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. That's the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, Bing Ling explained in a low voice. The daughter of the Blackwater City Lord. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They did not expect the seductive girl to be the daughter of the city lord. That's right. Look at the black dragon on her chest. That's the symbol of the Blackwater City Lord's mansion. Not only that, but the old woman behind her is also a third heavenly layer exalted. She has the symbol of the city lord's mansion and is being protected by a third heaven venerable. I'm afraid that in the entire Blackwater City, only the daughter of the city lord can receive such treatment. Bing Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. It was obvious that she was very disgusted by the seductive girl's behavior. I didn't expect the people from the Iron Sword sect to be here too. Yi Yin also exclaimed at this moment. Purple light flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian looked over and saw a group of warriors carrying iron swords on their backs in front of him to the right. They were of different ages. The oldest was an old man, and the youngest was a young man. These people wore different clothes and had different expressions. However, all of them carried iron swords on their backs. They also carried a sharp aura that belonged to swordsmen. The Iron Sword sect. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the warriors. As a swordsman, he could feel their strength. Moreover, they were the few swordsmen that he had seen who carried long swords on their backs. Generally, martial artists would have storage rings. Weapons and such would be placed in the storage ring and would only be taken out during battle. However, the people from the Iron Sword sect carried their long swords on their backs. It was indeed unique. However, Lin Xian soon felt relieved. He then shook his head slightly. He was also carrying a treasure sword on his back. If not for the sky quicksand, he would have attracted the attention of these people. Is the Iron Sword sect very powerful? Dongfang Fenghuang asked, puzzled. Within 10,000 miles of the Blackwater River, there are three most powerful forces. They are the Blackwater City, the Iron Sword sect, and the Huangfu clan. These three forces occupy different areas. They usually don't interact with each other. Now that the people from the Iron Sword sect have come to the Blackwater City, they must be here for the treasure. Perhaps these people have received some information. Chapter 855. Sure enough, the Huangfu family is here too. Bing Ling's voice was solemn. Lin Xian turned his head and saw another group of people coming from the entrance. These people looked arrogant and their bodies were shrouded in a layer of yellow light, exuding a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He strode in, came to the futon at the front, and sat down quickly. Seeing these people's confident and domineering behavior, Lin Xian knew that they must be from the Huangfu family. He did not expect that the three major forces of Blackwater City would appear here at the same time. What is in this hall? How can it attract people from the three major forces? Lin Xian was very curious. Bing Ling and the others looked solemn. They realized that this treasure hunt might be more difficult than they had imagined. After about 30 minutes, a group of people came out from the depths of the hall and walked to the crystal platform in front of the futon. Suddenly, all the cultivators in the hall opened their eyes and looked forward with fervent gazes. Some cultivators even trembled with excitement. It looked like an auction, but according to Bing Ling, it should be an elixir store. Lin Xian frowned slightly. What is this so-called elixir store doing? In front, an old man with a sage-like demeanor walked slowly to the crystal platform. He glanced around and then laughed loudly. Friends, sorry to keep you waiting. I am Gongsun Gu. I think you all know me. First of all, thank you for coming to Jade Hall Elixir Store. Your wait will not be in vain. You will definitely get what you want here. Is Jade Hall Elixir Store very famous? Dongfang Phoenix asked. Of course. Jade Hall Elixir Store has a powerful force behind it. It seems to be related to Green Hill Chamber of Commerce. Although the three major forces of Blackwater City are powerful, they dare not provoke Jade Hall Elixir Store. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder when Gongsun Gu and the others came out, even the daughter of the governor of Blackwater City restrained herself. On the crystal platform, the old man named Gongsun Gu introduced and said solemnly, Next, we will get down to business. With that, he waved his sleeve and a palm-sized pill bottle appeared on the crystal platform. The old man smiled and slowly opened the bottle. Immediately, a strong pill fragrance floated out. Not only that, the pill fragrance wafted in the air, forming a 3-foot-tall green demonic beast phantom. It was incomparably ferocious and lifelike. This is... Dongfang Fenghuang and the others were astonished, their mouths agape. Lin Xian's eyes also narrowed as a light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that the level of alchemy in this place would be so high. The cyan shadow above the pill bottle was clearly the manifestation of the pill fragrance. This kind of method was not just a matter of the grade of the pill. The quality of the pill was even more important. It was clear that the pills in front of him were all very high-grade pills, regardless of their grade or quality. At this moment, Old Man Gongsun also spoke. Everyone, this medicinal pellet is called the Cyan Spirit Pellet. It is concocted using the Cyan Spirit Beast's monstrous core. After taking this pill, it can greatly increase a martial artist's speed. It can double a martial artist's speed within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This is definitely a rare medicinal pill. I hope that everyone will consider it carefully and not miss this golden opportunity. Hearing this, many people were shocked and their expressions changed. Doubling one's speed was an incredible thing. One should know that if one's speed suddenly increased during a battle, it could definitely catch one's opponent off guard. Moreover, increasing one's speed was usually something that could only be done by secret techniques. However, a medicinal pill could solve this problem. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. If one could greatly increase one's speed, it would definitely increase one's strength. At this moment, Old Man Gongsun looked at the lively scene below and chuckled. The starting price of the Cyan Spirit Pellet is 5 million spiritual stones. The bidding starts now. Bidding? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that these medicinal pills would be sold in an auction. However, the others in the hall were used to it. As soon as Old Man Gongsun finished speaking, someone began to bid. Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes moved as she listened to the rising price. She was very surprised. She did not expect a small medicinal pill to be auctioned for nearly 10 million spiritual stones. In the end, the Cyan Spirit Pellet was bought by a slightly plump middle-aged man at the price of 5 million spiritual stones. Next, Old Man Gongsun took out another medicinal pill and started the auction. Every single one of these pills had a unique effect, and it was truly amazing. Lin Xian looked at the lively scene in the hall and narrowed his eyes. However, he did not intend to make a move. He knew that behind the miraculous effects of these medicinal pills, there should be significant side effects. After all medicinal pills had side effects. Everything was relative. When one obtained something, he would also have to pay a price. Therefore, only when one's own strength was the most reliable. Bing Ling and the others did not make a move as well. Although the medicinal pills before were miraculous, they were not interested in them. One should know that these people were all favored by the gods. Perhaps only those extremely unique items could make them make a move. Everyone, The next medicinal pill is very rare. Someone spent a lot of effort to obtain it from the Blackwater River. According to our appraisal, this medicinal pill should be refined by an alchemy grandmaster. An alchemy grandmaster. Hearing this, everyone gasped and looked forward with a burning gaze. A person who could be called an alchemy grandmaster was definitely not an ordinary person. Even Lin Xian sat up straight. There was a trace of curiosity in his eyes. An alchemy grandmaster. That was his goal. On the crystal stage, Old Man Gongsun took out a white jade box and held it carefully in his hands. The white jade box was very small. It was about half the size of a palm. It was white and flawless and emitted a faint light. Disregarding everything else, this box alone was a rare treasure. In the next moment, Old Man Gongsun opened the white jade box and revealed a medicinal pill the size of a longan fruit. The pill was crimson in color, and its surface was covered with dense veined patterns, as if they were intertwined to form a strange pattern. However, the inscriptions were already rather dim, and even the pill was dim and lusterless. If not for the fact that it was placed in the white jade box, almost no one would think that it was a medicinal pill. Seeing this scene, many people revealed puzzled expressions. The appearance of this medicinal pill was much worse than the previous ones. Everyone, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Old Man Gongsun gestured for everyone to quiet down. Then, he said loudly, "Don't underestimate this medicinal pill. According to our deduction, this medicinal pill should be able to increase a martial artist's vitality. As everyone knows, vitality is very important to a martial artist. It can be said that it is the foundation. Only with a strong vitality can one go further." Increase vitality? Humph, Old Man Gongsun. It is true that vitality is the foundation of a martial artist, but what grade is this medicinal pill? How much vitality can it increase? Can you explain it clearly? Chapter 856. Hearing this, the others nodded. They also wanted to know how much qi and blood this pill could increase. As expected of a powerhouse from the Huangfu family. You're really thoughtful. Old Man Gongsun laughed. This pill was dug up from an ancient ruin. As for its effects, we've invited a 6th-grade alchemist to examine it, but he didn't find out its exact effects. However, that 6th-grade alchemist strongly recommended it. He believed that this pill was refined by an alchemist who surpassed him. All right, let's start the auction. The starting price is 3 million spiritual stones. Old Man Gongsun said quickly. Below, the crowd booed. This was obviously a trap. Although the pill was crowned with the title of a 6th-grade alchemist, who would buy it if they couldn't even confirm its effects? Most people shook their heads and ignored it. However, there was also a small group of people who revealed interested gazes. Among them, there was a martial artist who offered 4 million to try his luck. There were also some warriors who didn't lack money who wanted to hide this pill book so that they could show it off in the future. Therefore, there were a few people bidding in the entire hall. However, when the price reached 5 million spiritual stones, the number of people bidding suddenly decreased. After all, they weren't fools. Although they wanted to buy it, they wouldn't spend too many spiritual stones. 5 million spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? On the crystal platform, Old Man Gongsun said with a smile. This price had already exceeded his expectations. After all, even they didn't know the exact effects of this pill. It was already good enough that it could be sold. Lin Xian looked at the dim pill on the crystal platform and narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't confirm the exact effects of this pill, based on his experience and the knowledge he learned from Winelord, Lin Xian could conclude that this pill was definitely not simple. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might be a useless pill with unknown effects. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, this was definitely something good. 5,500,000. Lin Xian said calmly. Originally, Old Man Gongsun had already wanted to finalize the auction, but now, someone actually increased the price, which was really out of his expectations. Not only him, but all the cultivators in the hall were whispering to each other. Many people turned their heads, wanting to see just which prodigal son was spending so much money to buy a pill whose effects they didn't know. Xiaomei, the daughter of the city lord of Blackwater City, also turned her head and stared at Lin Xian and the others. Her delicate and beautiful face revealed a trace of seductiveness. Her cherry lips were slightly opened, and her delicate tongue was quickly licking her lips. That action was extremely seductive. Many people saw this scene and immediately felt a ball of evil fire rising in their lower abdomens, as if they could not control it. Damn it! Many martial artists snorted and quickly circulated their spirit energy to suppress the evil in their bodies. Hee, what a handsome young man. The seductive woman looked at Lin Xian, Yi Yan, and the others with a seductive smile. She cultivated an evil skill that specialized in absorbing men's yang qi, and a man's yang qi was related to his qi, blood, and cultivation. Perhaps others could not feel it, but this seductive woman cultivated a skill that could clearly sense the vigorous qi and blood in Lin Xian and the others, like a furnace of heaven and earth. Any one of them was far more powerful than the two handsome young men beside her. If I can get these three, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The seductive woman was excited and wanted to catch Lin Xian and the others and throw them on the bed immediately. What are you looking at? Yang Lin snorted, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the void. He was very disgusted by the seductive woman's gaze. Yi Yan also did not say a word, but a purple light flickered in his eyes, with a chill. He also did not have a good impression of the seductive woman. However, Lin Xian did not show any dissatisfaction. He just glanced at her indifferently and then directly ignored her. Although she used a seductive technique, it was not difficult for him. Io, not only are you handsome, but you also have a unique personality. The seductive woman laughed wantonly, and the soft flesh on her chest jiggled. Elder sister, I love this kind of young man with a unique personality. Then, she turned to the crystal platform and said coquettishly, 6 million spirit stones. What kind of elixir is that? This princess wants it. 6 million? Everyone was shocked again. As expected of the city lord's daughter, she was so generous. Spending 6 million spirit stones to buy a useless elixir of unknown use was really a big deal. Old man Gongsun was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and squinted his eyes. How could he not understand the situation in front of him? It seemed that the infamous city lord's daughter had taken a fancy to Lin Xian and the others. The city lord's daughter, Xiao Mei, was famous for her debauchery. None of the young martial artists that she took a fancy to could escape from her evil clutches. The three young men were probably in danger. However, this had nothing to do with old man Gongsun. What he wanted to do was to sell the elixir at a high price. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and he frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also surprised by the other party's sudden increase in price. One had to know that not long ago, he had spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy the Lone Star Sword. Now, he did not have many spirit stones left. If the other party insisted on raising the price, it would be troublesome. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Xiao Mei's smile grew wider. What a handsome face. Even when he frowned, he looked so good. She did not care about everyone's gazes at her and directly flirted with Lin Xian. Humph. Beside her, Dongfang Fenghuang snorted coldly. She had a fiery temper and could not stand such a shameless woman. Therefore, she also bid 6,500,000. Instantly, the surrounding people's expressions became rich. They had already noticed the girl in red. Regardless of whether it was her figure or her face, they were both stunning. She was far more beautiful than Xiao Mei. At this moment, her bid attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people were speculating about the relationship between the girl in red and Lin Xian. Even the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others. When they saw Dongfang Fenghuang in her fiery red light armor, they were instantly shocked. This was because they realized that she had the powerful aura of an honorable one. Not only that, but the people around the fiery red girl also had powerful auras. Each of them was above the level of an honorable one. Where did this group of people come from? The two major forces were solemn. Xiao Mei's expression froze as well. Then, her face turned extremely ugly. She was the daughter of the governor. No one in Blackwater City dared to go against her. Moreover, the other party was also a woman. Moreover, her figure and appearance were far superior to hers. This caused a strong sense of jealousy to rise in her heart. 7 million. Xiao Mei's voice carried a hint of coldness. 7,500,000. 8 million. 8,500,000. Dongfang Fenghuang said casually. Her eyes were filled with indifference, as if this amount of money was nothing to her. Chapter 857. However, at this moment, the white-haired old woman behind her suddenly reached out and stopped Xiao Mei. She said in a low voice, "Miss, let's forget about it. There's no need to waste money on a useless pill that we don't know what it does. Moreover, the other party's strength is not simple. If we fight, I don't have the confidence to win. We're on a mission this time. Miss, please don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Hearing that, Xiao Mei snorted loudly. She was obviously very unwilling. However, she did not continue to raise the price. Instead, she looked at Dongfang Phoenix and the others coldly. She decided that if she had the chance, she would destroy the other party's face. Seeing that the other party did not bid, Dongfang Phoenix snorted, "What daughter of the city lord? She's just a woman. If I see her, I'll teach her a lesson." Hearing that, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This girl's temper was really hot. "Do you know the specific effects of that pill?" he asked. "No." Dongfang Phoenix shook her head. "I just don't like the other party. As for that pill, I don't care about it. It's yours." Fuck. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Women were really scary creatures. Their thoughts could not be judged by common sense. However, this was not bad. At least he did not have to spend a single cent to get the pill. If that's the case, thank you very much. Lin Xian smiled at Dongfang Phoenix. All right, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After all, we're here for a mission. It's better to keep a low profile. Bingling said. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they agreed. After that, a few more pills were auctioned. However, Lin Xian and the others did not bid this time. Lin Xian looked around and frowned. He realized that the people from the Iron Sword clan and the Huangfu clan did not bid from the beginning to the end. It was as if they were waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious. He did not know what could attract the attention of the two major forces. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually lively. Many people obtained pills that they were satisfied with. At this time, Old Man Gong's son took out another item. It was a very simple and unadorned square box. It was bronze in color and carved with hollow patterns. However, when the ancient bronze box appeared, the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan became excited. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared ahead. Even Xiao Mei, who had always been dissolute, withdrew her charm at this moment. Her entire person became dignified, and the white-haired old woman behind her suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the ancient bronze box slowly open. There was a completely blue pill inside. The pill was the size of a walnut. It was completely round and emitted a faint light. At this moment, the azure pill emitted a rich pill fragrance. The fragrance intertwined in the air, forming a strange pattern. It was as if a blue water dragon had condensed. The blue water dragon circled around and let out a low roar that quickly spread in all directions. What followed was a terrifying pressure. This aura? What terrifying pressure? Just what kind of pill could have such power? Countless people's expressions changed. They felt as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. One should know that most of the people present were honorables. They were powerful, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure. One could only imagine how terrifying the blue pill was. At this moment, countless people looked at the pill in front of them and swallowed their saliva. This pill? Dongfang Phoenix also looked over in surprise. She finally found something that shocked her. This aura is too powerful. Bing Ling looked ahead and frowned. I'm afraid it was left behind by a king. A king? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. One should know that a king was the most powerful existence in the continent. How could something left behind by a king be ordinary? However, no one could understand why a king's item would appear here. Old Man Gong's son chuckled when he saw everyone's puzzled and passionate gazes. Everyone, this blue pill was found in the depths of the Black Water River. According to our deduction, this pill was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster who had reached the king realm. A king-level alchemy grandmaster. Could it be King Pillfeather? Instantly, all the martial artists in the hall became excited. Countless people looked ahead with passionate gazes. They couldn't help but be excited. In the great battle of the Black Water River 1,000 years ago, many experts had fallen. It was said that a king-level alchemy grandmaster had also fallen. King Pillfeather was an extremely powerful Buden martial artist. His attainments in alchemy were superb. However, after his death, no one found his body, nor did anyone find anything related to his inheritance. Many people even thought that the fall of King Pillfeather was just a legend. But now, a pill suspected to be refined by King Pillfeather had appeared. This was enough to make anyone go crazy. I'm sure everyone knows that strange scenes have been happening around the Black Water River recently. Everyone here is a treasure hunter. I don't need to tell you that this is the sign of a rare treasure. But now, a water dragon pill has appeared. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as they seem. According to our speculation, this rare treasure is very likely left behind by King Pillfeather. Old Man Gong's son's words silenced the entire hall. However, after a while, the crowd became even more excited. Even the people of the three great factions were breathing heavily with fiery gazes. Although they didn't know if Old Man Gong's son was telling the truth, they were all aware of the strange scenes that often appeared around the Blackwater River. Moreover, some people noticed that the scale and frequency of the strange scenes this time were far greater than before. This was enough to show that the rare treasure that had appeared this time wasn't ordinary. Now that the water dragon pill had appeared, it was very likely left behind by King Pillfeather. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became even more rapid. A rare treasure left behind by a king-level alchemy grandmaster was completely different from an ordinary treasure. If this was true, it would shake the entire Blackwater River. Not only were the three major factions shocked, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he scratched his head. Wasn't it said to be a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable? How did it become a king-level treasure? Bing Ling also frowned. It seems the mission information this time was wrong. If it's just a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable, we can still complete it smoothly. But if it really is a king-level treasure, I'm afraid this mission will become abnormally difficult. At that time, all the forces in the Blackwater River would come to snatch it. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although they were all talented martial artists and were powerful, there were only 5 of them. And the local forces had countless martial artists. If they really went all out, they might not be a match. Chapter 858. But that might not be the case. The Elixir Pavilion might have fabricated this information to raise the price, Yi Yen said. After all, the information hasn't been confirmed yet. We can't panic. Yes, let's wait and see. Let's not act rashly. Bing Ling's expression was also serious. Lin Xian and the other 4 whispered to each other. At this moment, the other people in the hall had fallen into a frenzy. Countless people looked forward with burning eyes, staring at the water dragon pill in the bronze box. Although the information hadn't been confirmed yet, if the treasure was really left behind by King Danfeather, then the water dragon pill was a peerless elixir. Moreover, it was very likely to be related to the treasure. It should be known that once one reached the king realm, their methods were extremely powerful. The elixirs they refined didn't only have the effect of ordinary elixirs. It was very likely that they had other mysterious functions. Thinking of this, countless people's breathing became more rapid. Their eyes were filled with greed. If they could obtain the water dragon pill, their chances of obtaining a king rare treasure would be greatly increased. Once they obtained a king rare treasure, they would soar into the sky and rise. The treasure of a king rare treasure was enough to make them soar. If they were lucky, they might even become another king rare treasure. Seeing the excitement, Old Man Gong's son said with a smile, "The water dragon pill is definitely related to a king rare treasure. However, we don't know the specific relationship between them. However, if you really want to search for the treasure, don't miss this heaven-defying opportunity. That's all for the information. The auction of the water dragon pill is now starting. The starting price is 30 million spiritual stones. It was just a pill, and they didn't even know what it was used for. However, the price was already 30 million spiritual stones. It was dozens of times higher than the previous elixirs. It was truly shocking. However, Old Man Gong's son had absolute confidence. He knew that this pill would definitely be sold for an even higher price. After all, a pill refined by a king rare treasure was definitely not an ordinary one. Moreover, it was related to a king rare treasure, which was extremely important. Therefore, the price of this pill would be sky high. He was very confident about this. 35 million. As soon as Old Man Gong's son's voice fell, Xiao Mei's voice quickly sounded. As the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, she was determined to get this pill. 40 million. Although Xiao Mei was the daughter of Blackwater City's Castellan and represented the power of Blackwater City, not everyone was willing to give in to Blackwater City. At the very least, the other two major forces didn't buy their words. The one who bid was the old man from the Iron Sword sect. His voice was like sword chi, buzzing in the air. Damn it! How dare you compete with our Blackwater City? Xiao Mei stomped her feet in anger. She glared fiercely at the other party, but was directly ignored. Others might be afraid of Blackwater City, but Iron Sword faction was not. They were also determined to obtain the Water Dragon Pill. 45 million. Someone else made another bid. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu family who was sitting at the front. He bid in a low voice, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. The price suddenly increased by 15 million, causing the surrounding martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Disappointment appeared in their eyes. They knew that with the three major forces intervening, they had no chance of competing at all. It's only 45 million. I'll pay 5, Dongfang Fenghuang was about to bid, but Lin Xian, who was beside her, was quick to react. He immediately covered her cherry lips. Boo-hoo, what are you doing? Dongfang Fenghuang was furious. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fiercely at Lin Xian. That item is very dangerous. I'm afraid it's not much less tempting than the Lone Star Sword. If we bid for it, we will definitely be targeted by countless people. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Xian was right. Countless people were eyeing the Water Dragon Pill, especially the three major forces. They were all determined to get it. If they bid for the Water Dragon Pill, they might not even be able to leave Blackwater City. Lin Xian had a deep understanding of this. When he first obtained the Lone Star Sword, he went through an extremely tragic battle. Moreover, if it wasn't for his breakthrough in the Blood Sword inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement so easily. This time, there were even more experts in Blackwater City. There was even a 4th-level Honorable Realm expert like the mayor of Blackwater City who was eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Junior brother Lin is right. Let's just wait and see, Bingling said slowly. Boo-hoo, I know. You bastard. Take your hand away. Dongfang Fenghuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. If you don't bid, then what do we do? She stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said in a low voice, Now we can only wait and see if the king's treasure really appears. If it's not, then it's fine. If it's true, then we can only secretly look for an opportunity. Although the treasure is good, our lives are more important. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Bing Ling also looked at Lin Xian a few more times. She could see that although Lin Xian was young and was a freshman, he was very steady in doing things. It was very rare. Yi Yin and Yang Lin were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so experienced in doing things in addition to his heaven-defying combat strength. You know so much. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted angrily. She kept grinding her little silver teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Although she was angry, she had to admit that Lin Xian's analysis was very reasonable. Without the pressure of competition, Lin Xian and the other four were completely relaxed. They looked forward with an expression of watching a show. Now, they just needed to be good spectators. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, The price in the hall had risen to 60 million. This price was absolutely terrifying. It could probably buy countless rare elixirs. However, this price was still not enough to buy the water dragon elixir. 70 million. At this time, a cold voice rang out again. The sudden increase of 10 million caused the martial artists in the hall to exclaim in surprise. The bidder was the elder from the Iron Sword sect. His eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a big force, he raised the price by 10 million. He was indeed rich and overbearing. Xiaomei was very angry. The pair of jade rabbits in front of her chest kept shaking as if they were about to jump out. She said in the same gloomy manner, "Elder Su, I like this elixir very much. Why don't you give it to me?" Haha. The elder from the Iron Sword sect, called Elder Su, laughed. "Miss Xiao, you must be joking. What doesn't Blackwater City have? You want to compete with an old man like me for an elixir? I think it should be Miss Xiao who gives it to an old man like me. Humph. I want this water dragon elixir." Xiaomei snorted. "I want this elixir." Chapter 859. 80 million. Xiaomei said coldly. Her tone carried an aura that said she was determined to win. Hearing this, Elder Su from the Iron Sword clan's face darkened. Judging by the other party's attitude, they were going to fight to the death with him. 130 million. A confident voice rang out. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan. He said loudly, "Since the two of you are fighting so fiercely, why don't you add me in?" The Huangfu clan would not give up on the water dragon pill either. The three forces competed with each other and kept raising the price. Soon, it reached 500 million. This price made all the cultivators in the hall feel powerless. Many of them gasped. They might not be able to earn so many spiritual stones in their lifetime. But now, the three great clans had bid 500 million for a pill whose authenticity was unknown. It was truly shocking. Damn it, those two old bastards. Xiaomei gritted her teeth in anger. Her pretty little face was ferocious. In Blackwater City, no one had ever dared to compete with her. Now, not only were the two forces fighting with her, but they also looked like they would not give up until they got their hands on the item. This drove her crazy. However, Xiaomei had no other choice. The other party's forces were not any weaker than hers. Even if she threatened them, it was useless. She could only continue bidding. Moreover, Blackwater City must get their hands on this pill. Before she left, her father had told her that she must get her hands on the water dragon pill no matter what the price was. At this moment, Elder Su from the Iron Sword sect started laughing. 600 million. This is the highest price that the Iron Sword clan can offer. If the two of you can surpass this price, the Iron Sword clan will stop bidding. 600 million. The crowd was shocked. In an instant, the price had increased by another 100 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan's eyes flickered. On the other hand, Xiaomei stood up abruptly, her delicate and seductive face looking somewhat sinister. She took a deep breath and said coldly, 700 million. In the main hall, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. The price had increased by another 100 million. This meant that the water dragon pill had reached a sky-high price. Fuck, this price is comparable to a half-Earth rank artifact. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva. He's really rich. Lin Xian also sighed. One had to know that he had spent all of his wealth to buy the Lone Star sword. But now, in order to compete for a pill of unknown use, the three great forces had actually offered a price equivalent to a half-Earth step treasure. It was indeed amazing. The price of 700 million reverberated throughout the hall, causing the originally lively scene to become somewhat quiet. Even Elder Su, who had been all smiles earlier, had shut his mouth at this moment. His expression was somewhat ugly. He had previously said that 600 million was the highest price that the Iron Sword sect could offer. Now that the other party had unhesitatingly offered 700 million, they were unable to bid any further. Moreover, this was the trump card of Blackwater City. The other party must have endless financial support. If they continued to compete like this, there would be no result. Therefore, Elder Su was prepared to give up. Similarly, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan didn't raise the price either. On the crystal platform, Old Man Gongsun was overjoyed to see this. The water dragon pill was indeed dug out from the depths of the Blackwater River. However, they weren't too sure about its specific use. Everything that they had said before was just speculation. However, the three great clans had fought over it until their heads bled. The price of 700 million had long exceeded his expectations. He couldn't wait to finalize the auction and sell the pill. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, Old Man Gongsun asked 3 more times before finalizing the auction. The final winner was Xiao Mei from Blackwater City. Blackwater City is indeed generous. They spent 700 million on a pill of unknown use. This old man is truly impressed. I hope this treasure is real. Otherwise, if it's just an ordinary treasure, you'll suffer a great loss. Ha ha ha. Old Monster Su's words were sarcastic as he spoke to Xiao Mei in a sinister manner. Then, he left with the people from the Iron Sword sect. The middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan snorted coldly and also left with his clan members. Xiao Mei looked at the backs of the 2 great forces as they left. The corners of her mouth curled into a devilish smile. 2 old things, how dare you compete with me? You're courting death. Sooner or later, you'll be trampled under the feet of my Black Dragon City. Her expression was filled with boundless arrogance, as if Blackwater City had already obtained the king's treasure. The auction is almost over. Let's go. Bing Ling turned around and said to Lin Xian and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded. Then, they stood up and walked out. Seeing that Lin Xian and the rest had left, Xiao Mei once again revealed a hint of seduction. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a strong little fresh meat. I wonder how it tastes? She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She even let out an extremely seductive moan. Grandma Silver, help me check the identities of these people, especially those 3 young men. With such superb young energy, I can't let them escape. The white-haired old woman nodded slightly with the help of her walking stick. Then, her body swayed and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from the spot. Xiao Mei chuckled. She swayed her hips and walked in another direction. That direction was where the city lord's estate was located. Not long after, the originally bustling and crowded hall became empty again. All the cultivators had left. The news of the water dragon pill and the king's treasure spread like the wind in Blackwater City. Countless cultivators were shocked and went crazy. The king's treasure was a super treasure that had never appeared before. Everyone's heart trembled, and their expressions went crazy. It couldn't be helped. These words were too tempting. The king's treasure was the strongest existence known to the continent. The treasures they left behind were absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever obtained them would have the opportunity to break through to the king's realm. This temptation was too fatal, because entering the king's realm was something that every cultivator dreamed of. After all, the king's realm was the strongest existence on the continent. They were the true overlords that ruled the world. If nothing unexpected happened, a king's realm could easily live up to 3,000 years old. No matter if it was strength or lifespan, they far surpassed the venerable realm. So, as soon as the news of the king's treasure spread, the entire Blackwater City fell into madness, and countless powers started to take action in secret. Compared to the madness in Blackwater City, Lin Xian and the others seemed to be much quieter. In a room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He held the crimson-red pill that he'd obtained during the day and carefully observed it. This pill was completely crimson-red. There were pill markings carved on it, and it seemed to be slightly dim and lusterless. He carefully studied it for a long time and noticed that this pill was indeed capable of improving one's vitality. Moreover, its effects weren't bad. However, the pill markings on it caused him to be slightly surprised. Even though it was dim and lusterless, the pill markings still revealed a trace of faint mysterious energy. Chapter 860. Lin Xian was already a 5th-grade alchemist. If he gave it his all, he could even refine 6th-grade pills. However, he was still shocked by the pill veins in front of him. He couldn't figure it out. The dark red divine dragon also ran out and stared at the elixir. Kid, I advise you not to take this pill for now. Wait until you repair the pill veins. At that time, the pill's effect will increase by a few hundred times. Repair the pill veins? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that this was a feasible method. However, this process might take a long time because the pill veins were too profound. He needed to repair them bit by bit. Looks like this is the only way. Lin Xian held the pill in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Waves of powerful spiritual energy gushed out and swiftly entered the scarlet-red pill. Just like that, he began to repair the pill veins. At the same time, in Blackwater City's City Lord's mansion, Xiaomei stood proudly in a majestic hall. In front of her was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man had a square face and deep eyes. His black robe was embroidered with 3 golden dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. As he stood there, he exuded an unparalleled aura of power. This dignified middle-aged man was Blackwater City's City Lord, Xiaoli. At the same time, he was also a 4th-level venerable. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Xiaoli held the ancient bronze box in his hand. His eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he opened the ancient bronze box, revealing the azure pill within. That's right. This water dragon pill was refined by King Pillfeather. Xiaoli's eyes sparkled as he looked at the azure pill. Hearing this, Xiaomei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 700 million spiritual stones hadn't been spent in vain. Then, the rare treasure that appeared this time is also a king's treasure? Xiaomei's voice trembled. It should be. Xiaoli picked up the water dragon pill and placed it in his hand. He smiled faintly. With this pill, King Pillfeather's treasure will definitely be ours. My hiding here for nearly 100 years was not in vain. Finally, the king's treasure is here. If I can successfully complete this mission, my position in the palace will definitely be greatly improved. Xiao Li's face was filled with joy. What will the palace master reward us this time? Xiaomei was also extremely excited. Don't worry, Mei Er. Do you still need to doubt the palace lord's reward? If I can complete this mission, I will definitely break through to the 5th heaven of Venerable Realm. When the time comes, you can get whatever kind of yang qi you want. Really? That's great. Xiaomei was overjoyed, and the charm on her face became even stronger. However, father, it's not just us. The people from Iron Sword Sect and the Huangfu family have come as well. Furthermore, once they receive the news, they will definitely take action, said Xiaomei worriedly. Iron Sword Sect, Huangfu clan? Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of the plan and the fact that we can't reveal our identities, with the power of the Palace of Gods of War, we would be able to kill them instantly. Father, why isn't the Palace of War taking action? If they take action, wouldn't the king's treasure be easily obtained? It's not as simple as you think, Xiaoli said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that the Palace of Gods of War has already been sealed. There might be a terrifying battle happening there. As long as Palace Master Duan wins, we will be the heroes of the Palace of Gods of War. At that time, when Palace Master Duan rules the world, we will also be able to dominate a region. Hearing this, Xiaomei nodded, and her eyes were filled with joy. Oh right, a few powerful young men with unknown identities came to Blackwater City today. I sent Granny Silver to investigate and found out that they are disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. I'm afraid they are here to search for treasures. Immortal Martial Academy? Just a few young disciples. They won't be able to stir up any waves. Xiaoli smiled in disdain. However, he immediately asked, do those people know about the water dragon pill and the king's treasure? Yes. Xiaomei nodded. Then we can't let them live. Although they are not a threat, if they spread the news back to the Immortal Martial Academy and attract some old monsters, then things will be bad. Father, what do you mean? Kill them. We can't let those old monsters from the Immortal Martial Academy come. Okay. Father, there are 3 young men with yang qi that I like. I'll bring my men and act now. Xiaomei licked her lips, and an impatient look appeared on her face. Don't be in such a hurry. We can't act in Blackwater City. There are too many people here. If the news spreads and the immortal martial academy knows that we are the culprits, then things will be troublesome. After they leave the city, act immediately. Don't leave a single one alive. As for the Yangqi you mentioned, you can do whatever you want with them. But after this, you must kill them. Xiao Li's voice was ice-cold, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xiao Mei's eyes flickered, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. I will suck them dry one by one. The yang-qi of 3 paragons will definitely allow my cultivation to break through again. Xiao Mei's voice echoed in the great hall. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, Lin Xian and the rest left Blackwater City and headed towards the Blackwater River. Blackwater City was a city in the Blackwater River basin, and it was still quite a distance away from the real Blackwater River. They didn't waste any time. They had to set off quickly and act in advance. However, what made them helpless was that the news of the king's treasure seemed to have spread out. Countless cultivators were like locusts, heading towards the Blackwater River. In the sky, cultivators flew past from time to time. Their powerful auras were like shooting stars, streaking across the horizon. There were even some forces that formed small teams to search for treasures, and they quickly headed towards the Blackwater River. Let's speed up too. We have to reach the Blackwater River as soon as possible. Otherwise, when we arrive, there won't even be ashes left, Bing Ling said in a deep voice. Lin Xian and the rest increased their speed. Like streaks of light, they rushed towards the sky. However, not long after they left, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out from the void. Several figures were like ghosts, chasing after them rapidly. Lin Xian and the rest were powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a third heaven paragon. Therefore, their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of most cultivators. However, even so, after a day of rushing, they still didn't reach the Blackwater River. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the rest had no choice but to stop and rest. This was because although they didn't reach the Blackwater River, they weren't far away. This area was often frequented by powerful demonic beasts. Traveling at night would easily lead to death. Therefore, for safety's sake, Bing Ling decided to rest for the time being. They would set off after daybreak. A bonfire rose in the forest. It bloomed with dancing flames, illuminating the surroundings. Lin Xian and the rest sat cross-legged around the bonfire. Yang Lin even took out food from his storage ring and started eating. Although at their level, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't eat or drink for a long time. The temptation of delicious food wasn't something that anyone could resist. Chapter 861. Lin Xian knew that there were all sorts of demonic beasts lurking in the dark forest, including some powerful demon generals. If one were to sense it carefully, they would realize that there were traces of blood qi brewing in the air of this area. Through Bing Ling's explanation, Lin Xian realized that the blood qi was left behind from the extremely tragic battle thousands of years ago. Although thousands of years had passed, the blood and corpses of those powerhouses had not disappeared. Instead, they were buried deep under the ground. That was why the forest was shrouded in a faint blood qi. The bonfire flickered, and the weak flames became fireflies in the dark night, attracting the attention of countless martial artists. Many people rushed over. When they saw the beautiful faces of Murong Qingqing and Dongfang Fengwang, as well as their proud figures, many people's eyes turned red, and evil flames rose in their bodies. In their opinion, how powerful could these young men be? If they wanted to capture them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As long as they caught them, the 2 beautiful girls would be at their mercy. Therefore, many martial artists could not resist and quickly attacked. However, after a few screams, no one dared to make a move. They did not even dare to stay. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that a second-level honorable martial artist was split in half by the beautiful girl. Her strength was too terrifying. Only a third-level honorable martial artist could kill a second-level honorable martial artist with a single strike. The young men in front of them actually had the strength of a third-level honorable martial artist. This was too shocking. Retreat. Countless martial artists' expressions changed drastically, and they all fled, not daring to stay any longer. This time, the area finally quieted down. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest. Yang Lin will be on guard tonight, Bing Ling said. Soon, Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged and closed their eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Yang Lin continued to lower his head, drink wine, and eat meat. However, this time, countless rays of light bloomed from his body and quickly scattered in all directions, forming a huge shadow of a golden bell that enveloped everyone. In the dark forest, it was better to be careful. With the protection of a golden seed, everyone's safety would be increased significantly. In the latter half of the night, the entire forest quieted down. At that time, the roaring beasts seemed to be tired and had returned to their nests to rest. Only gusts of chilly wind blew in all directions, rustling the branches of the trees. At this moment, several cold gazes were fixed on Lin Xian and the others from the unseen darkness. Like ghosts in the dark, these people floated in the forest. It was very strange. The void rippled, and an alluring figure walked out. That was a dazzling woman. Her slender thighs and snow-white chest were all exposed, making her look incomparably flirtatious. Her delicate face was filled with boundless charm. Her eyes seemed to be able to draw out a man's most primitive desires. This woman was naturally Xiao Mei. She looked at the 5 figures in front of her and revealed a charming smile. Silver Granny, how are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We can make a move at any time, an old woman with a head full of white hair said in a low voice. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Remember, I want him alive. The seductive look in Xiao Mei's eyes intensified. This time, I'm going to suck them dry. Granny Silver nodded slightly, then waved her walking stick and shouted, Do it! Suddenly, countless black figures rushed out from behind her like ghosts. The void rippled without any sound. It was extremely strange. The void rippled, and countless crows attacked Lin Xian and the others. Boom! A low sound was heard. The crows collided with the golden bell, causing it to vibrate violently. In the next moment, Yang Lin suddenly raised his head. His body emitted light as he punched out. The air in front of him was sucked dry. Countless crows were blown apart, and a vacuum appeared. At the same time, he whistled and quickly woke up Lin Xian and the others. There's a situation. When Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw the crows covering the sky, his face turned grave. These are blood crows. They live by eating the flesh and blood of martial artists. Although their individual attacks are not very strong, when gathered together, they are a very terrifying force. Bing Ling said in a low voice, in the past, a 3rd-level honorable died in the hands of these blood crows. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They looked at the black figures around them with grave expressions. At the same time, Yang Lin reminded them, Everyone, be careful. The golden bell is about to break. Indeed, not long after, the golden bell broke into pieces. The blood crows were like demons as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. You're courting death, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his arm and a sword chi slashed forward. Poof! The blood crows fell and turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood was devoured by the surrounding blood crows. At the same time, their eyes shone with a bloody light as they became even crazier. Shrill cries sounded in the night sky. It was like a demon's voice. It was very ear-piercing and made one's scalp go numb. Oh no, these beasts are crazy. Everyone, be careful. Bing Ling shouted and attacked quickly. Let me. Eastern Phoenix shouted and waved her hand. Streaks of fiery red aura flowed out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions. Soon after, the shadow of a divine bird flew out. It was like a phoenix that was reborn from the flames, and it lit up half the sky. The divine bird spread its wings, bringing with it a sea of fire as it circled in the sky. In the sky, countless blood crows were surrounded by the flames, and they let out miserable cries. Below, Eastern Phoenix formed a seal with her hands. A fire lotus appeared on her fingertips, and it grew rapidly, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, it swept across the sky. Any blood crows that came into contact with it were instantly turned into ashes, not even leaving behind a mist. In an instant, the surroundings became empty. Those crazy blood crows all disappeared, burned to ashes. Hee, as expected of the students of the immortal martial academy. Even the blood crows can't do anything to you. A low and hoarse voice sounded, drifting in the surroundings. It was very ethereal, and no one could tell where it came from. In the distance, countless black figures floated like ghosts, creating a tense atmosphere. "Who is it? Come out and face your death." Yang Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the forest in front of him. Rows of trees fell down, and a vacuum appeared. A figure quickly flew into the distance like a ghost. "Hemph, stay here." Yang Lin waved his hand, and a huge palm of light rushed out like a giant mountain, shattering the void. The two of them were very fast, and they disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sound of an intense battle could be heard from afar. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were like an abyss, vast and mighty. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? Eastern Phoenix and the others' faces darkened. "Wait here, don't move. I'll be back soon," Bingling said. Her figure swayed, and like a blue frost, she ran towards the battle sound. It was too strange. The other party knew their identity and dared to attack. Obviously, they came prepared. She had to find Yang Lin. However, another black figure appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, the black figure's aura exploded, and a powerful pressure shrouded the surroundings. Chapter 862. The void cracked open, and another third-level venerable flew towards Lin Xian and the rest. Yi Yin sneered. Like a purple phantom, he dashed out and blocked the incoming third-level venerable. In an instant, the battle erupted. Bing Ling and the other third-level venerable were all restrained. Only Lin Xian and Dongfang Fengwang were left on the battlefield. Their cultivation was only at the second-level venerable realm. It seemed like they were ignored by the mysterious force. Looking at the sudden change, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. He looked around and became alert. Suddenly, he frowned and pulled Dongfang Fengwang to retreat. Boom! In the next moment, the ground where he was standing suddenly cracked open. A yellow stone pillar that looked like a long spear pierced through the void with a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. If they were just a second slower, Lin Xian and Dongfang Fengwang would have been pierced through. The aura emitted by the piercer was so strong that a second-level venerable couldn't withstand it. Even a third-level venerable might not be able to withstand it. They dodged it? A low voice sounded with a hint of surprise. As expected of a disciple of the immortal martial academy, a second-level venerable has such sharp senses and reaction speed. Interesting. Next, I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as the voice sounded, the ground trembled. Countless rays of light rose rapidly, and the entire landscape within 100 miles changed drastically. This is? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky with Dongfang Fengwang following behind him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying force separated the two of them. He let out a low growl and quickly threw a punch forward. Boom! The yellow cage trembled but didn't break. What a tough wall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He had used a lot of strength, and even a second-level venerable realm cultivator would not have been able to withstand his punch. However, the earthen yellow wall had not been able to withstand his attack, and it had been damaged in the slightest. This was beyond his expectations. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by yellow walls and countless huge rocks. The entire space was sealed and carried a heavy force. Your strength is not bad. A light voice sounded, and then a black figure appeared. The other party was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his true appearance. They could only recognize that it was a man from his voice. Third-level venerable, Lin Xian exclaimed when he felt the aura of the other party. Your senses are very sharp. That's right. I'm a third-level venerable. In front of him, the mysterious man smiled and said, Originally, I didn't need to do anything to deal with someone like you. but your reaction speed surprised me, so I'll play with you. As for your little female companion, you don't have to worry either. I believe that there should be 4 second-level venerables accompanying her. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression darkened. Based on the other party's words, the Eastern Phoenix was currently fighting with 4 second heaven venerables. Who on earth was this person to actually dispatch so many experts to deal with them? All right, you don't have time to think about anything else, and don't try to guess our identities, because you'll never be able to guess. The mysterious man in front of him said in a light tone. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Xian was shocked, and he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. Sure enough, in the next moment, a yellow vortex appeared where he was. It was like a black hole, producing a huge suction force that crushed the void. Not bad, your reaction is indeed fast. I didn't expect a second-level venerable to have such an exquisite movement technique. The mysterious man's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in Lin Xian's movement technique. He formed a seal with his palm, and a terrifying aura appeared in the void, turning into various attacks that quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his Earth stage identity, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. It's useless. It's useless no matter how fast you are, because this is my Earth world. In an instant, the clones that Lin Xian had conjured were pierced. The entire space was densely packed with sharp, poisonous thorns. It's useless. You can't escape in my space. The mysterious man in front of him said casually. He seemed to be very casual, as if he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Poisonous dragon piercing. In the next moment, he put his palms together and quickly waved them in the void. Suddenly, countless sharp thorns filled the air. They were terrifying and mysterious, and there were strange runes on the surface. The runes flickered, and the thorns were extremely fast, piercing towards Lin Xian in an instant. Poof! The surrounding void was pierced, and Lin Xian's figure was also pierced. I said, it's useless no matter how fast you are. In this space, I'm the ruler. After piercing his opponent, the mysterious man chuckled again. Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in your own strength. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the mysterious man. It was like a sword light, and it made his hair stand on end. What? His pupils shrank, and his heart beat wildly. There was a third person in his space, and he didn't know about it? How is this possible? Just as he was about to move, he stopped in an instant because he felt an extremely sharp aura pressing against his back. As long as he moved, that aura would immediately pierce his heart. Although he was a third heaven honorable, he would definitely die if his heart was pierced. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all. Who are you? How did you get in? The mysterious man's face turned ugly, and his voice was filled with shock. In the next moment, he exclaimed again because he realized that Lin Xian's body, who was originally pierced, had begun to disintegrate, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing into the void. Clone! The mysterious man was shocked. In the next moment, he understood everything. The person behind him was none other than Lin Xian's real body. It's good that you understand. Now, tell me, who sent you? Don't lie, or I'll kill you immediately. Lin Xian asked coldly. You'll never know because a dead person doesn't need to know anything? In the next moment, the mysterious man in front of him suddenly laughed evilly. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with a clone. Trap him. Before the voice disappeared, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled and instantly turned into a stone man. At the same time, a khaki-colored fist appeared behind him and blasted toward Lin Xian. The fist was as big as a millstone, and it carried a terrifying force that could shatter the void with a single strike. This change was too sudden, and the terrifying fist instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to also have a mysterious clone technique. Looking at the khaki-colored fist that was rushing toward him, he snorted coldly and threw out a punch as well. Golden light surged, and the terrifying lightning fist broke through the void and blasted forward quickly. This punch was too terrifying, and it lit up the entire space. The fist was covered with strange lightning runes, and it was extremely mysterious and contained a terrifying power. Boom! The two fists collided, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. What? Chapter 863. He was too shocked because he realized that his attack could not harm Lin Fan at all. Instead, Lin Fan's golden fist, which contained powerful lightning energy, shattered his stone clone. Who is this kid? Is he really just a second heaven honorable? The mysterious honorable martial artist was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lin Fan was only a second heaven honorable, so he did not take him seriously. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Fan was definitely not weaker than him. He could fight above his level. Lin Fan was a genius. In an instant, the mysterious honorable martial artist understood, and his face turned ugly. Originally, he thought that he had found an easy prey and could play with him. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to be a genius. It seemed that this battle had become very tricky. The mysterious honorable martial artist appeared again, and his eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but you have no chance of winning against me. If I hadn't received orders to capture you alive, you would be a corpse now. Corpse? Lin Xian sneered. I think you're daydreaming. Since you're so willing to dream, I'll send you to heaven. You're courting death. The mysterious honorable martial artist was furious. Although Lin Xian was a genius, he was also a third heaven honorable. He would definitely not allow a young man to challenge him. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared on his body, and his skin began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body was covered by a thick layer of stone, and he looked like a stone man. The mysterious honorable martial artist emitted a terrifying aura. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying fist covered the surroundings, shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. This was a true third heaven honorable martial artist. He was extremely powerful, and now that he had attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian sneered, and the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly exploded. He was powerful enough, and he was not afraid of the mysterious honorable martial artist at all. Under such circumstances, he had to break through quickly and meet up with the others. Therefore, he immediately used the great dragon sword soul and attacked with his full strength. A dazzling sword light lit up like a blazing sun, and it bloomed in the void. Then, it quickly slashed down. The light was too dazzling, and it lit up the entire void. At the same time, the aura it carried was too terrifying and sharp as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying energy sound was heard, and in the next moment, the mysterious honorable martial artist flew backward. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He turned pale with fright and his face was filled with shock. He simply could not believe that he was injured by a young man at the second sky of the venerable realm. One had to know that he was an Earth attribute martial artist. His defensive power was the strongest. Very few people in the same rank could injure him. You're courting death. The mysterious venerable master was enraged. He no longer cared about the order to capture Lin Xian alive. He circulated his spiritual energy and quickly summoned his martial soul, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. His sword strike just now was incomparably fierce, but his opponent had actually received it with only minor injuries. His opponent was indeed strong. If he wanted to kill the other party in a short period of time, he would have to use extraordinary means. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw his opponent unleash his martial soul. He reached out and grabbed the black package. Don't waste your energy. No matter how you struggle, you'll still die. The mysterious honorable being floated in the void, emitting a powerful aura. In his opinion, as long as he summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He ignored his opponent's words and quickly opened the black package. Then, he held the Lone Star Sword. Seeing Lin Xian holding the sword, the mysterious venerable master's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He could not understand how a second sky of the venerable realm could make him feel the aura of death. This brat must be eliminated. The mysterious venerable master felt a chill in his heart. He would not allow such a threat to remain in the world. Brat, die. He summoned his martial soul and struck out a terrifying palm. A trace of fear appeared in the mysterious venerable master's heart. Only by killing Lin Xian could he eliminate this fear. On the other side, Lin Xian drew the Lone Star Sword and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi flashed like a real dragon. It was extremely terrifying. What? The mysterious venerable master was horrified. He realized that the sword chi was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist. That's a half-Earth rank treasure. Finally, he recognized the Lone Star Sword in Lin Xian's hand. He did not expect that a second sky of the venerable realm would have such a heaven-defying item. The mysterious venerable master swallowed his saliva and felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. He did not dare to fight anymore. His arrogance and dignity were all gone at this moment. He had no chance of winning against a half-Earth rank treasure. His body swayed, and the mysterious venerable master turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was faster than him. It descended above his head in an instant and then quickly fell. No, open! The mysterious venerable master screamed and summoned his martial soul to resist with all his might. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the sword chi. The mysterious venerable master screamed. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. He could not resist the sword chi at all and was instantly split in half. Not only him, but the entire sealed earth space was also split open by the sword. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he came to the outside world. At this moment, the nearby space was torn open, and the Eastern Phoenix also came out. In the distance, several ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Those figures were none other than Bing Ling and the others. At this moment, they had escaped from the battlefield and rushed back. Are you guys okay? Bing Ling asked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the Eastern Phoenix. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wrapped up the Lone Star Sword again and carried it on his back. Everyone looked at the third sky of the venerable realm that was split in half, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian was too terrifying. With a half-Earth rank treasure, he could kill an ordinary third sky of the venerable realm like cutting vegetables. You're really a monster. Dongfang Fenghuang also lightly snorted. She had spent a lot of effort to escape from the sealed space. At this moment, her small face was covered in sweat, and there were many bloodstains on her body. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm as if splitting open the sealed space was effortless. Seeing everyone's strange gazes, Lin Xian helplessly rubbed his nose and changed the topic. Do you know the identity of these people? We just came to Blackwater City and did not come into contact with anyone. The only person we had a conflict with was probably that seductive woman. These people are most likely from the Blackwater City's City Lord Mansion. Bing Ling said. City Lord Mansion. Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. These people are really daring. They actually dared to attack us. Yang Lin snorted coldly. Lin Xian also said, they seem to know that we're disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy, but they still dared to attack us. It seems like there's a reason we don't know. Everyone, be careful. Bing Ling looked around and said cautiously. Chapter 864. Soon after, the five of them set off once again. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest left, a group of people appeared at their original location. One of them was the seductive girl, Xiao Mei. However, her originally seductive face was now incomparably hideous. Damn it, how is this possible? They can actually kill a third heaven reverend. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Mei's face was extremely ugly. Behind her, the white-haired silver granny also frowned. Her eyes were flickering with a terrifying light. What a terrifying sword technique! Looking at the large corpse that was split open, Her heart trembled slightly. It seems like we have underestimated them. Silver Granny shook her head slightly. The disciples of the immortal martial academy are indeed incomparably powerful. No, we must capture them. Xiao Mei's face was ashen and her voice was cold. She must send the news back and get her father to send more people. How dare they kill the people of my Blackwater City? I will not let them off. Xiao Mei's cold voice resounded in the air. After a night's journey, Lin Xian and the rest finally arrived at the Blackwater River. In front of them, a black river was surging and roaring. It was like a black dragon entrenched on the ground, and one couldn't see the end of it. The river water surged and emitted traces of cold aura from time to time. Even reverends would feel a little uncomfortable. It was said that this river had buried countless experts and had absorbed the blood of kings. It was incomparably terrifying. They originally thought that it was just a legend, but now it seemed like it was very likely to be true. Bing Ling's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at the black river in front of them. At this moment, not only them, but many martial artists had also arrived near the Blackwater River. Their eyes were burning with greed. Some of them were even impatient and didn't want to stay any longer. They directly moved and rushed towards the Blackwater River. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged and formed a defensive energy barrier around them. They quickly rushed into the Blackwater River. This action instantly angered the demonic beasts in the river. Countless demonic beasts roared in anger. Boom! 100-meter-long water python roared with all its might. Its terrifying tail was like a heavenly blade, cutting the river water apart and creating countless waves. Puff! Many martial artists didn't dodge and were swept by the tail. Blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, all kinds of screams resounded in the Blackwater River. However, these voices were unable to stop the other martial artists. Countless figures dove into the river like sharp swords. Let's go down too, Bing Ling said. Cold air circled around her body, forming an ice armor that wrapped around her petite figure. The others also used their own methods to form a defensive barrier against the impact of the river. Lin Xian smiled. Sword chi erupted from his body and quickly intertwined to form a ball of sword chi that enveloped his body. Then, the five of them quickly rushed to the Blackwater River. The river surged, creating waves that were tens of meters high. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard, accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the others entered the water, they were targeted. A demonic beast covered in dark green scales glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. Its bloody mouth was wide open, bringing with it a monstrous bloody aura. Its long fangs even had the remains of a few cultivators' corpses. Obviously, this demonic beast had eaten more than one person. A 2-star demonic beast general dares to be so presumptuous. Lin Xian snorted and pointed his finger. Roar! Seeing that the humans had attacked, the demonic beast became even more furious. Its huge head shook and a blue light beam shot out from its mouth. The blue light surged and the murderous aura carried a terrifying aura as it rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's sword chi condensed at the tip of his finger, forming a dragon that roared and shot out. The finger radiance was extremely sharp. It slammed into the blue light beam and shattered it. Then, it quickly pierced the demonic beast's heart. Roar! The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar and fell down, creating countless ripples in the water. The surrounding river water was dyed black and red. Let's go. Bing Ling turned and prepared to leave. Hey, there's something. Yi Yan's eyes flashed and emitted a purple divine light. It was like 2 rays of light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he waved his hand and sent the corpse of the demonic beast flying. Then, he grabbed at the soil below. Poof! The bottom of the water cracked open and a deep hole appeared. However, in the deep hole, there was a crystal-clear pearl that was the size of a fist. Rays of light flowed on the pearl, and it contained a terrifying power. Water spiritual pearl! Yi Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Bing Ling turned around abruptly and looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Although they did not know the specific use of the water spiritual pearl, the power that it contained was shocking. Good stuff, Yi Yin said with a smile. Then, he turned into a purple radiance and rushed down. Gurgle, gurgle. However, just as he landed, the river water suddenly surged as if it was boiling. A silver sword radiance slashed toward him. You're courting death. Yi Yin did not expect that someone would dare to attack him at this time. He shouted angrily and threw out a palm. A purple mist formed and floated forward. Boom! A deep sound was heard and the waves slapped in all directions. A powerful force pushed Yi Yin back. However, the silver sword radiance was also corroded by the purple mist and disappeared into the water. Who is it? Come out! Yi Yin shouted coldly. The purple radiance in his eyes shone brightly as he looked around. Humph, arrogant brat. A sneer was heard. Then, the river water surged and countless figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. These people were surrounded by radiance and had weapons in their hands. They were murderous and had a murderous aura. It was obvious that they had killed many people. In front of them, there were two figures standing there like giant mountains. They were middle-aged men. One was bald and the other had a palm-sized scar on his face. Their auras were unusually strong, and they should be the leaders of these people. Who are you? What do you want? Yi Yin asked coldly. What do we want? The bald man sneered. We have been eyeing this water spiritual pearl for many days. We were careless, and it was almost taken away by you little brats. Little brats, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The scarred man smiled evilly. Of course, those two beauties must stay. I have never seen such beautiful girls. One is ice and the other is fire. One is cold and the other is arrogant. They are the best in the world. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists laughed. Countless eyes looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fengwang without restraint. Humph! Bing Ling's face darkened and a murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Dongfang Fengwang was even more direct. She threw a palm at the scarred man. Whoosh! When the fiery red palm appeared, the entire river started to boil. It was as if it was boiling and became scalding hot. Nonsense! I will tear your mouth apart. Chapter 865. Fire Attribute? Haha, this is the bottom of the river. How much power can your flames exert? A tall and skinny martial artist sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The next moment, he struck out with a punch. A grayish aura covered his fist, tearing the black water apart and colliding with the fiery red palm. Boom! With a buzzing sound, white mist rose from the surroundings. It was the evaporated water from the flames. The tall and skinny martial artist screamed as he held his arm and retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. The attack just now was like hitting a volcano. The horrifying heat immediately burned his palm. Not only that, the red flames quickly climbed up his arm as if they were going to melt him. In shock, he did not dare to continue the fight and quickly retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted as she pulled out the red whip from her waist and swung it forward. Buzz! The river water was whipped apart. The red whip was like a red dragon, swimming quickly and dragging the tall and skinny martial artist back in an instant. You, what are you doing? The tall and skinny martial artist was finally afraid. He was no longer as arrogant as before. What am I doing? I'll let you have a taste of my flames. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was cold. The dirty words from these people had made her very angry, so she did not show any mercy. Oh no, faction leader, save me. Seeing the red palm, the tall and skinny martial artist screamed in fear. You're courting death. Put him down. The bald man was furious. Someone dared to hit his underling in front of him. Was he tired of living? With a shake of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand, and he quickly stabbed it out. With a flash of light, the long spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a water python and rushed over quickly. You want to fight? Lin Xian's body swayed and stood out. He stretched out his arm and shouted, Dragon-catching hand. Boom! Golden light covered the sky, and a horrifying aura shook the surroundings. A golden shadow surged out like a golden dragon, roaring. In an instant, the golden dragon entangled the long spear. The dragon's body coiled and formed a horrifying strangulation force. The horrifying explosion of energy forced the bald man to step back. At this time, Dongfang Fenghuang's palm fell and burned the martial artist to ashes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and dumbstruck. Their leader had been knocked back by a second-layer martial highness? Was this a dream? The scarred man's pupils also shrank, and his expression was extremely solemn. A second-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator was actually able to force a third-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator back. This was a battle that surpassed one's cultivation level. Who is this kid? Who are these people? Scram or die. Lin Xian's cold voice shook the area. Hearing this, the bald man's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was simply too arrogant. Brat, you're the first one who dares to be so insolent to our White Sharks gang. The scarred man said in a deep voice, in this Blackwater River basin, even the three great forces will give us some face. I'm not from the three great forces, so I don't need to give you any face. Lin Xian said coldly. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword chi formed on his body and enveloped the surroundings. Not only were the White Sharks gang shocked, but even Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a domineering side of Lin Xian. Now, it seemed that this handsome young man was not to be trifled with. Brat, you're too arrogant. The scarred man's face darkened. This time, the White Sharks gang has lost. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, he immediately led countless martial artists away. Boss, why don't we attack? Even if they're strong, we have more people. We can definitely take them down. The bald man said. Forget it. The other party is strong, and we don't know their identity. If we attack recklessly, even if we win, we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the king's treasure is about to appear. It's stupid to waste our strength now, the scarred man said in a deep voice. So we're just going to let it go? The bald man gritted his teeth. Let it go? How is that possible? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy and filled with killing intent. How dare they provoke our White Sharks gang? How can we let it go? When we have the chance, we'll definitely kill these brats. The scarred man's voice was cold. Obviously, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that the time wasn't right. Looking at the departing figures of the group, Bing Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party's combat strength wasn't as good as theirs, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really attacked, it would be hard to say who would win. Now that they could scare the other party, it couldn't be better. The few of them looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. This guy's aura was too strong. Dongfang Phoenix also exclaimed, I didn't realize that you had such a cool side to you. This group of people bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't act tough, you won't scare them away. Lin Xian shrugged. At this moment, Yi Yan's figure flashed, and he took the water spirit pearl. Yi Yan, this water spirit pearl is very useful for my cultivation. Can I exchange it with something? Bing Ling asked. She was an ice-based martial artist. It could be said that she was a mutation of the water element. The water spirit pearl contained a powerful water element energy that would be of great help to her cultivation. Sure. Yi Yan nodded. The energy in the water spirit pearl was indeed of little use to him. It was best to exchange it with something else. Soon, the two of them completed the exchange. Bing Ling put the water spirit pearl into her storage ring. A trace of joy appeared on her face. Let's go to the depths of the Blackwater River. The five of them moved like 5 nimble fish, quickly shuttling through the water. The Blackwater River was very mysterious. The underwater world was similar to the outside world. There were mountains and valleys underground, as well as a group of green plants. It was like an underwater world. However, compared to the land, this place was more dangerous because you didn't know where a water monster would swim out of. Moreover, the Black River water was like ink, blurring one's vision. In general, the underground world of the Blackwater River was much more dangerous than the land. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. They walked very quickly and finally arrived at the depths of the Blackwater River. Floating in the river, Lin Xian looked down. He saw that there were mountains below, and the terrain was strange. In the west, there was a huge crack, as if it had cut the entire riverbed. Traces of thicker black water emerged from the crack. It was eerie and terrifying. "That's where King Danyu fell," Bing Ling said in a low voice as she looked at the terrifying Rift Valley. "No wonder." Lin Xian nodded. He did feel an unusual aura from the Rift Valley. Yang Lin looked around and said with dissatisfaction, "There are so many people. Even if there's a treasure, it's impossible to sneak it away." Indeed, there were too many people around. The number of people seemed to surpass the number of water monsters at the bottom of the river. "There's no need for us to search with so many people. Let's wait for the treasure to appear." Chapter 866. They found an open space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the treasure to appear. Gradually, there were more and more martial artists in the surroundings. The originally oppressive river bottom world became lively. There were even some martial artists who met their enemies and directly started fighting, causing the scene to be extremely chaotic. Suddenly, the river shook, and the black river water surged, making a rumbling sound. The warriors stopped and retreated to the side. Lin Xian and the others also opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Although the surroundings were dark, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong. He was able to clearly see the scene in the distance. He found that it was not the beasts that caused the tremors, but the people. To be exact, it was two groups of people. On the left, a huge black shadow appeared, like a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble, the river water to surge, and the underwater mountains to crack. "Killer whale!" someone exclaimed and took a deep breath. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. It was indeed a killer whale, a powerful water demon, and its strength was at the level of a demon general. It was like a blue mountain with yellow stripes on it, like tiger stripes. It shone with a demonic light, and a strong demonic aura surged out, sweeping across the land. On the back of the killer whale, there were almost 100 figures. They carried iron swords on their backs, and their sword auras were sharp. Iron Sword Clan. This powerful force was the Iron Sword Clan that Lin Xian had met before. The other side was probably the Huangfu clan. He turned his eyes and looked to the other side. The people of the Huangfu clan were also riding on a huge beast. It was a giant crab, and its body was red like glass. It waved its huge pincers and easily cracked the ground. On the back of the beast, there were 100 people of the Huangfu clan, and they formed a terrifying aura. The arrival of the two forces made the whole space fall into a short silence. They were too powerful. Lin Xian and the others also looked serious. The number of people on the other side had doubled. Obviously, they were well prepared for the king's treasure. Bing Ling frowned slightly. Compared to the other side, they were at a disadvantage. However, this was normal. Originally, according to the information on the Academy's mission, this was just an ordinary Venerable One's treasure. The current team of Bing Ling and the others was more than enough. However, who would have thought that a Venerable's treasure would turn into a king's treasure? This made their team, which was originally sure to win, feel somewhat awkward. We can only play it by ear now. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again, as if it was about to split open. With the previous two experiences, no one panicked this time. Instead, they uniformly looked into the distance. They knew that only those terrifying demon generals could cause such a commotion. As expected, another black silhouette appeared in front of him, carrying a terrifying demonic aura with it. Blackwater City. Yi Yan's eyes flickered with purple light as he looked ahead and said coldly. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked up. He saw that the black shadow was a huge anaconda, ferocious and terrifying. On top of the python's head stood a figure that was incomparably seductive. On top of the huge anaconda, there were countless martial artists in black robes, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing those people, Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened. They realized that the clothes and aura of those people were very similar to the group of mysterious people that attacked them at night. Humph! Dongfang Fenghuang looked into the distance and snorted heavily. She was disgusted by that seductive woman. Xiaomei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, and the corner of her mouth curled up into an evil smile. Hee, my young Qi. You can't run away. Xiaomei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, but she did not make a move. This was because the current situation was not suitable for settling personal grudges. The huge anaconda moved quickly, like a peerless beast, and stopped at a nearby mountain range. The entire space became oppressive once again. Countless martial artists held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. This was because the three-headed demon general platform was so powerful that it formed a pressure that enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian and the others also retracted their gazes, sat down cross-legged, and waited quietly. As time passed, the entire bottom of the Black River became very quiet. Gradually, a strange aura spread out in the vicinity. Through his powerful soul power, Lin Xian keenly sensed that the strange aura came from the distant Rift Valley. Not only that, the aura was getting stronger. Traces of black gas condensed into bubbles, quickly rising from the Rift Valley. This strange phenomenon was not only noticed by Lin Xian, but also by the others. Many people stood up excitedly, looking at the Rift Valley in front of them with fiery eyes. In front of them, countless bubbles appeared in the terrifying Rift Valley, forming a very strange scene. The black bubbles floated quickly in the water and condensed together, forming a vague black figure. The figure was too vague, and only one person could be vaguely seen. The others could not be seen clearly. However, as soon as the black figure condensed, it exuded an ancient aura that quickly spread out in all directions. The aura was too terrifying, and it directly pressed the three powerful demon generals to the ground. Lin Xian and the others also held their breaths and looked over with rapt attention. After the figure appeared, the surrounding river water also fluctuated violently, quickly converging in front of the figure. Countless amounts of black water condensed under the vague figure, forming a black dragon that circled under the figure's feet. In the next moment, a low dragon roar sounded, like muffled thunder, quickly spreading out in all directions. This roar contained an aura that made one's soul tremble. The weaker warriors all trembled and sat on the ground, paralyzed. However, their eyes were filled with madness. Countless people shouted crazily, as if they were possessed. Lin Xian and the others also changed their expressions, especially Bing Ling. She, who was as cold as ice, showed a surprised expression for the first time. King Pill Feather. She was too shocked. That aura was definitely not something a venerable could release. That was the aura of a king. That vague figure was actually a king. Needless to say, only one king had fallen in the Black River, and that was the famous King Pillfeather from thousands of years ago. At this moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the middle-aged expert from the Huangfu family all looked forward with a serious expression. On the giant python's head, Xiaomei also put away her seductive appearance, and there was a trace of madness and passion in her eyes. A king's treasure. It really is a king's treasure. She was too excited, far more excited than the others, because the Black Water City had a water dragon pill. It was refined by King Pill Feather himself. At this moment, not only her, but all the warriors in Black Water City trembled with excitement. This is King Pill Feather? Chapter 867. Shocking, it was indeed shocking. That aura was too powerful, as if it had a natural suppression on martial artists, making them want to kneel down and worship it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could ignore the suppression. Otherwise, he would not be in a good state. In front, the hazy figure stood in the water, exuding a supreme suppression. Under the fervent gazes of countless people, the hazy figure slowly raised its arm. It's moving, it's moving. Countless people were excited, and they were all nervously watching the hazy figure's every move. Lin Xian was also nervously watching. He saw the hazy figure slowly raise its arm with its palm facing the sky, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. In the next moment, the black river water splashed and quickly condensed toward the hazy figure. It kept rolling and surging into the figure's palm. A black energy ball quickly condensed on the figure's palm, shining with a terrifying light. Soon, the black energy ball entered the figure's palm and quickly flowed along the fingers. The 5 fingertips emitted light, and 5 light pillars shot out. They were like 5 true dragons, rushing in 5 directions. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the 5 true dragons quickly grew in size, forming a 300-meter-long body. They tore the river water apart, roaring and rushing in all directions. Everyone held their breaths, dumbfounded. The 5 ferocious true dragons stood in 5 different directions. Then, their huge bodies circled and drilled into the river. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying vibrations were produced, and the river bottom seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Boom. 5 black light pillars surged out from the ground, rushed into the sky, and converged into a point. Lin Xian and the rest looked up at the black point in the sky. The black point quickly grew larger, forming a pitch-black door. The black door shone with a black light, and there were 2 lifelike black dragons swimming on it. They exuded a terrifying aura, as if it was the gate of hell. Treasure, the king's treasure, it's finally appeared. Countless people looked up and shouted crazily, their eyes filled with madness. They were too excited. The king's treasure that had been buried for thousands of years had finally appeared, and they had encountered it. This was definitely an extremely lucky thing. As long as they could enter the black door and obtain 1 or 2 treasures, they would be able to laugh arrogantly. After all, it was the treasure left behind by a king. Thinking of this, countless people took to the air and rushed toward the pitch-black gate in the sky. Lin Xian looked at the pitch-black door in the sky and took a deep breath. He was also very tempted by the things left behind by the kings. Previously, he had obtained a king's inheritance. With that king's inheritance, he was able to kill experts above his level. And now, the treasure in front of him was actually a king's treasure. After tasting the sweetness of a king's legacy, how could Lin Xian give up on the king's treasure? The others were also tempted. No one could remain calm in front of a king's treasure. Maintain the formation. We'll rush up too, Icicle said in a deep voice. At this moment, there was a hint of redness on her calm face. In the next moment, she stomped her foot and shot upwards like a shooting star. Lin Xian and the others followed behind her and charged upwards as well. When Lin Xian arrived in front of the black door, he immediately took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the black door. At the same time, he sensed an aura that was slightly similar to his profound jade platform. Could it be a teleportation array? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The black door in front of him was very likely a special teleportation array that transported everyone to the real king's treasure. Sure enough, when he stepped into the pitch-black door, he felt an extremely strong spatial force covering his body and forcibly taking him away. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. There was no black river around him, and Icicle and the others were not beside him. It seemed that the teleportation array did not have any rules. It was a random teleportation array. Although Lin Xian entered with Icicle and the others, they were teleported to a completely different place. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were other houses in this place besides his. However, he did not recognize them. Moreover, he found that this place was extremely strange. The air was very cold, and even the naked eye could see streaks of white icy aura dancing in the air. If Icicle were here, she would definitely be overjoyed. This environment would greatly increase her combat strength. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kind of weather was not good for him. He circulated the spiritual qi in his body and formed a protective shield, blocking the cold aura outside his body. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It pulled his hair and pointed in a direction, shouting nonstop. There's something. Lin Xian was familiar with the little white monkey's behavior. It would only react like this when there was a treasure. Let's go and see. Lin Xian put the little white monkey on his shoulder and then stomped his feet. His whole body was like an arrow that left the bow, quickly rushing into the distance. After flying for a short while, he saw a snowy valley that exuded an even colder aura. In the middle of the valley, there was a blue lotus the size of a millstone, swaying with the wind. Snowy demonic lotus. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized the snow lotus in the middle of the ice valley. Snowy demonic lotus was an extremely rare ice attribute spirit treasure, especially the lotus seeds that it bore. They gathered the power of extreme coldness. It could condense a martial artist's spiritual power and strengthen their blood chi. It was extremely beneficial for martial artists. Moreover, this thing was extremely rare and usually only grew in extremely cold places. He did not expect to see a snowy demonic lotus here. It was indeed a king's treasure. It was indeed a big deal to encounter such a treasure as soon as he entered. The little white monkey shouted excitedly. It could not wait any longer. If it were not for Lin Xian holding it back, it would have rushed out long ago. Wooji the little white monkey was dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll take you there now, Lin Xian comforted. This place was very unfamiliar. He did not know if it was dangerous, so he was worried about the little white monkey going alone. He had just comforted the little white monkey when an extremely arrogant laughter suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha. Snowy demonic lotus. It's actually a snowy demonic lotus. This voice contained a strong sense of ecstasy. Then, Lin Xian saw a voice rushing toward the ice valley like a stream of light. The figure was very fast. In an instant, it entered the ice valley and came near the snowy demonic lotus. The next moment, he stretched out a huge spiritual power hand and grabbed downward. Haha, this snowy demonic lotus is mine. The figure laughed arrogantly. However, before the light hand could land, a blue light pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the figure. The figure did not even have time to scream before he died in the air and fell to the ground. Chapter 868. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the valley with a grave expression. The attack was so fast that even he could not see it clearly. He only saw a blue ray of light shoot out and kill the martial artist instantly. That move was too terrifying. It was even more powerful than a third heaven honorable. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. It's the ice toad. The dark red divine dragon peeked out and said softly. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead like a sword. Indeed, he saw a blue shadow moving quickly under the lotus. That should be the ice toad that the dark red divine dragon had mentioned. Looks like it's not that simple. Lin Xian sighed. Such a treasure must be guarded by a powerful demonic beast. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by someone else. It's just an ice toad. Do you really think it can protect the ice snow lotus? A disdainful voice sounded, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. An enchanting middle-aged woman appeared in the air. She looked down at the ice snow demon spirit and the ice toad with a burning gaze. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged woman flew towards the ice snow valley. Seeing that there were humans who dared to enter, the ice toad cried out angrily and spat out a blue bubble. An extremely strong energy was emitted from the bubble and froze the surrounding air. The middle-aged woman saw it and laughed in disdain. She waved her hands and sent out countless palm shadows. Boom! The palm shadows that filled the sky collided with the ice bubble. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard, as if they had hit metal. In the next moment, the ice toad was sent flying. The middle-aged woman reached out to grab the ice lotuses. Poof! She grabbed the ice lotus in her hand and pulled it out forcefully. The bewitching frost lotus was pulled out by her. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists' breathing quickened. They looked at the middle-aged woman with red eyes. The middle-aged woman snorted and emitted a powerful aura of an honorable martial artist. Everyone was stunned. Instantly, countless martial artists shook their heads and regained their clarity. They knew that the middle-aged woman was very powerful and was not someone they could deal with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. Others might be afraid of the middle-aged woman, but he wasn't. It was impossible for him to give up a treasure like the demonic ice lotus. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because he discovered that another ice lotus had appeared in the valley, blooming beautifully. This, not only Lin Xian, but all the other martial artists were also stunned. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there was more than one bewitching frost lotus? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's eyes lit up again. If this was true, then they all had a chance. Lin Xian was also stunned and puzzled. That's right. The one that was plucked wasn't the real demonic frost lotus. The dark red divine dragon suddenly said, "The real demonic frost lotus is still in the valley." "It's not true? What's that?" Lin Xian frowned. "It doesn't look fake. Companion ice lotus is also a kind of spirit medicine. It grows with the demonic frost lotus," the dark red divine dragon said. Actually, the demonic frost lotus evolved from the companion ice lotus. According to the dark red divine dragon's description, Lin Xian understood that there was no demonic frost lotus originally. They were all ordinary ice lotuses. However, these ice lotuses competed together, and the one that won in the end evolved into the demonic frost lotus, while the others became the companion ice lotus. As if confirming the dark red divine dragon's words, countless companion ice lotuses appeared in the valley in front of them. They slowly rotated and emitted a blue light. So many. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Then, they revealed ecstatic expressions. They didn't know about the companion ice lotus, but this didn't stop them from being ecstatic. Because there were so many ice lotuses, it was enough for them to divide. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman's face darkened. A hint of anger appeared in her long and narrow eyes. Scram! In the next moment, she roared and waved her sleeve. A terrifying power blasted out, turning several nearby martial artists into a bloody mist. Retreat! Countless martial artists felt their scalps tingle. They quickly distanced themselves from the middle-aged woman and flew towards Frost Valley from another direction. Roar! Very soon, angry roars came from inside Frost Valley. Several massive figures appeared and fought with those martial artists. It looked like there was more than one guardian beast. Lin Xian similarly swayed his figure and flew towards Frost Valley. However, an angry roar came from the side again. Scram! The voice was like thunder, rolling over and surging towards Lin Xian. All around, those ice mountains exploded with a loud bang, unable to withstand this surge of power. It turned out that the surrounding martial artists all retreated. Only Lin Xian was still there. Furthermore, the direction he flew in just happened to be beside the middle-aged woman. Actually, this was very normal, because this was the shortest distance. Any martial artist would do this. However, this action became a provocation in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Furthermore, she didn't obtain the real demonic frost lotus and was in a bad mood. She just happened to vent her anger on Lin Xian. But Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't provoke the other party at all, but the other party attacked him mercilessly. Even a clay figurine had some anger, let alone him. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it out quickly. A blood-red sword wave rushed out quickly. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered. Bang! The sword wave and the sound wave collided, producing a buzzing sound. What? The middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. She realized that the sword wave had cut through the sound wave and was rushing towards her quickly. She couldn't believe it. Her opponent was a kid in the second heaven. She could kill such a person with just a shout. But now, the situation was beyond her expectations. With a cold snort, the middle-aged woman waved her palm and released a vast amount of energy. The terrifying light palm collided with the blood-red sword wave, producing another earth-shattering explosion. In the chaotic airflow, the middle-aged woman took a step back. As for Lin Xian, his speed didn't change as he flew towards Frost Valley. Damn it! Looking at the disappearing figure, the middle-aged woman was extremely angry. She couldn't bear that a junior kid had forced her to retreat. However, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sword wave just now was too sharp and made her uncomfortable. What a strange kid. The middle-aged woman's eyes were gloomy. With a cold snort, she flew towards the valley. But this time, she did subconsciously avoid Lin Xian. In Frost Valley, it was extremely chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and terrifying forces filled the entire space. Countless warriors and demonic beasts were fighting. The momentum was terrifying, and both sides were bloodshot. Not only that, but the battles between the warriors were even more tragic. Often, they would be killed by the nearby warriors if they weren't paying attention. For a moment, everyone was extremely vigilant and didn't dare to let others get close to them. Lin Xian saw all of this. He didn't care about these people, nor did he stay. Instead, he flew directly into the depths of the valley, because that place was even colder, and it was also the place that Snow White Little Monkey wanted to go. Not long after, he arrived at the depths. The surrounding cold wind blew, easily tearing the air apart. Chapter 869. In the depths of Frost Valley, the cold wind was bone-chilling. Martial artists below the honorable realm could not enter at all. Lin Xian arrived here. His eyes flickered. He reached out his hand to grab a few times and found that they were all companion ice lotuses. However, the quality of the companion ice lotuses here was better than the ones outside. But no matter how good they were not frost-bewitching lotuses. Lin Xian's target was the frost-bewitching lotuses. He released his soul power and quickly searched around. At this moment, another wave of spiritual energy came from behind, carrying a powerful aura. Lin Xian frowned. He turned around and found that there were more martial artists behind him. Those people had powerful auras and were undoubtedly powerhouses. It seemed that the others were not satisfied with the companion ice lotuses and wanted to find better ones. However, this bewitching lotus was not easy to find. Whether or not they could find it depended on their ability. He retracted his gaze and was about to turn around when he saw a few figures appear in the void again. This time, his brows furrowed even tighter, because those people were none other than Xiao Mei and the others from Blackwater City. A group of 6 people. Walking at the front was the extremely coquettish Xiao Mei. Following close behind was the white-haired silver granny who was holding a walking stick. Behind them were 4 other honorable realm martial artists. Such a lineup was undoubtedly very powerful here. Lin Xian recognized them. Xiao Mei naturally saw Lin Xian as well. Immediately, the corners of her mouth curled up into a devilish smile. The charm on her face became abnormally strong. High-grade Yang Qi. I've finally encountered one again. Xiao Mei laughed out loud. Especially when she found that Lin Xian was alone, she licked her lips without restraint. Little brother, we're fated to meet again. Xiao Mei swayed her waist and walked over with a smile. Behind her, the silver granny followed closely. The other 4 martial artists separated and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet them here. However, he quickly smiled again because with his strength, he was not afraid of these people. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "Yes, it's fate. How should I address you, sister?" Hee hee. Xiao Mei covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes brimming with charm. This humble one is Xiao Mei. Is little brother alone? This place is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me? At this point, Xiao Mei once again approached. She was now less than 3 feet away from Lin Xian. At this distance, Lin Xian could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body, as well as the faintly discernible naked body. However, he refused with a smile. No, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. Lin Xian stopped smiling and turned to leave. Aya, little brother, don't go. Xiao Mei's voice was seductive and carried a strange power that made people's limbs go soft. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. In her palm, there was a small silver needle. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it. This was the passion flower needle. The person who was hit by it would burn his body. If it was not released immediately, the person would definitely explode and die. It could be said that this was a very sinister method. Now, this poisonous needle was hidden in Xiao Mei's palm and was stabbing at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would have been hit. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely strong. He immediately noticed the abnormality. He sneered and pointed his finger. On the tip of his finger, a sharp sword aura surrounded it. It carried a shocking bloody aura, as if it wanted to devour people. Ding! With one strike, the sword aura shattered the passion flower needle. Otherwise, the sword aura would have pierced through Xiao Mei's palm. Puff! Fresh blood flowed out, followed by a scream. Xiao Mei screamed and quickly retreated. She covered her pierced palm and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. You dare to hurt me? What a joke. You just used a hidden weapon to attack me. So what if I hurt you? Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. Xiao Mei was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Kill him. Kill him for me. Cut off his limbs. I want to suck his yang qi dry. I knew you were up to no good. Lin Xian snorted. Seeing that the other party had shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any scruples. After all, there were only a few of them here. Even if he killed Xiao Mei, it would not be a big deal. At most, he would be hunted down by the people of Blackwater City. There were many people who wanted his life. Blackwater City was nothing. Brat, you dare to hurt my family's young miss. Kneel down and accept your death. Behind him, Grandma Silver's voice was cold. She quickly waved the brown cane in her hand. The other 4 cultivators joined forces to seal off the area, preventing Lin Xian from escaping. These people all had sinister smiles on their faces as they stared at Lin Xian. Killing intent surrounded them. You were lucky to be able to escape last time. Today will be the day you die. So it was you guys who did it. Lin Xian's face darkened. You guys dare to kill a disciple of the immortal martial academy? How dare you? If you die, who would know that we killed you? Grandma Silver's voice was hoarse, containing a bone-piercing chill. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. Similarly, if you guys die, the people of Blackwater City will not know that I was the one who killed you guys. He punched out, blocking the snake-headed cane in the air. Brat, you were too arrogant. Die for me. Grandma Silver no longer spoke and attacked with all her might. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded, shattering the surrounding ice mountains. Countless mountain peaks crumbled as rocks fell down. Blocked it? Grandma Silver's eyes narrowed in astonishment. After that, her orange peel-like old face became incomparably malevolent. Go, attack together and kill him. A voice filled with killing intent reverberated. The 4 cultivators also roared and attacked. Formation. A low voice rang out as 4 black formation flags appeared. They fluttered in the air, sealing off the entire space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Black light flashed as the black flags rumbled. The 4 flags enlarged continuously, resembling 4 black mountains, suppressing the surroundings. Terrifying black qi permeated the air, enveloping the surroundings. A chilly wind blew, and muffled thunder rumbled. Brat, let's see where you can escape to this time. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she walked over with her cane. Leave. I have never thought of escaping. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to be stubborn. Fine. I will let you experience my true strength. The old woman was extremely confident, her eyes gleaming. Grandma Silver, keep him alive. I must get his yang qi. Xiao Mei gritted her teeth and said from behind. Miss, don't worry. I know what to do. Grandma Silver nodded, her cold gaze once again shrouding Lin Xian. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from her body. Her entire body was covered in flowing light, and her withered skin seemed to become lustrous. Not only that, the cane in her hand was replaced by a black flag. The black flag swayed, and a chilly wind blew, tearing the ground apart. Brat, I will refine you into dregs today. Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she quickly waved the black flag in her hand. It was as if a dark cloud was floating. Chapter 870. Granny Silver held a large black flag and waved it quickly. Black light bloomed, and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian swung his fists and unleashed a series of golden fist shadows that blotted out the sky and the sun. They were incomparably mighty as they blasted out in all directions. The golden fist collided with the black light, creating a rumbling sound. At the same time, the surrounding black flags also bloomed with light. Countless black auras hung down like a black waterfall, constantly surging and shaking the entire valley. Countless black auras surged toward Lin Xian as if to devour him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light shone from his body, forming a huge shadow of a golden giant. It stood tall and tore apart the black auras. The golden giant was too terrifying. It directly uprooted an iceberg and smashed it toward Granny Silver and the others. Rumble. The scene was too shocking. An iceberg rose from the ground and quickly fell. A large black shadow was cast on the ground, covering the warriors. "Break for me!" Granny Silver snorted and quickly waved the black flag. A black flood dragon rushed out of the flag, its huge body smashing into the iceberg and shattering it. This collision caused a large crack to appear on the ground. It was a terrifying scene. "Suppress it with all your might," Granny Silver shouted coldly. At the same time, she waved the black flag in her hand, making the flood dragon more realistic. The 4 warriors around her also attacked. 4 flood dragons flew out, intertwining in the air to form a flood dragon diagram, enveloping Lin Xian. The black flood dragon diagram emitted a terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was ready to draw his long sword and attack with all his might. At this time, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, there's a special aura fluctuation below." "Below? Fluctuation?" Lin Xian was stunned, then understood. His eyes lit up. In this frost valley, the only thing that could attract the dark red dragon's attention was probably the demonic frost lotus. As for below, it should be under the ice. Could it be that the demonic frost lotus is under the ice? Lin Xian thought. If that was the case, then the news must not be leaked. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the pitch-black flood dragon diagram above him. Now was a good opportunity. He could use the Jiao dragon diagram as a cover to sneak under the ice. At the thought of this, Lin Xian quickly activated the red lotus armor and covered his body, forming a strong defense. In the next moment, the pitch-black Jiao dragon diagram crashed down. Boom! The entire ground was trembling, the earth was cracking, and the icebergs were shaking. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Grandma Silver and the others laughed. Being struck by the flood dragon diagram, that brat would definitely die. Moreover, this flood dragon diagram had another special characteristic, which was that regardless of whether a martial artist was dead or alive, it could still forcibly absorb yang qi. This way, not only would he kill his opponent, but he would also obtain the yang energy. It could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaomei also looked ahead with a cold smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. With his yang energy, she might be able to break through to the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. In front of them, black gas surrounded them and quickly disappeared. The 5 flood dragons roared and flew back into the 5 black flags. Grandma Silver waved her hand and grabbed the black flags again. In the next moment, her face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Xiaomei asked with a frown. "There's no yang energy?" Grandma Silver's face was gloomy. She carefully sensed and realized that the black flood dragon she summoned back did not absorb the brat's yang energy. No? Xiaomei was also stunned. How is this possible? The black flood dragon is a treasure that absorbs yang energy. She did not believe it because she had never failed to use the black flood dragon before. "Unless he's not dead," Grandma Silver said coldly. "He's not dead? Then where did he go?" Xiaomei asked. She was very anxious. After all, the brat's life was related to whether she could break through to the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. In the battle just now, we sealed off the surroundings. He had no chance to escape at all. The only place he could have gone is underground. Grandma Silver looked at the shattered ground in front of her with flickering eyes. Underground? Xiaomei also looked ahead. There was a huge crack in the ice layer that stretched for 1,000 meters. Then, she said anxiously, "What are we waiting for? Let's go after him. We must catch him." "Young miss, don't be anxious. The underground ice layer is not that easy to enter. The coldness down there is more than 10 times that above. If a supremacy Sun goes down there, there's no way he can survive. Even a third heaven supremacy would find it difficult to stay down there for a long time. That brat is only a second heaven supremacy. Although his strength is comparable to a third heaven supremacy, it's impossible for him to stay down there for a long time. How about this? We'll wait here for 2 hours. If that brat doesn't come out after 2 hours, it means that he died down there. There's no need for us to wait any longer. It's better to look for other treasures." Hearing Grandma Silver's analysis, Xiaomei nodded. "Okay, let's do it." The group sat there and waited patiently. However, 2 hours passed, and the other party still did not come up. "Young miss, don't wait any longer. Even a third heaven supremacy would have frozen to death down there." Damn it, damn it. Xiaomei was so angry that she stomped her feet. She was going crazy. The yang qi that she had set her eyes on had actually escaped just like that. She could not accept it. Damn it. The other party would rather freeze to death down there than be caught by her. She was so angry. "Brat, I'll catch your companions and suck all their yang qi dry. Then, I'll torture them to death. You forced me to do this." Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said with a ferocious expression. She snorted coldly and quickly left with Grandma Silver and the others. After all, she did not come here to capture Lin Xian this time. She had a more important mission. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the ice layer and immediately felt the bone-piercing cold around him. It was much colder than above. He did not hesitate and activated the red lotus armor. At the same time, he released the concept of fire to resist it. A bright red armor covered his body. Flames danced on the armor, resisting the cold air around him. It had to be said that the red lotus armor was too powerful. Not only could it resist attacks, but it could also resist the cold. Moreover, this was only an illusion. If it was a real armor, the effect would be heaven-defying. It seemed that when he returned this time, he would have to take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. Lin Xian decided that when he returned to the academy, he would bring people to ask the Wind City's Huang family and take back the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. He had already collected many rare treasures. In addition to the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold, he could already make a small part of the armor. With the support of the Red Lotus armor, the cold around him had a minimal effect on him. At least he could stay here for a long time. He did not know that Xiaomei and the others were still waiting outside. At this moment, he was using his soul power to sense the strange energy fluctuation. Chapter 871. Lin Xian nodded. Without any hesitation, a sharp sword radiance appeared on his body as he rushed downwards. Wherever he passed, the ice layer cracked. Nothing could stop him. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. In the end, even a third heaven honorable did not dare to stay. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the red lotus armor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. When Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the ice layer, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Very quickly, he found a lotus flower in the ice layer at the bottom right. It was azure in color and emitted a strange fragrance. The lotus flower was crystal clear and contained traces of multicolored light. As the light flowed, it carried a coldness that could make one's soul tremble. The aura contained a mysterious fluctuation. It was the same fluctuation that the dark red divine dragon had sensed earlier. Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. That's right. This is the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. The dark red divine dragon looked down and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and looked down with a burning gaze. He had not expected the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus to really be under the ice layer. In fact, this was normal. It was the safest to be under the ice layer, which was hundreds of meters deep. This place was so cold that even a third heaven honorable would not dare to enter. Even if a powerhouse discovered it, they might not be able to retrieve it. Only a powerhouse like Lin Xian, who had the red lotus armor with extremely strong defense, could come here. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian calmed himself down. The sword radiance on his body surged like a sharp sword as he quickly flew downwards. However, just as he approached the ice-snow demonic lotus, he felt an extremely cold air rush towards him as if it was going to freeze him. Lin Xian used his fire concept and formed a raging fire around him to resist the cold air with all his might. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indiscernible radiance pierced through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant before stabbing down. Bang! In the next moment, the blue radiance collided with his chest and made a deep sound. The terrifying force sent him flying. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His entire body was stiff and cold, and his movements became slow. A cold and gloomy aura quickly drilled into his body, causing destruction. Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation, dispelling the cold air and restoring his senses. At the same time, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. It was too terrifying. If he didn't have the red lotus armor, that attack would have pierced through his heart. What was it that possessed such a terrifying aura? Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with fear. Lin Xian scanned the area with all his might. Found it! Soon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. On the ice-snow lotus below, there was a blue ice snake. Its entire body was blue, as if it had fused together with the ice-snow bewitching lotus. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. The ice snake was only 3 feet long. It coiled around its body, and its blue eyes stared coldly at Lin Xian. On its head, there was a thumb-sized horn that emitted a deep blue light. It's the Unicorn Ice Snake King. He's ranked in the top 100 on the Earth ranking. The dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. Ranked in the top 100. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly small ice snake would have such a powerful background. You're lucky. This Unicorn Ice Snake King hasn't fully matured yet. Its current strength is equivalent to a 3rd heaven honorable. Although it's powerful, it's not invincible. If he had come a little later and allowed it to devour the ice-snow bewitching lotus, even a 4th heaven honorable wouldn't have been able to subdue it. So, my luck isn't bad? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. His expression was grave, and he didn't dare to be careless. The previous attack had shown him how powerful his opponent was. This Unicorn Ice Snake King was definitely a threat to his life. Don't worry. With the 3 of us working together, we can definitely subdue it. The dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey jumped out. However, we have to distribute the items first. I don't want the ice-snow bewitching lotus, but you have to help me capture this Unicorn Ice Snake King. The dark red divine dragon wasn't interested in the ice-snow bewitching lotus. However, it was determined to capture the Ice Snake King. Although it was a snake and couldn't be compared to dragons, it was still a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll. Its bloodline was still very strong. If it could devour its flesh, it would definitely recover a lot of its strength. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Wu Ji, the little white monkey, also nodded in agreement. The Unicorn Ice Snake King was looking at Lin Xian with a mocking look. As a beast, it was powerful and intelligent. Naturally, it could sense that although the human in front of it was powerful, he was still no match for it. Although it hadn't killed him with its previous attack, it believed that if it attacked again, he wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. However, when the 2-foot-long dark red snake appeared, the Unicorn Ice Snake King became nervous. Its entire body tensed up, and a look of shock and fear appeared in its blue eyes. Although the other party was weaker than it, the aura it emitted was so oppressive that it couldn't breathe. This wasn't a suppression of strength, but a suppression of the bloodline in its body. When it saw the dark red snake, it was like a subject seeing its king. It wanted to kneel down and worship it. Hiss! The Unicorn Ice Snake King's body coiled around and opened its bloody mouth. It kept hissing and flicking its tongue. As a beast ranked in the top 100 of the Earth roll, it had a powerful bloodline and was very powerful. How could it allow someone to worship it? It was the king here, and everyone had to worship it. The appearance of the dark red snake was undoubtedly a challenge to its position. It had to kill the other party and eat its flesh to vent its anger. Only then could it maintain its position as the overlord. Moreover, the other party's flesh might even allow it to evolve. In the next moment, the unicorn ice snake king moved quickly. Like an icy blue sword, it drew a shadow in the air and stabbed at the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the other party's target to be Ruffian Dragon. He focused his gaze and was about to stop it. He knew that Ruffian Dragon hadn't fully recovered its strength. It was only equivalent to a first sky supremacy. It would be a little difficult to fight against the Unicorn Ice Snake King. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the dark red divine dragon was faster than him. The dark red divine dragon's purple-gold eyes looked at the blue figure in front of it with a hint of disdain. Although it had lost its dragon essence and its strength was greatly reduced, it was still a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. Its bloodline was very powerful, and no one could compare to it. Moreover, it was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. It was very experienced. Dealing with a small snake that hadn't fully matured was a piece of cake for it. Even if the other party was strong, it could still crush it with its bloodline. The dark red divine dragon growled and let out a deep dragon roar. It rushed forward quickly, and a powerful dragon aura shrouded the surroundings. Buzz. Chapter 872. It was too powerful. This aura was absolutely suppressive. It could not fight back at all. It knew that it had underestimated the other party. The difference in their levels was far greater than it had expected. Run. The Unicorn Ice Snake King turned and ran, not daring to stay any longer. Help me stop it. The dark red dragon shouted. Don't let it escape. The dark red dragon shouted. It could only use its aura to intimidate the other party. If the other party wanted to run, it would not be able to stop it. For this, it had to rely on Lin Xian and the little white monkey. As soon as the dark red dragon finished speaking, the little white monkey turned into a ray of white light and chased after the Unicorn Ice Snake King. In the next moment, its furry paw slapped the Unicorn Ice Snake King's head, knocking it unconscious. At the same time, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and used the dragon catcher hands. Golden light flashed, forming two true dragon palms that quickly grabbed forward. In an instant, the Unicorn Ice Snake King was captured. At this time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King recovered from the dizziness. When it saw the situation it was in, it roared angrily. Although it was powerful, the dragon catcher hands was even more powerful. Furthermore, it was executed by Lin Xian using the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It was extremely powerful. At this moment, it could not escape. To think that it, the mighty Snake King, was actually being controlled by a little brat. This was something that it could not accept. A strong murderous intent appeared in its cold eyes. The Unicorn Ice Snake King screamed into the sky. At the same time, the blue horn on its forehead shone brightly. A power that made one's heart tremble was emitted from the horn. The power was too strong. It was definitely beyond the third heaven honorable realm. Perhaps only a fourth heaven honorable realm cultivator could release it. In the next moment, the horn was aimed at Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he quickly removed the Lone Star Sword and activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul to its maximum. Then, he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King released a blue ray of death that tore through the void. The two collided, creating a terrifying scene. Buzz. Crack. The Lone Star Sword combined with the Great Dragon Sword Soul had an extremely powerful attack power that directly shattered the blue ray. Then, he stabbed out with his sword again. The terrifying sword chi slashed at his opponent's body and tore open terrifying wounds. Kid, control it. Leave the rest to me. When the dark red dragon god saw this, it howled in delight. It dashed to the side of the Unicorn Ice Snake King and quickly slithered away to set up an array. Then, he sat in the middle of the formation and tried his best to activate it. Roar. Although the array was unknown, it was very magical. In an instant, the Unicorn Ice Snake let out a miserable cry. Its body twisted crazily, trying to break free from the dragon catcher hands and the array. However, in the next moment, it was struck again, and its entire body was almost split in half. At the same time, a mysterious power was released from the formation and attached to its body, causing its life force to quickly drain away. Not long after, the light in the Snake King's eyes faded. Its body swayed, as if it would collapse at any moment. "Kid, that's enough. Let go," the dark red dragon said. Hearing this, Lin Xian put away her lone star sword and dragon catcher hands and quietly watched from the side. The dark red dragon god continued to activate the array, causing the unicorn ice Snake King to fall unconscious. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the snake whole. "Kid, I'm full. I'm going to take a rest," the dark red dragon god said and went back into the demon beast pouch. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. Then, he looked down, his eyes burning with passion. In a flash, Lin Xian came to the front of the ice snow lotus. Grabbing with his 5 fingers, 7 fist-sized blue lotus seeds floated in the air, emitting a chilling aura. Although the chilling aura was cold, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. After giving 3 lotus seeds to Little Snow Monkey, Lin Xian kept the remaining 4. He then took a step forward and sat on the lotus with his legs crossed. According to what he knew, the ice lotus seeds were very magical, so he planned to use them immediately. Holding a lotus seed in his hand, Lin Xian activated the art of longevity to absorb the energy in his body. Waves of pure ice energy flew out of the lotus seed and entered Lin Xian's body. Then, it flowed through his meridians. Soon, the chilling aura flowed through his entire body. Lin Xian's body became crystal clear, covered with a layer of blue light. He opened his eyes and felt the spiritual energy in his body become even purer. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian turned to look at the little monkey. Suddenly, his face froze. This little guy directly treated the frost lotus seed as a jelly bean and ate it directly. Soon, the 3 lotus seeds were swallowed by the little monkey. The little monkey let out a satisfied cry. In a flash, the little monkey climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulder, curled up into a ball, and squinted its eyes. "I wonder what will happen if I eat them?" Seeing the little monkey's actions, Lin Xian suddenly had the idea of eating them. In the past, the ice would be absorbed by holding them. Very few people would eat them. Now, he decided to try it. Taking out another ice lotus seed, Lin Xian raised his head and swallowed it. Soon, a strange cold energy exploded in his body. It flowed like a wild current. "Suppress it," Lin Xian snorted. He activated the art of longevity with all his might and quickly calmed the chilling aura. It had to be said that the art of longevity was very mysterious and powerful. Under his activation, the wild cold energy was quickly suppressed and flowed according to a specific path. At the same time, Lin Xian felt a strange energy in his body. That energy was not a physical existence, but Lin Xian could clearly feel it. It seemed to be a concept. That's right, it was a concept. Lin Xian had already comprehended several concepts, so he was very familiar with this feeling. He was very surprised. He did not expect that eating a snow lotus seed would allow him to comprehend a trace of ice concept. Before this, he had never come into contact with ice attribute energy. However, a single snow lotus seed allowed him to directly comprehend ice concept. As expected of the snow lotus, it's really powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was delighted. He quickly swallowed the remaining 2 lotus seeds. In the next moment, the cold energy became more obvious. It directly allowed his ice concept to reach the minor accomplishment realm. "This snow lotus seed is amazing." Lin Xian opened his eyes, full of shock. He got up and looked at the snow lotus under his feet. Strictly speaking, those lotus seeds were just fruits. This snow lotus was the real body. He wondered what would happen if he ate the snow lotus. Chapter 873. It stuck its head out and took a bite of the lotus petal. Then, it quickly spat the petal out. Not only that, it kept spitting with a look of disdain. Then, The snow-white fox looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It snorted twice and curled up into a ball again, narrowing its eyes. Fuck. I'm being despised by a monkey. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. However, he did not give up because the concept of ice in his body had increased again. It's really effective. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and could not help but speed up his devouring. If anyone was here and saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. It was fine if you ate the lotus seed, but now you even ate the lotus. This was a little crazy. Lin Xian did not care. He was now comprehending the concept of ice in his body. In just a short while, his concept of ice had reached greater mastery, and he had just eaten 2 petals. I don't care. I'll eat it all. Lin Xian looked at the remaining lotus platform, and lotus roots with a fiery gaze. In the depths of Frost Valley, the ground was cracked and terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. This was caused by the previous battle. However, a person was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. He carried a large black flag on his back that fluttered loudly. This warrior was one of Xiao Mei's team members. At this moment, he was left behind to continue monitoring this place. Xiao Mei had ordered him to monitor this place for a day. If he did not find anything unusual after a day, he was to return. From this, it could be seen how big Xiao Mei's obsession was. She really wanted to obtain Yang Qi. However, this black-robed warrior did not care. He only sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate, not caring about what was going on around him. This was because, in his opinion, a second firmament supremacy had no chance of surviving after entering the icy world below. One had to know that even a third firmament supremacy would have frozen to death after such a long time. However, due to the orders, he could only stay here for a day. Time passed, and half a day had passed. The black-robed warrior seemed to be a little impatient. Damn, brat. You're still making me worry even after death. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to find the other party's corpse and whip it a few times. However, in the next moment, the ice surface in front of him began to tremble slightly. The ground that had already cracked open became hideous once again. What? Is there a situation? The black-robed warrior was stunned. Then, he quickly stood up and looked ahead with a dignified look. In the next moment, a sword ray flew out from below and soared into the sky. The black-robed cultivator focused his gaze and looked up at the sky. At the same time, his body shook and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What? That kid was still alive. How is this possible? He was too shocked. One had to know that it was extremely cold under the ice. Even a third-rank venerable would have frozen to death after staying there for such a long time. But now, a second heaven-exalted realm brat had actually come out unscathed. This was simply too shocking. Impossible. Could it be that this brat has been hiding all this time and didn't go under the ice? The black-clothed martial artist was bewildered. He didn't believe that this young man had rushed up from beneath the ice. He thought that this young man must have been hiding somewhere, and now that he had come out, he must have wanted to escape. Lin Xian also saw the black-robed cultivator below, and his face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party had not given up and had actually sent a martial artist to stay here. Since you're here, then stay here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, how dare you escape? Today you'll die. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He flipped his hand and pulled out the large black flag behind his back and waved it quickly. Boom! Black fog filled the air and quickly dispersed. It was as if a dark cloud had shrouded the entire area. A deep roar was heard, and a huge black dragon loomed in the clouds. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Brat, die! The black-robed cultivator sneered and waved the large black flag with all his might. Suddenly, the huge dragon in the sky stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. You want to fight? That's good. I can test my new martial soul. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his arm slightly and circulated his spiritual power. Then, the void behind him blurred and a blue lotus quickly condensed. The lotus was crystal clear. As soon as it appeared, It emitted a cold aura that froze the surrounding air. Lin Xian looked up at the void and looked at the incoming black dragon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the dragon. Ka. In the next moment, the blue ice lotus shadow and the huge black dragon claw collided. A terrifying sound was heard. Clouds of cold air gushed out and wrapped around the black dragon's claw, freezing it. Then, the terrifying cold air flowed along the dragon's claw and quickly spread throughout the dragon's body. Ice seal, Lin Xian said coldly. The blue lotus behind him rotated and released an extremely cold aura that instantly froze the dragon. What? How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that the black dragon would be frozen in an instant. This was too shocking. This brat's strength is terrifying. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he stared at the lotus. Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. Damn it, this brat got the demonic Ice Snow Lotus. In an instant, he understood that Lin Xian must have had a fortuitous encounter and got the demonic Ice Snow Lotus. This greatly increased his strength and allowed him to freeze the black dragon. I must report this to the young Mississippi. We must get rid of this brat. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He decided to send this important news back. Holding the black flag in his hand, the black-robed cultivator turned into a black smoke and rushed into the distance. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered and stepped on the air. Behind him, a blue lotus spun quickly. Ice seal the world. He waved his arm and his cold voice spread in all directions. The blue lotus flew into the sky and released thousands of icy aura, freezing everything within 100 miles. Open! The black-robed cultivator roared and punched the blue ice seal. However, he still underestimated the icy aura. The terrifying punch didn't break the ice seal. Instead, the icy aura slowed his movements and his entire body seemed to be frozen. He wanted to resist, but in the next moment, the blue lotus was already above his head. It spun gently and instantly froze him. Lin Xian's footsteps flashed, and he came to the black-robed cultivator's side and took away the black flag. He gently tapped the ice sculpture with his finger. Countless cracks appeared on the ice sculpture, and it shattered with a loud bang. The black-robed cultivator's body also cracked and fell to the ground. As expected of the ice lotus martial spirit, it is indeed powerful and has endless uses. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. That's right, the blue lotus shadow behind him was his second martial spirit, the ice lotus martial spirit. In the underground ice layer, Lin Xian swallowed the entire demonic ice snow lotus. What shocked him was that after swallowing it, he actually condensed the ice lotus martial spirit. Chapter 874. Now, he was no longer a cultivation newbie. Of course, he knew that martial spirits could be twinned because there were some special warriors in the world who had twin martial spirits. But he didn't expect that he would also condense a second martial spirit. I wonder if the other essences can also become martial spirits? Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the essences of wind, thunder, and fire could also be condensed into martial spirits, then his strength would be terrifying. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Even if he could succeed, the process would be extremely difficult. Putting away the ice lotus martial spirit, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out of the ice frost valley. At this time, he had already swallowed the bewitching frost lotus. There was no reason for him to stay in this place. Moreover, he had to find Bing Ling and the others, as well as the other king's treasures. Lin Xian quickly flew out of the ice frost valley. He used his soul power to check the surroundings and then flew towards the north. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many warriors flying towards the same place. Puzzled, he also followed behind. There should be treasures in the place where so many people were going. If Bing Ling and the others were nearby, they should also be going there. Thinking of this, he sped up. Gradually, vegetation appeared in front of him. It was no longer bare ground. First, there were pine trees, then snow trees, and finally, there was a group of unknown plants. Most of them were white, forming a snow forest. Those warriors were running towards the depths of the forest. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian found that the area in front of him suddenly became empty. Under the 1,000-foot-tall ice mountain, there were several 100-foot-tall cave entrances. When the warriors in front of him saw the icy cave entrances, they were ecstatic and couldn't help but speed up. These people were all good at finding treasures. According to their experience, there should be some rare treasures in this kind of cave. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also went in. Sure enough, there was another world inside. It was like a palace, with halls, stone rooms, cultivation rooms, and all kinds of things. It should be a ruin left by the ancient people. After passing through layers of stone corridors and several halls, Lin Xian didn't stop and kept running towards the depths. This distance had already exceeded the distance of the mountain range. He guessed that it should lead to the underground. Boom! A low and deep voice rang out in front of them. Like muffled thunder, it quickly spread in all directions, accompanied by a violent spiritual energy. In front of him, several martial artists were unable to dodge in time and were swept by the fierce and violent spirit qi and were immediately sent flying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked out a ray of sword qi from his finger and immediately split the spiritual qi apart. A vacuum appeared where he was standing, and on both sides, strong winds blew, blowing against the stone walls, causing them to shake violently. Up ahead, there was a fork in the road, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian stood at the fork in the road, thinking about which way to go. At this moment, a shout came from the left passage. Scram! Accompanying this voice was a wave of scorching spiritual energy. It was indeed very strange for such a heat wave to appear in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian frowned, because he found that the sound was made by the eastern phoenix. With a single step, his body swayed as he rushed towards the left side of the passage. At the same time, angry laughter came from the front again. Haha, I didn't expect to see you here again. Little beauty, be obedient and let me have my fun. Maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You should have thought of today's ending if you dared to provoke our White Sharks gang. Another arrogant voice rang out. At this moment, in a large hall on the left passage, countless martial artists were gathered. Some were lone wolves, some were in small teams, and all kinds of forces were gathered here. However, among the many forces, there was one that was the most powerful. This team had about 20 people, and the two leaders were a bald man and a scarred man. Their powerful auras shrouded the entire space. These people were the White Sharks gang that Lin Xian and the others had met before. No martial artists dared to approach where they stood. Opposite them, there were several huge stone statues. The one in front was a woman carrying a sword case. Her hands were supporting the sky, and her feet were stepping on lotuses. Beside the stone statue, there was a fiery red figure. It was a beautiful woman with delicate features and an impressive figure. She wore a red soft armor that accentuated her exquisite curves. Around her, there were countless flames dancing, forming a halo. This woman was Dongfang Phoenix. At this moment, she was holding a crimson-red whip in her right hand and a foot-long short sword in her left hand. There was a trace of anger on her delicate face, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. The ending will be the same anyway. Resisting will only increase the pain of being tortured. The bald man looked at Dongfang Phoenix, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. The scarred man shouted coldly, "Stupid girl, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Bah, I was the one who found this thing first. You guys took one of it, and now you want to take what's in my hand. Do you have any shame? Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense anger. She could not wait to burn all of them to ashes. However, although she was angry, she did not act rashly. This was because the scarred man's strength had reached the third heaven of the Venerable Realm, and the bald man was also a top second heaven of the Venerable Realm. Dongfang Phoenix had a chance of winning against any one of them. However, the situation was dangerous when the two of them worked together. Moreover, The other party had a group of strong underlings. If they really fought, she would very likely be besieged. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Wait until I catch you. See how I'll play you to death. The scarred man snorted coldly and then took a step forward. There was a green sword in his hand. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, it emitted a dazzling green light. The light was so dazzling that it almost dyed the entire space green. An extremely sharp aura quickly gushed out from the light. When the surrounding martial artists saw the green sword, many of them were enraged and swallowed their saliva. They naturally knew that the green sword in the scarred man's hand was the treasure he found in the main hall. To be exact, he obtained it from the woman's stone statue. However, he was not the one who found it. He was the one who snatched it. The first to find the green sword was Dongfang Phoenix. She found the green sword in the sword case behind the woman's stone statue. After Dongfang Phoenix arrived at the main hall, she quickly searched. Then, she looked at the woman's stone statue. When she opened the sword case on the woman's stone statue, a green light and a red light gushed out and immediately lit up the entire main hall. Along with it came a frighteningly sharp aura. Chapter 875. These people knew that only a top-grade spirit-grade artifact could emit such an aura. This kind of artifact was already a top-grade artifact. Other than the half-Earth-grade artifacts, it was the most precious spirit artifact. Under normal circumstances, only people from large factions would possess such a top-grade artifact. Ordinary martial artists, even third-level honorables, might not be able to obtain a top-grade artifact. One could imagine how precious a top-grade spirit-grade artifact was. At this moment, two top-grade artifacts had appeared in the main hall at the same time. How could everyone not be tempted? Countless people's eyes were burning as they rushed toward the stone statue. However, in the chaotic battle, the scarred man used his third-level honorable martial artist strength to forcefully snatch the green sword. As for the red short sword, it was protected by Dongfang Fengwang. However, the green and red swords were a pair of mother-son swords. They could only unleash their greatest power when combined. If they were separated, their power would be greatly reduced. How could the scarred man be willing to give up after obtaining the green longsword? Therefore, he set his sights on Dongfang Fengwang. They were determined to obtain the green and red mother-son swords. Moreover, Dongfang Fengwang was extremely beautiful. It was hard for them to raise her. No matter what the reason was, they would attack Dongfang Fengwang. Stinky girl, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat later. The scarred man's voice was cold. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang. His strength had reached third-level honorable martial artist. He was quite famous in the Black Water River Basin. At this moment, he was about to attack, causing the entire place to tense up. Dongfang Fengwang was trembling with anger. The other party was too shameless. Not only did he snatch the green sword, but he also wanted to snatch the red short sword in her hand. Did he really think she was easy to bully? If he wanted the short sword, he would have to exchange it with his life. Dongfang Fengwang said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, the divine flames on her body danced and formed a phoenix shadow that enveloped her entire body. The power was very terrifying. It swept out in all directions, causing the originally cold space to become hot. Around her, countless ice melted rapidly, forming water droplets. Then, they evaporated, forming white mist that covered the entire space. This scene shocked the surrounding martial artists once again. It seemed that the girl in red was not a pushover. However, the bald man sneered disdainfully. Little beauty, I admit that you are very strong. I'm afraid no one can completely subdue you in a one-on-one battle. But no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. You absolutely can't escape from the palm of our hands. The bald man laughed evilly, then turned to look at the scarred man. Boss, hurry up and make a move. Capture this chick so that we don't have to worry too much. Yes, the scarred man nodded. He was originally a bandit, so he didn't care about the morals of the Jianghu, nor did he know how to fight alone. Moreover, this was the king's treasure trove. There were many rare treasures here, so he couldn't waste too much time here. He had to end this quickly. Seeing the scarred man nod his head, the bald man grinned. Then, his aura erupted. Insolent laughter reverberated throughout the area. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads. The White Sharks gang was a notorious bandit gang in the Heishui River area. This kind of person would not care about anything. Now, it seemed that with the two gang leaders taking action, the girl in red would definitely be unable to escape. Dongfang Fenghuang gritted her teeth when she saw the two of them step forward. Her eyes were filled with determination. It would be difficult for her to deal with the two of them alone. However, even if she had to risk her life today, she would not let them have it easy. Thinking of this, she channeled all her spiritual energy. The flames outside her body became more vigorous. The red soft whip in her hand turned into a red dragon, roaring ferociously. The red short sword in her left hand also released a fierce aura. "Go. Let's do this," the scarred man said coldly. Then, his body moved violently, and like an afterimage, he quickly pounced forward. The long sword in his hand danced, forming a green sword screen that quickly shrouded the area in front of him. The bald man also roared and quickly followed up. He reached out his white jade-like palm to grab the area in front of him. In an instant, a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang also shouted and quickly swung the treasured weapon in her hand. An earth-shattering collision sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the combined strength of the scarred man and the bald man was too terrifying. Dongfang Fenghuang could only hold on for a moment before she was sent flying. "Little beauty, I'm coming." Hideous laughter rang out as the two figures quickly approached. "Am I going to die here?" Dongfang Fenghuang revealed a trace of sadness. She was ready to fight with her life on the line. She would not let them get away with it. In the next moment, she was about to burn her spiritual energy. Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless amounts of cold air condensed and formed an iceberg above the hall. It pressed down on the scarred man and the bald man. Although the iceberg was not big, it emitted a monstrous chill that made people tremble uncontrollably. The scarred man and the bald man suddenly raised their heads, revealing a trace of shock. Then, they roared and quickly attacked. Boom! A terrifying collision sound reverberated. The scarred man and the bald man were blocked, especially the bald man, who was forced back by the cold aura. What? We're saved? Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes were shocked. Looking at the iceberg that suddenly appeared, she breathed a sigh of relief. In front of her, the blue iceberg blocked the scarred man and the bald man. "Who is it? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Sharks gang? Come out and face your death." The bald man was pushed back and roared crazily. The scarred man's expression was gloomy as he looked around. "Who are you? Sneaking around? Come out." "Hee hee, what White Sharks gang? Shameless indeed. Two big men bullying a little girl. Is your face grown on a dog's body?" A sharp voice of mockery rang out and reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone was shocked. Not many people dared to say such things about the White Sharks gang. That mysterious person was really bold. The members of the White Sharks gang were also infuriated as they clamored. The scarred man and the bald man's expressions were gloomy. Their bodies emitted a biting, cold, murderous aura that swept across the hall. "I don't care who you are. You're dead for interfering with our White Sharks gang's business." "Is that so?" The voice sounded again. "But I think the ones who will die will be you." In the next moment, a figure appeared on the iceberg. It was a handsome young man. He sat on the iceberg and sneered as he looked below the White Sharks gang. "Brat, it's you." Seeing the other party, the scarred man and the bald man's pupils shrank as they cried out in surprise. But when they saw that the other party was alone, they sneered again. "Lin Xian." Dongfang Fenghuang also cried out. Her worried expression was replaced by joy. She didn't expect that it was Lin Xian who saved her. Lin Xian appeared in front of Dongfang Fenghuang in a flash. Looking at her pale face, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Dongfang Fenghuang shook her head and said in a low voice, "If the two of us work together, we should be able to break through their siege. Wait until I meet up with Senior Sister Bingling and the others. I'll definitely have my revenge. No need to wait for them. I'll avenge you now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he turned around and looked at the White Sharks gang. His expression turned cold. Leave the treasured swords you took and hand over your storage rings. Then, I'll spare your lives. Chapter 876. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them even suspected that their ears were damaged. A young man dared to threaten the White Sharks gang? Was his brain damaged? They thought that some powerful figure had arrived, but it turned out to be a lunatic. If that was the case, the White Sharks gang would suffer a miserable fate next time. Many people shook their heads. On the other side, the White Sharks gang members were furious. All of them stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. They could not wait to kill him. On the other hand, the scar-faced man and the bald man laughed crazily as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. Kid, if all of your companions were here, we might not be afraid. But now that you're alone, how dare you speak such big words? You're courting death. The two stopped laughing and their gazes turned cold. You're the first one who dared to threaten the White Sharks gang. I'll let you know that some words cannot be said. You'll have to pay the price for saying them. The scar-faced man stared at Lin Xian with a strong, murderous aura in his eyes. Kid, how dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Sharks gang? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The bald man said fiercely. The two of them were furious and filled with killing intent. It was obvious that they had the intention to kill. The White Sharks gang had been fighting in the Blackwater River zone for so many years, and no one had ever dared to underestimate them. But now, a second Sky Honorable Realm kid dared to provoke them. He was courting death. Second brother, you go install that stinky girl. I'll take care of this stinky kid myself. The scar-faced man said coldly. Don't worry, boss. I can still do this. The bald man nodded. He then looked at Eastern Phoenix and revealed a sinister smile. Be careful. Eastern Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a trace of worry. Don't worry. They can't hurt me. Lin Xian smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. What shameless boasting. I'll let you know my true strength in a while. The scar-faced man took a step forward and his aura rapidly increased. The green treasure sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light like a green moon. It was extremely cold. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I can only say that it was a very foolish decision to make a move. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring the murderous look in his opponent's eyes. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked as they shook their heads one after another. In their opinion, a young man at the second sky of the Honorable Realm who dared to challenge the scarred man was undoubtedly seeking death. The knife-scarred man revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the young figure. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His reputation was not undeserved. In these years of fighting in the Blackwater River, many powerful opponents had died in his hands. There were at least 80, if not 100, young boys like this one. He knew that these people were all young geniuses. Each and every one of them had their eyes at the top of their heads and didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, he had been fighting all year round. How powerful was his experience and strength? It was absolutely not something a little brat could compare to. In the next moment, the scar-faced man brandished his sword and slashed out. The sword chi turned into a huge shark that quickly rampaged through the void towards Lin Xian. This was an attack that belonged to a third sky of the Honorable Realm. In addition to the power of a top-grade treasure, this attack was extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked as they retreated one after another. They felt as if the shark had turned into a real demon king that was emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at the incoming shark sword aura. An ice-cold chill swiftly gushed out from his body. A blue aura surged and covered his body, forming a ball of blue light. At the same time, the cold aura that was released caused the temperature of the entire space to continue to drop. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian activated the cold aura and Great Dragon Sword Soul to strike out an ice phoenix. Buzz! The blue aura surged and quickly condensed in the void, forming a huge ice phoenix. The huge body emitted a cold aura that covered the entire hall. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it and began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the blue ice phoenix collided with the shark sword chi. Boom! This attack was extremely terrifying. The crisscrossing sword chi intertwined and created a shocking explosion. The void shattered and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. When everyone regained their vision and looked over again, they took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying deep pit appeared in the center of the area. The scarred man and Lin Xian were standing on both sides of the pit. Both of them weren't injured at all. This kid can actually withstand the attack of a third heaven supremacy? How is that possible? Countless people gasped in disbelief. Although the difference between the second and third celestial layers was only one celestial layer apart, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through such a level of suppression. Only peerless sky prides could challenge someone of a higher level. The handsome young man in front of them was also a sky pride. At the thought of this, everyone's mouths and tongues went dry. They were greatly shocked. Even the members of the White Sharks gang were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The scarred man was also stunned. Then, he sneered, "Sky pride? No wonder you were so arrogant before. However, you're unlucky to have met me. I've even killed sky prides before. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my newly obtained sword." Humph, a third heaven supremacy is nothing to me. At least you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me, Lin Xian said proudly. His eyes flickered with confidence. Before this, he had already killed a third heaven supremacy. Now that he had a second martial soul, his strength had greatly increased. It wouldn't take much effort to kill his opponent. Moreover, time was precious in the king's treasure. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Therefore, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. The space in front of him fluctuated. A blue lotus quietly bloomed, emitting a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. With a wave of his hand, the blue lotus was lifted into the air. It quickly grew in size and formed a huge shadow. It was like a giant blue mountain that floated above everyone. The blue aura surged and quickly descended. Every aura made one tremble. The scarred man's pupils shrank when he saw this. His heart was heavy. He was wary of his opponent's strength. In the next moment, he summoned his martial soul as well. A white shark jumped out from the void. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian didn't care about his opponent's actions. His fingers moved and quickly formed a seal. Then, he blasted it forward. In the next moment, the lotus in the void rotated. The 9 petals trembled and formed 9 rays of blue aura. Each ray condensed into a blue ice sword that emitted an extremely powerful sword chi. Ice Lotus, Sword Formation. Chapter 877. The terrifying sword she rolled over, emitting a supreme energy that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. White Shark Slash. The scarred man roared and raised his strength to the maximum. Together with the white shark martial soul behind him, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 streaks of sword chi collided with Su White Shark. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded and swept across the surroundings. The sword chi swept across and the entire hall was affected by the terrifying impact. It shook violently. You want to compete with my martial soul? Go to hell. The scarred man laughed sinisterly. Once again, an aura surged out from his body and poured into the white shark martial soul. Instantly, the white shark martial soul emitted a silver light and formed a powerful impact. However, he was still no match for the 9 ice swords in the empty palace. These ice swords were formed by the Ice Lotus Martial Soul and contained the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It could be said that their attack power was extremely powerful. Such power could definitely tear through everything. Therefore, in the next moment, the two did not last long before the huge white shark martial soul was pierced through by the ice swords. With his martial soul damaged, the scarred man suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His miserable voice reverberated as he was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the scarred man, who was at the third heaven of the honorable realm, to lose to a kid at the second heaven. It was too shocking and completely exceeded everyone's expectations, especially the gang members of the White Sharks gang. They all looked up in horror. The scarred man was their gang leader. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence and had never been defeated before. But now, he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a youth whose cultivation level was lower than his. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck them unconscious. Even the bald man who was fighting at the side cried out in horror. He could not believe that his big brother had been defeated. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Xian had defeated a third heaven honorable realm, she was still shocked when she saw it again. In the void, Lin Xian looked at the injured, scarred man on the ground and sneered. His palm moved and quickly formed a seal. The blue lotus in the void rotated again. Clearly, he planned to continue attacking and kill his opponent. The scar-faced man crawled up from the ground and quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A similar look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw that Lin Xian was about to continue attacking, and his heart trembled violently. "Damned brat, I'll kill you!" He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. It was too sullen, too much of a failure. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang, a dignified third-layer venerable. Yet, he couldn't even win against a young brat. It was truly shameful. With a furious roar, he once again activated the green sword in his hand and charged forward. The green sword chi shot out like a mountain, like a green river, quickly falling down in the air. At the same time, he roared angrily and quickly swallowed a pill to fuse with the injured white shark martial spirit. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, shaking the entire area. Then, a shocking killing intent spread out. The scar-faced man's aura suddenly skyrocketed, much stronger than before. Furthermore, his entire appearance had changed. White scales appeared on his body, and a huge fish fin appeared on his back, shining with silver light. His originally thin face now had 2 fish gills, making him look extremely ferocious, like a merman. Lin Xian frowned. His opponent's aura had skyrocketed, and even he was a little shocked. Moreover, his ability to fuse with his martial spirit had also surprised him. "Little bastard, die!" The scar-faced man roared and pounced forward like a demon king. Boom! The ground couldn't withstand it, and abyss-like cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire space. "Big brother has fused with his martial spirit, haha. Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke the White Sharks gang? No one in the world can save you." The bald man beside him laughed loudly when he saw this scene. "Lin Xian, be careful." Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked because her opponent's aura was too strong, far stronger than before. "I'll take care of him now and snatch the green sword for you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his body shook, and he rushed out like a ray of light. On his body, the red lotus armor condensed, forming a bright red armor that covered his entire body. Dragon-catching hand. He stretched out his palm, and a frosty aura surged, forming 2 ice dragons that quickly spiraled forward. The ice dragons roared and tore through the void, arriving in front of the scar-faced man in an instant and binding him. Traces of frosty aura quickly spread out, forming a frost zone. Soon, the scar-faced man's speed slowed down. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of ice, and even his movements became sluggish. "You're courting death. Open!" He roared, and the spiritual energy in his body exploded with a terrifying force, shattering all the ice. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light that quickly rushed out. The ball of light was very fast, and Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant. "Haha, brat, how dare you go against me? This is your fate." Seeing that his opponent was hit, the scar-faced man laughed loudly, his voice filled with arrogance and pride. The disciples of the White Sharks gang behind him also cheered to their heart's content. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads and sighed. As expected, the scar-faced man was not to be trifled with. To be able to become the leader of the White Sharks gang and stand strong for so many years, he definitely had a secret manual that could save his life. It seemed that the young prodigy was too careless. "Hee, little beauty, your companion is already dead. You should obediently allow yourself to be captured." The bald man also had an evil smile on his face. "Second brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Hurry up and capture him. Once we complete the rainbow dual swords, our strength will increase greatly, and we will be able to obtain more treasures here." The scales on the scar-faced man's body flickered, and he looked like a murloc, incomparably demonic. Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Even if she were to die today, she would drag one of them down with her to avenge Lin Xian. "Is this your strength? You're really nothing much." Suddenly, a mocking voice was heard, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "What? That brat is still alive." Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked, and they all turned their heads to look. Dongfang Phoenix's face was also filled with joy. "That's great. Lin Xian is not dead." The scar-faced man's body also stiffened, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Not dead? How is that possible?" He quickly turned around. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared ahead. "This brat is really lucky. He's not dead even after that?" The scar-faced man's expression was cold. He decided to strike again, and he must shatter his opponent. He opened his bloody mouth slightly, and a ball of white energy quickly condensed. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, he suddenly froze. The white ball of light that had condensed into the size of a fist also quickly faded. Chapter 878. The bald man also cried out in alarm, and his expression was filled with boundless fear. "Impossible! How can you not be injured at all?" It was too shocking. The energy ball just now was enough to kill a third heaven honorable. However, the other party was not injured at all after being hit head-on. It didn't make sense. "Nothing is impossible. Your attack was too weak and couldn't break through my defense." Lin Xian stepped on an ice lotus and floated over quickly. "Next, it's my turn to attack." His voice suddenly became sharp, and his expression was cold. In the next moment, a powerful sword aura exploded from his body, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. What? What a powerful sword aura! Could he be a swordsman? Everyone was shocked and looked at the void in a daze. Originally, when they saw the other party using an ice martial soul, they thought he was an ice-type martial artist. However, at this moment, a powerful sword aura suddenly surged from his body. This was clearly a sword aura that only a powerful swordsman could possess. Swordsman. He was actually a swordsman. The scarred man's face was also filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear in his expression. Among all martial artists, swordsmen were famous for their powerful attacks. He didn't expect the other party to be a swordsman. Furthermore, from the aura of the sword aura, he was definitely a terrifying swordsman. "Wait, I admit defeat. I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword." The scarred man suddenly shouted. "We were wrong this time. I apologize to you and return the cyan rainbow sword. Furthermore, none of you are injured. Why don't we stop here? Anyway, there are many treasures in this king's treasure. Why should we fight over a treasure aura and waste our time?" The scarred man said in a deep voice. "What?" Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. The dignified leader of the White Sharks gang was begging for mercy? The bald man also retreated and came to the scarred man's side. He gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, why do you have to do this? Why don't we fight it out with them?" "Shut up, what do you know?" The scarred man shouted and then squeezed out a smile. I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword now. He waved his arm and threw the cyan rainbow sword in his hand to Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the White Shark's gang members were stunned. They didn't expect their gang leader to really beg for mercy. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and caught the sword. He played with it for a while before throwing it to Dongfang Fenghuang. Lin Xian, thank you very much for this matter. I owe you a favor, Dongfang Fenghuang solemnly said as she received the green sword. It's nothing, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he turned to look at the White Shark's gang again, thinking about how to deal with these people. Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, the knife-scarred man's face stiffened. He then lowered his head slightly, but his eyes were spinning rapidly. He kept shouting in his heart, just a little more time. As long as he waited for them to arrive, he would be able to make a comeback. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the hall, and the ground trembled slightly. It was as if quite a few people were rushing over. Hearing that voice, the scarred man's face lit up and his eyes lit up. In the next moment, he took the bald man and retreated quickly. Once again, he laughed sinisterly. Brat, don't think that this matter is over. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of offending our White Shark's gang. Lin Xian frowned. The other party's unpredictable changes made him suspicious, but in the next moment, he understood. Because at the entrance, another group of people walked in, and they had a thick blood aura on them. At the front was a burly man with a full beard. He had a strong aura, and every step he took caused the ground to tremble. Behind him, there was a huge purple blade on his back. It's the Frenzied Blade Gang. They're here too. Seeing the group of martial artists, countless people exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. The Frenzied Blade Gang has a good relationship with the White Shark's gang. They must be here to help the White Shark's gang. No wonder the knife-scarred man acted like that. He was trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Seeing the people from the Frenzied Blade Gang, the bald man and the other members of the White Shark's gang laughed wildly. Their eyes were filled with madness. They were too excited. The Frenzied Blade Gang was one of the bigger forces in the Blackwater River, and their strength was not any weaker than theirs. Moreover, the relationship between the two parties was very good. With them here, they could definitely kill that despicable brat. Damn it, despicable. Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that her face turned pale. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party had called for reinforcements to attack them. It seemed like he would not be lenient this time. Haha, brother Lu Fei, are you all right? The burly man with a full beard laughed. His voice was deep, and it caused the air to tremble. I'm fine. I was careless this time and suffered a loss. However, with Big Brother Frenzied Blade, we can definitely kill that brat. This burly man with a full beard was called Frenzied Blade. His Frenzied Lion Blade technique was very fierce. At the same time, he was also a third-level venerable. He was very powerful. The scarred man, Lu Fei, believed that if the two of them worked together, they could definitely kill that brat easily. At that time, not only would he seize the Qinghong Mother Sword, but he would also let that brat know what it meant to be better off dead. Brat, how dare you offend me? I'll let you know what regret is. The scarred man, Lu Fei, looked at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with endless madness. On the side, the bearded Frenzied Blade also stepped forward. His aura was sharp, as if a heavenly blade had appeared, and it suppressed the surroundings. When the two third-level venerables worked together, the momentum created was extremely terrifying. The air in the entire hall seemed to have condensed, and it was extremely oppressive. The surrounding martial artists retreated. Their faces were pale. Under such pressure, even breathing was difficult for them. If the surrounding people were in such a state, one could imagine how much pressure Lin Xian and Dongfang Phoenix were under. Lin Xian was still fine. He had the great dragon sword soul and could withstand the pressure. However, Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, and sweat dripped down her forehead. Seeing this, Lin Xian wanted to reach out and pull her over to share some of the pressure. However, in the next moment, a wave of energy exploded from Dongfang Phoenix's body. On her delicate body, flames danced and suddenly expanded. They turned into a flaming phoenix and enveloped her. With a flap of her wings, she directly tore apart the huge pressure. At the same time, a wave of pressure also came from Dongfang Phoenix's body. It made one's heart tremble. That aura was not inferior to a third-level venerable at all. This is the power of the bloodline, someone exclaimed. His face was full of shock. The power of the bloodline? The scarred man, Lu Fei, and Frenzied Blade's faces darkened. They did not expect that the other party had hidden such a move. However, so what? Their strength was not as simple as releasing pressure. Even if the other party had the power of the bloodline, they were not afraid. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was the closest to Dongfang Phoenix and could clearly feel the power of the bloodline. Chapter 879. Dongfang Fenghuang used her bloodline power and unleashed a powerful force that shocked everyone around her. On her body, a huge shadow of a phoenix swayed, carrying with it a monstrous flame. Lin Xian also focused. Sword qi gushed out of his body as if it was a peerless divine sword that could destroy everything. For powerful forces collided and instantly tore the void apart. Terrifying forces spread out in all directions and swept through the entire hall. Buzz. The entire hall let out a low sound as if something had awakened. A cold aura gushed out and spread out, making people tremble. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. They stopped fighting and looked around cautiously. They also felt threatened. Boom. A crimson light lit up like a lamp in the dark night, instantly illuminating the entire space. It's alive. In the distance, someone exclaimed and trembled. He pointed in a direction of the hall with a horrified expression as if he had discovered something terrifying. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. The female stone statue in front of them suddenly opened her eyes. Red light bloomed from the stone eyes as if she had come to life. Not only her, but the other stone statues around her also did the same. Several gazes met in the air with a mysterious and eerie aura. Who dares disturb the Cemetery of Kings? Trespassers of the Cemetery of Kings, die. A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion, which made people shudder. Scar and Kuang Dao's expressions were grave as they stared ahead in bewilderment. Lin Xian also frowned as his eyes flickered. These stone people are alive? Dongfang Fenghuang was also shocked. She did not expect such a situation. Lin Xian did not speak, but his brows were tightly knitted. Kid, run. At this time, the dark red dragon sent a voice transmission. It did not explain anything, but its voice was extremely solemn. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and his heart trembled violently. He had never seen the dark red dragon with such a solemn expression. Let's go. The next moment, he pulled Dongfang Fenghuang and retreated. Just as he moved, the cold voice sounded again. Trespassers, die. Then, black mist gushed out from the stone statues like dark clouds, covering the sky and instantly filling the entire space. Roar. Shrill cries rang out from within the black fog. Countless crimson eyes lit up from behind the trees, filled with bloodlust as they looked at the crowd below. Boom. The black fog exploded and turned into black monsters that pounced down. For a time, countless screams sounded. All the martial artists who were touched by the black fog were severely injured. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Run. Monster! Countless people screamed as they ran outside. However, they were still a step too late. The entire hall was sealed. The martial artists closest to the stone statues bore the brunt of the intense attacks. Boom. Bang. Scar and Frenzied Blade were also attacked. Two balls of black fog rushed towards them, and black arms reached out to grab them. It was as if they were reaching out from hell. Scram. Frenzied Sword roared and pulled out the purple saber on his back, splitting the black mist apart. Damn it, what the hell is this? Scar's expression was ugly. He did not expect such a strange thing to happen in the hall. Fuck, it's so strange. He sent a black monster flying with a punch and cursed in a low voice. Didn't you say there's a treasure? Where is it now? Frenzied Blade's expression was gloomy. It's in the hands of that girl. As long as we catch them, we can get it, Scar said. That's a top-grade spiritual artifact. It's absolutely precious. Why don't we catch that kid first? The two discussed and decided to make a move amidst the chaos. Lin Xian brought Dongfang Phoenix to the edge. Just now, he was warned by the dark red dragon in advance and took the lead to retreat, so he had not been attacked until now. However, this situation could not last long because the black fog in the hall was increasing and almost covered half of the hall. The entire hall was sealed. If this continued, it would not be long before they were targeted by those strange black creatures. Damn it! What is that black fog? Lin Xian asked. Death Qi, something produced by the corpse of a powerhouse, the dark red dragon said. Kid, hurry up and leave. I feel that there's a big guy here. Big guy? Lin Xian's mouth twitched and he was ready to leave. However, at this moment, Scar and Frenzied Blade flew over and blocked the path. Kid, hand over the Qinghong sword. Frenzied Blade snorted. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Scar sneered. Idiot. Lin Xian cursed. He was not in the mood to fight with these two. If the dark red dragon was telling the truth, then he was in a dangerous situation. Don't fight with them. Find a chance to leave. He whispered to Dongfang Phoenix. Okay. Dongfang Phoenix nodded. Although she had used her bloodline power, and her strength had greatly increased, she was still a girl. She was afraid of such strange things. Dongfang Quangren's figure flashed, and he was about to leave. Wanna leave? Stay. Frenzied Blade sneered. He already knew that the top-grade spiritual artifact was in the hands of the other party. How could he let them leave? Therefore, he quickly slashed with his blade. Bang! An ice lotus spun and released the power of ice, blocking the purple blade. You want to touch her? Ask me first. Lin Xian stood in front of him. You're courting death. Get lost. Scar also shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and the image of a white shark appeared, biting towards Lin Xian. Buzz. A sword light flashed and split the opponent's attack apart. Frenzied Blade. Let's work together and take down this kid. Scar said. Anyway, this place is sealed. That girl can't run away for a while. Okay. Frenzied Blade nodded and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes flashed with blade light. Kid, you dare to interfere with my business. You'll die miserably. After saying that, he waved his purple blade and slashed at Lin Xian. Boom. A great battle broke out. Lin Xian challenged 2 third-level honorables alone. The terrifying aura shook the space as if it was about to crack. He activated his Ice Lotus martial soul to restrain Scar and used his Great Dragon Sword soul to fight against Frenzied Blade. For a moment, he actually blocked the attacks of the two. What? The people who were escaping in the distance were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Is he still human? A second Heaven Venerable blocked the attack of 2 third Heaven Venerables? No one would believe it if they said it out loud. Scar and Frenzied Blade's faces turned ugly, especially Frenzied Blade. This was his first time fighting with Lin Xian. He didn't know how strong Lin Xian was, but the other party's aura was only at the 2nd level. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, he couldn't accept the current situation. Kid, die. Chapter 880. Mad Lion Slash. A purple sword light flashed and quickly slashed out, forming a purple lion in the air and pouncing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword and swept it out. A golden lightning bolt surged and exploded in the air. Immediately after, another sword slashed out. The fiery red sword she carried monstrous flames that burned everything as it slashed towards the opponent. In an instant, Lin Xian had slashed out twice. It was extremely terrifying. Frenzied Blade used his strength to block the two swords. He was extremely angry. Although the opponent's cultivation was not as high as his attack power was too strong. Moreover, the opponent seemed to have mastered many types of attacks, making him flustered every time. Just as Frenzied Blade blocked the two-sword chi and was about to continue attacking, a few screams came from afar, causing his expression to change. The screams came from his Frenzied Blade Association. It was obvious that the gang members he brought were injured. Frenzied Blade suddenly turned around and saw more than 10 Frenzied Blade Association martial artists covered in black fog and turned into blood. His eyes immediately turned red. Die for me. He gave up on Lin Xian and slashed out. A huge purple sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards the black fog in the distance. The knife-scarred man's expression also changed because the White Sharks Association's members were also decreasing. Although he could resist it, the ordinary gang members couldn't resist it at all. No, we can't stay here for long. The knife-scarred man's heart was heavy. He glanced at Lin Xian with complicated feelings. Just as he was about to attack with all his strength, a powerful and strange aura erupted from behind him. A huge stone statue came to life. It was surrounded by black fog like a demon from hell. A huge stone hand reached out and grabbed downwards. Wherever it passed, no martial artist escaped. No. The martial artists screamed and cried for their parents. They were extremely regretful. They did not expect the king's treasure to be so dangerous. However, there was no time for regret now. In an instant, hundreds of martial artists turned into blood mist in the stone hand. Boom. Another stone man came to life and slashed down with the stone sword in his hand. That direction was where the Frenzied Blade Association was. Damn it! Frenzied Blade looked at the stone sword with a gloomy face. He roared and slashed out with his sword as well. Boom! The two collided, and the entire hall almost split apart. The momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Puff! Frenzied Blade retreated, his eyes filled with horror. His opponent's strength had already surpassed his. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? He was abnormally furious. However, there was no time for him to think. In the next moment, his opponent raised his stone sword again. One by one, the stone statues came to life and charged at the crowd with a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. His figure flashed, and he regrouped with the Eastern Phoenix. Let's go. He slashed out with his sword, and when he looked at the screen of light formed by the black fog, he discovered that he couldn't cut it open. In that instant, Lin Xian was taken aback and prepared to use his great dragon sword soul. I'll do it. Dongfang Fenghuang stepped forward. At this time, she could no longer hide her strength. The flames on his body danced, forming a flaming phoenix. With a mysterious flame, he charged forward. Boom! Chi! In the next moment, a hole was burned into the strange black fog light screen. Let's go. The two of them didn't delay and quickly rushed out. There's an exit. When the others saw this, they shouted crazily and ran toward the hole that was burned open by the flames. The scene was very chaotic because the crowd realized that the exit was slowly shrinking. Instantly, countless people became angry and even attacked to kill the people in front of them. They had no choice. The black light screen was very strange, and ordinary people couldn't break it open. The exit in front of them was their only way out. Get lost. An angry shout was heard, followed by a purple sword ray that slashed down and sent the martial artists in front flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was a shocking sight. Boom. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and they quickly dodged. Many people roared and turned back, but when they saw that it was Frenzied Blade who attacked, they immediately lost their temper. They had no choice. A rank 3 honorable realm martial artist was extremely terrifying, and no one could stop him. Frenzied Blade and Scar came near the hole and used all their strength to tear it open. Then, they led their subordinates and quickly left. The others followed behind, looking terrified. Roar! Behind them, the black fog saw that the crowd had fled the hall and immediately roared angrily. Some of them retreated. However, there were some that followed them out of the hall and continued to chase. Among them, many black fog rushed out and formed a woman's shadow. She chased after Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He and Dongfang Fenghuang quickly flew through the passage, but the black fog followed closely behind them. Oh no! These damn things are chasing after us. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was pale. Lin Xian turned back and saw the blurry figure. He found that it was very similar to the woman who raised her hand in the hall and immediately understood. This black fog is coming for the Qingheng mother-son sword, Lin Xian said. What? Then what should we do? Dongfang Fenghuang was anxious. She had obtained this treasure with great difficulty, and she didn't want to lose it here. Don't worry. Look at this black fog. It shouldn't be very strong. If we work together, we might be able to get rid of it. Okay. Dongfang Fenghuang nodded. Then, the two of them stopped and quickly attacked. A flaming phoenix attacked, lighting up the entire space. It rushed toward the black fog figure behind them. Lin Xian also used the great dragon sword. The shocking sword chi was like a rainbow as it slashed toward the back. The two of them attacked with extremely powerful attacks. Just as they were about to destroy the other party, a furious roar suddenly came from the hall in the distance. It was like a demon's voice, causing people's hearts to tremble. Oh no, it seems like a big guy is coming out. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. You go first. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was pale. Then, she nodded heavily. You must come back alive. Don't worry. Lin Xian's sword chi slashed toward the back. Seeing this, Dongfang Fenghuang turned into a flaming phoenix and quickly flew into the distance. She knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had countless trump cards. He should be safe. However, she would only distract him if she stayed here. It was better to leave quickly. Seeing Dongfang Fenghuang and Lin Xian's eyes gradually became fierce. He looked at the black fog behind them with a dignified expression. Ah, help. Behind them, a martial artist screamed in horror and ran toward Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian's face darkened. Originally, the black fog behind them did not come toward them. Now, it was attracted by the martial artist. It was obvious that the other party wanted to drag Lin Xian down with them. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He would not show mercy to those who wanted to frame him. However, before he could attack, the black fog behind him turned into a terrifying palm and slapped down quickly. Boom! With one hit, the second-level honorable realm turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The black palm was more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The space trembled as the black palm floated. A bloody mouth appeared in the center of the palm and swallowed the second-level honorable realm's bloody mist. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.